Come on now. All right, good morning, guys. This is Sean Miller here with Live RC, and we're at the Dirt 2026 Lonestar Challenge in Hutto, Texas. Beautiful morning out here. We're looking at about 81 degrees with some showers in the skies, so appreciate you guys for tuning in here this morning. We're getting ready for our first round of seeding. So we'll do one round of seeding today and then a round of qualifying. I want to give a huge shout out to our track announcer, Jimmy Babcock, up in the timing tower. Getting it done up there. Of course, our race promoter, Joey Christensen. The Live RC crew, Lucas, Sam, and myself. The crew over here at Thornhill Racing Circuit, Chris Allison, Jason Glass, and the whole crew over here behind the scenes at Thornhill Racing Circuit. Our track builder this year, Ethan LaFave, putting in a beautiful layout here. This is the world's warm-up as well. So I think they said we have 20 of the top 25 drivers in the world out here. So it should make for some exciting action out here. Once again, we're in Hutto, Texas this weekend. So we'll be live here for the next 3 days. If you guys want to tune in to YouTube or the Facebook chat, log in and say what's up. It is a seeding day today, so we're not going to go too crazy as far as the announcing, and it'll be a little bit more mellow today, and we'll kind of ramp up as the weekend goes on. But we're doing a seeding round in round one qualifying, so we're looking about racing probably about till 6:30 p.m. this evening. It is 9 a.m. out here in Texas. So tune in on the socials and YouTube and start a chat. Let me know where you guys are watching from. I know I get a lot of friends tuning in and saying what's up. I already got Clay Keats, one of the NorCal guys out there. That's Chevelle's dad. One of the fastest young racing females. Chevelle, that is. Looks like we already got a little chat going in here on the YouTube. So we're getting ready to go here. We're going to start us off with a little 40-plus electric buggy to give you guys a little rundown of what we're looking at here in round one seating. Every class except for the World's class is going to be your top 2 consecutive laps for seating here. So you're looking for 2 burners here, and then the World's class, they're running 10-minute seating and qualifying. So we're going to go top 3 consecutive, of course, giving them a little extra time out there because that's what they run at the IFMAR Worlds in September out here. They're going to run 10-minute qualies, so we figured since every other class is running 5, we'll go our top 2 consecutive. In the World's class, they're running 10, so we're going to use the top 3 consecutive for the World's class today. Just trying to fill you guys in a little bit what we got going on this morning. So appreciate you guys. We got Tanner Ashmore watching on Facebook. RC Victory Lane in the house. 51 drivers entered in the World Nitro Buggy division, including many of the top drivers in the top 25. Well said. Yeah, I believe during the driver interview they said 20 of the top 25. We got a ton of IFMAR world champions in the house. Of course, Davide Angara, your back-to-back IFMAR 1/8 scale Nitro off-road champion in the house. Of course, David Ronafalk. The last time it was in the USA was 2016 in Las Vegas, Nevada. And Ronafalk was your champion then. So we usually get it about every 8 years. With COVID and everything, I think that we had a couple of years off of the Worlds. So it's been 10 years since 2016, the last Worlds in the USA, and I'm looking forward to it. A beautiful facility out here. Race one on the track. All right. Arizona tuned in. John Callies tuned in. We got Colorado in the house. What's up, Big John? No Scotty this weekend. You guys are stuck with Sexy Leg for the next 3 days. Are they cooking tacos yet? The taco boys are here. Man, I had a couple tacos yesterday. Some of the best tacos I've ever had in my entire life, and I'm not just trying to hype up the taco card out here. That was some authentic Mexican food right there. And being from Southern California, you know, we get our share of tacos out there. So I'm trying to pull up to where I can actually see on my live RC screen the seating going on right now. Right now it's just showing me laps and time, so we're working out a few kinks out here this morning. But we're just using your top 2 consecutive laps here. Like I said a bit earlier, it's going to be a long weekend of announcing. We're going to kind of hang out in the chat today, and I'll give you guys, you know, some information on who's out front leading and on the consecutive laps. But we're going to save a little voice here today and ramp up as the weekend goes. That way I can get a little crazy with you guys on Sunday and still have a voice to to broadcast to you guys. Right now we got Papa Santos Rodriguez. Papa, man, he travels all over the world racing his RC cars. And he's one of the local boys out here from Central Texas, rocking in that techno.
Once again, the computer will call your name done once you are finished. Keep going until you hear your name.
Looks like I got Rodriguez out front on a 117.2. Hatch on a 117.5. Reggie Tung, another one of the local Texas guys out here. So I'm expecting the local guys to be fast out here. Anytime you travel to somebody's home state and home track, you know, the locals are going to have a little advantage. Reggie Tung making the switch over to Kyosho this year. Since the resurgence of Kyosho with Ryan Lutz and Fee Long, there's been a lot of Kyoshos popping up around the country. Which I like to see. Oh, we got it. So, Papa Santos Rodriguez on a 117.2. It's top seed right now with one more heat to go. Then we'll do a resort for our qualifying. We'll do a seeding round today, a qualifying round today, and then how you seed will actually how you will run your next 3 qualifiers for the next 2 days. So we'll run 2 rounds of qualifying tomorrow for a total of 3. Great shot right there of the pits. And having 20 of the top 25 fastest A-scale off-road buggies in the world here. The European guys over there to the right a little bit. Talking to Robert Battier when we got here, and he flew in with no gear. Airline lost his gear, but I saw him out there for practice yesterday. This was on Wednesday when I saw him. He looked a little stressed anytime you show up. And none of your stuff is here. That'll always shake things up a little bit, but they seem to got it worked out as he had all his stuff here for practice. That's just a little inside scoop right there, kind of part of the gig working for Live RC. You got to get some of those inside scoops. So 117.2 out of Rodriguez. That is the top seed here with one more heat to go. Danny Trevino with lit whips in the house. I got me a lit whip on my car, so if you guys are looking for a little LED bling for your car, hit up Danny Trevino, one of the Arizona boys. St. Louis, Missouri in the house. Team Kyosho America checking us out on the YouTube chat. South Georgia checking in. All right, man. Got racers all tuned in there. These guys tuned up this morning. These guys have been chomping at the bit. Now, during practice yesterday, we just had a still cam, which was nice. Better to have a still cam than nothing. We were out there setting everything up and had a job to do, and we got everything all set up. And the Live RC crew dialed you guys up with the still cam for practice, but we're full live here on a seating round.
Kirk Peterkin, can I see the timing and scoring? Kirk Peterkin, can I see the timing and scoring, please? Kirk.
Cody Dudley fired up. He says, "Let's go."
We got 1 minute 15 seconds before your loop is live. Special shout out, guys.
So 27 heats today. I think that should be around. We'll just call that 4 hours. We're gonna have a couple breaks during the round to blow the track off and stuff. No watering until at night. So how you see the track is how it's going to be all day as far as the watering. From my understanding, talking with Jason Glass, the kind of the head honcho down here as far as track management. Of course, Chris Allison, your track owner. Jason Glass running the track operations. They do a little bit of water at night. It's not a ton. I watched out there. I was kind of curious if they were going to soak it, because that would have made things interesting this morning. After building a groove and letting the track dry out all day yesterday, if they soaked it, that thing would have been still pretty wet this morning. But it's looking pretty dried off with just a light water from last night. Boomer Wheeler watching. Oh, man, he must be watching from the hotel. He's out here racing. A couple of the AZ guys.
10 seconds.
Jonathan Orcutt. Excited to see some. Oh, well, we got something popping up here. Can't see it. Excited to see some international competition later. You and me both. Even being in the industry for 11 years now, I still get fired up. I'm a racer at heart. I want to see some of the best racers in the world race too. I got the best seat in the house, thanks to Live RC. All right, so 117.2, I believe. Rodriguez, yep. Hatch and Reggie Tongue, Kurt Kellum. So it's locals up towards the front here early. These guys probably going with their softest compound on the weekend here on a cool Friday morning. Weather going to ramp up here a little bit as the weekend goes, and I was talking to some of the locals out here saying, this is not normal May weather out here. It's usually a bit warmer. It was in the high 60s when we got here on Wednesday, and then it got to about the 70s. And then now we're on the upward climb here. It's going to be 81 today, 87 tomorrow, and 89 on Sunday with, let's see, humidity about 70 or 80s, but it's abnormally cool. You can see the sweatshirts on the turn marshals out there. We'll follow along with Smiley Hen. He's one of the local fast guys out here, so he's expecting big things this weekend. Not sure what he's running for car anymore. I know he's running a Gamma a few years ago, and then he switched over to Techno. I'll have to kind of pick his brain a little bit, see what he's running now. Great shot right there of Smiley's car. One of the best painters in the country as well. So if you guys are looking for a paint job, hit up Smiley Hen on Facebook. We'll get you guys all dialed up. I was a painter for many years, and I didn't even like painting my own cars after a while. You know, and you work a bunch of races on the weekends, and then you come home and sit in the garage for 13 hours a day and paint bodies, and then go to the racetrack. And there's nothing worse when you go to the racetrack, you're almost done with all the bodies in the garage. You can finally take a breath, and you go to the track, and there's 10 people there with clear bodies ready to hand them over to you. Boom, right back in the waiting list. Is Smiley on 118.9? And Mike Batal, he showed up yesterday and got one practice run. Another one of the local Fast Texas guys. The Iron Man Mike, we call him. And a couple Iron Man Mikes, if anybody knows their Supercross and motocross history. Iron Man Mike LaRocco. The most consistent and long careers, even into his older ages. Now, when you were a Supercross racer in your 30s back in the day, you were considered kind of old and washed up by then. Nowadays, with technology and the way these guys train in their programs, they're like, look at the likes of Eli Tomac and Ken Roxon, and a couple of the older guys, you know, they're stretching out those careers a little bit. The Houston boys getting some love on Facebook. Anyone know where this is? Yeah, Hutto, Texas. Right in the middle of the country.
Chris Allison doing the same. Chris Allison just rocked a 37.6 and a 37.7 back-to-back, taking over the lead for your track owner right here. TQ is Santos with a 117.2.
I think Smiley is running Mugen for Buggy. You know, I think you're right. He travels around the country racing with Paul Scholes, a couple of my favorite guys that come out and do the DNC with us every year. And Scholes runs Mugen, so maybe Paul had a little influence on that. Batal casing that double a little bit. Allison. Oh, boy, Chris Allison. That might be your track owner out there. The 114.9. Wow. We'll have to find the paint job for Chris right here. He should be about halfway through the track according to my timing and scoring. It is just over 2 seconds faster than Rodriguez. The House Dealer getting it done here in our first round of seeding. That would put Smiley Hen to the number 2 spot with the 117.1. Getting a good look at the track now that all the viewers can finally see this track up close. It's that tricky little, that's like a double chicane with a step up in the middle. Did a track walk this morning, and the camera doesn't do justice on showing the step before, in the first chicane before the step up, and then after the step up, it's an off-camber chicane. The race is going to be won or lost in that section right there. That's probably the most technical section of the track.
Right there, ladies and gentlemen. Last lap, 36.7 out of Chris Allison. With the
Allison doing his best lap of the race on the last lap, 36.7. He's going to be your top seed here, our first top seed of the day. Two wrapping up here.
Your winner with a 114 and a new TQ for top 2. Smiley with the 114.6. Gets third at a 118.6. Mike Batal with the 118.9.
Man, Chris got some game here.
So that's going to be
a tough time to beat.
So
this just shows you where you're going to be put into your qualifying group. I think we're taking 15 to the main here in through qualifying. So top 13 go to the show with 2 bump ups, and now that's for every class but the Worlds. The Worlds class is going to be running the ladder system, so we'll have quarters and halves and semis and all that kind of good stuff. How we're doing that for the Worlds class? In the semis, we're going to take the top 6 in each race. Well, the top 6 from qualifying. That'll transfer you directly through the main. Not qualifying. What am I trying to say here? Through the semis, through the halves. We'll take 6 plus 6 for a total of 12, and then your fastest laps in times. There will be no LCQ out here, so got to get it done in that Worlds class. And your fastest laps and times from either one of those semis will take you straight to the A-main. No LCQ out here. A little carnage here. Our first heat of 2 Sportsman Electric Buggy. AJ Rodriguez checking out. What's up, AJ? Fast young racers from the Northwest. Yeah, he'll be one to watch over the years. You guys better be nice to AJ out there on the track. He's taking receipts. This kid gets faster and faster every race he attends. He should be up in that pro class here in just a few years. Is that Joey out there volunteering? That's our race promoter out there volunteering at one of our turn marshal spots. I love to see that. No job too big or too small for Joey Christensen. It's his 13th year. Oh, that's a great shot of Joey right there. Rocking the light baby blue Dodgers hat right there. That's our race promoter out there helping out the program any way he can. The 13th year of the Lone Star Challenge, and then we got a double up this weekend, the World's Warmup. So that, we already got the Mohawk Warrior out there. One of those cars losing one of the screws on the wing. That is not the way to start the day. The good thing is, it's only seating. Is this Doofus from JWRC? I don't know who Doofus is. RC Victor Lane, so who do I have the pleasure of hearing on the call this weekend? Well, you guys get the pleasure of having Sean Sexy Leg Miller up here on the mic. So I was out at the Carpet Nationals in New Hampshire 3 weeks ago. Some of you guys may recognize me, but if you guys are just tuning in and saying, man, who is that? Usually I'm in the race director's booth or in tech. But Live RC brought me in for the Nationals, the Carpet 110 Scale Nationals, out in Seabrook, New Hampshire 3 weeks ago. And apparently I didn't do too bad, as they got me back for some more action. And I'm excited, man. I love being in on the broadcast booth with everybody. Of course, everybody's entitled to their own opinion on how good or bad I do, but I pour my heart and soul into these events, so I do my best. And I am human. I'm going to make mistakes. And just got to accept it for what it is. But I'm going to come out here and send it as far as my part of the broadcast team, of course, with Lucas and Sam. All right, our first heat of Sportsman Electric Buggy, race 3 of 27 on the track. Who's going to win the chip tomorrow, Hunter or Kenny Bropp? Oh, that's a great question. Porter with a great question on the Facebook feed. So I'm a little old school. I'm 42 years old. You know, I've been watching Kenny. He's been in the premier class for 10 years now. Me personally, I'd like to see Kenny go out there and get it done. I think Hunter Lawrence is going to have something to say. If I were to give an advantage to either of those racers for Supercross on Saturday, I think Lawrence may have a bit of an upper hand. He doesn't have the experience that Ken Roxon does, but I personally would like to see Ken Roxon do it. I would not be mad if Hunter Lawrence went out and won it either. I mean, that's super cool to see. I know Jet struggled with injuries over the last few years. Went out there and won it as a rookie. I think the last one to do that was maybe Ryan Dungey, if I can think back that far. I know Jeremy McGrath did it as a rookie, and I think it was all the way till Dungey until a rookie won Supercross in their first year of the Premier class. And then Jet Lawrence. So I think that's like the three that come to my mind who have won a championship in their rookie year when they enter the Premier class. And Hunter's always been a bit of a slow starter, even in the 250 class. You know, Jet was up to speed right away winning championships, and then Lawrence, it takes a year or two. But he eventually figures it out and got it done. And he's kind of doing the same thing in the 450 class. Got his first year in, I believe, 2 years ago, and then last year he was out with a shoulder injury, so didn't complete the full year. But I wouldn't even be mad if Honda won a championship with Hunter Lawrence. I know Jet's going to be rooting him on, but I'm going for Kenny here. Let's get one of the OGs here a championship. Hunter's going to have plenty of chances, especially with the track record of Jet getting hurt so much. Obviously the fastest rider in the world, but along with being the fastest rider in the world, and it comes with a certain amount of risk. And that's shown. Missed the last 2 years due to injury. He dabbed his knee 2 years ago. I think he was the point leader when he dabbed his knee last year, and then this year, about 2 weeks before Supercross, I think he broke his foot and out for the whole year. But he's ramping up. I heard Lars Lindstrom said Jet is up to Jet speed already, and we'll see, because I'm a Deegan fan, so I'm really excited to see Deegan run in the 450 motocross class coming up this summer, just a few weeks away. Porter, it's in Hutto, right outside of Austin. Yeah, Austin, beautiful place. Talk about expensive, man. It used to be cheap to move out to Austin. Not anymore. We got Josh Elmer leading us around on the 121.3. Reed Saunders, one of the Arizona boys, rocking the number 2 spot. I believe Reed going to the Nationals, so that might be a bit of a warm-up weekend out here for him for Nationals. Edwards, Sellard, Jimenez.
All right, keep them going, guys, until your name is called.
I got Dexter.
Elmer leading the way with Saunders second, Moore third, Edwards
That's rounding out my top 7. Looks like Edwards maybe off the track here, but he got his fast 2 laps in. We're taking your best 2 consecutive laps here out of this 5-minute run.
All right, so Granger done, Jimenez done, and Seller done. Elmer, you're done.
RC Victory Lane and Ashawn, have you gotten to see the World Nitro Buggy drivers yet? Anyone stand out yesterday? Yes, I have. Of course, being an enthusiast of RC and a racer myself, I get excited, even though I've been in the industry for as many years as I have. I still get super excited and pumped up to go out and see the pros race. I mean, I know this isn't going to be a shocker to anybody, but Ongaro's car was ripping yesterday in open practice. I mean, ripping. And then one of the younger guys, Polito Matea, stood out. He was showing some good laps out there. Of course, your 2006 world champ Ronald Falk was looking really good. But I mean, as far as the cars that I saw out there that looked the best to me, Ongaro car was he's going to be tough to beat this weekend. It was actually a bit of a surprise when they said, Thornhill was doing the Worlds this year, not because of the facility. Obviously, doesn't get any nicer as a facility, but because of the high bite, smooth track out there that the Europeans are so used to. It's kind of in the Europeans' wheelhouse. I was thinking, it's going to come to the USA. Maybe we're going to go somewhere where it gets real rough and blown out and shooting some roost. And the cream always rises to the top no matter where you race. But this is kind of in the wheelhouse of the Europeans, the high bite, smoother tracks right here. So I think they're going to do good. I also think the Americans are going to have something to say about that. This is our home turf, and they're going to defend it. And I think they're going to. Dakota was looking really good out there. Camden Lime, who's been on a burner here in 2026, was looking really good out there. And of course, you got Tebow in the house, who's an FMR world champion, and Cavallari, and you got Mayfield in the house. I think those guys are going to stick around and stay until Monday or Tuesday and do some Worlds prep after this weekend. So this is just kind of their warm-up, and then they're going to stick around and get some laps in after the weekend's over, do some R&D. No doubt the USA boys are going to, Nationals was here last year for the Roar Nationals, so these guys got some time on the track, and they're going to have the hot setup. The Euros are going to come out here to party a little bit as well. So Tyrone's right. We're going to ramp up as the weekend goes, and I'll get a little more excited, and I'll be talking a little bit louder as the weekend comes. So we're going to get the Live RC boys to crank up the volume here a little bit for you guys. I don't want to save it too much. I mean, that's what I'm getting paid here to do is talk, but I kind of slowly work my way up into the weekend. You don't want to blow out that voice here on the first day. Which isn't likely, but it is possible. I am human. I'm not a machine. Well, most of me. But yeah, we're a little mellow here on a Saturday, on a seating day. Not Saturday. I'll get the mic a little closer to my mouth. That way I can reverberate a little bit louder for you guys at home. Of course, during qualifying and main events, I'll be screaming into the mic, making it exciting, having some fun. It's just what I do. Tyrone Robinson tuned in. Team Compton in the house. Tim Lime, what's up, sir? What's happening, Timmy? I thought Tim might see Tim out here, but Tim runs his own HVAC company back home, so hey, gotta keep the roof over the head. So if I seem a little distracted up here and we're just in the chat hanging out, and, I do want to broadcast the racing to you guys, but this is only seating. So we're just kind of connecting with the viewers online and working our way up to focusing a little more on the racing, I guess you can say. Obviously in qualifiers, you hunker down a little bit more and giving you the pace and how far back they are of each other and stuff, but during a seeding round, we're going to announce, top seeds and stuff like that. We're just kind of hanging out here on a Friday. As qualifying comes and the main events come, you focus a little more on the racing, a little less of the chat and stuff, and get a little more hunger down on the racing aspect. So we're kind of in for the long haul here. And we're just hanging out with Live RC and all of our viewers today. And the norm is usually broadcasting qualifiers and mains, but I like it Live RC, and I'm not sure if they talked with Joey. They said, can we broadcast the seating? I said, sure, let's do it. So here we are. So the viewers at home are getting to see, they can see all the names across the top of the screen and follow along. Me, I'm going to probably be a little bit distracted as far as with the chat, just starting some conversations with you guys, picking your guys' brains a little bit. We're talking a little Supercross. As the qualifiers come and the mains come, we're going to focus less on the chat and more on the racing aspect. So work with me here a little bit, guys. You guys can always tune in, obviously, to Live RC, and you guys can pull up the estimated position data on the right side of the screen. You can click the EPD. What's the acronym? EP. So it'll show your pace on the screen, but if you click on the top right, on Live RC, it'll pull up your estimated position, and that'll be showing your your best top two consecutive laps. So if the viewers were like, man, this guy's talking about his pastrami sandwich he had, and they're trying to find out who their buddy is out front and what kind of pace they're on, just click the top right of the screen, the EPD, and that'll show you guys. Track looks great. OGO USA, agreed. Track is sick. Ethan Lefebvre absolutely dialing up the layout out here. It's got a little Euro section in the back with those kind of off-camber chicanes. Kind of reminds me of Montepello a little bit. And then, of course, your USA Supercross style rhythm sections and on-off sections. So it's actually kind of a nice little, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a nice little combination. Best of both worlds. A little Euros, a little USA, kind of everything in between. Get this mic fixed up. Tyrone Robinson, 6 leg. What size Dodgers do you wear? I'm a size large, man. That's what I'm assuming he's asking my shirt. He's asking my hat. I believe I'm a 1/8, a 1/4. Dodgers going for the three-peat this year. I'm trying to be like Davide Angara and go three world championships in a row. 12:33 a.m. in Tassie, Australia. Underwater drinker. Might be up late, kind of hanging out. It is Saturday out there in Australia. And maybe underwater drinkers doing some underwater drinking just past midnight out there in Australia. So thanks for tuning in, guys. Yeah, Tim Lime. Yep, plan on being. Yeah, a lot of the factory Worlds drivers out here this weekend. They're going to do this race this weekend, and they're going to size up their competition here at the Lonestar Challenge here and the Worlds Warmup. But I believe they're really here for just racing development and after the race weekend. Of course, they want to go out and assert their dominance this weekend, get themselves a win, and kind of let them know who's the big dog coming up to the Worlds here later this year. But a lot of these top pros, they're going to stick around and practice till Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So it's a little bit of business, a little bit of pleasure, but mostly business. These guys are clocked in out here this weekend. I was super excited to see this many of the top drivers in the world came out for the World's warm-up. These boys mean business. Right now, Sean Rushing on a 120.7. That would be your new top seed here for Sportsman Electric Buggy. Marina 2, Cervantes 3, Castillo 4, Gage in the 5, Taylor, Newman, Williams, Jackson, Wilcox, Abram Yu, Painter, Bosworth, and McAllister. Looks like no start from those guys. Saw Josh Elmer from the first heat of 121.3. And Rushing going to go about 0.6 faster here for his top two consecutive. Matt Harrison tuned in, watching back home. Brendan Schimmel. We got Shim Shady in the house. Got to hang out with Brendan Schimmel a couple weeks ago in New Hampshire. Always fast. Brendan Schimmel. When's Brendan going to start racing some A-scale with us? That's my question for Brendan. Let's build some 8 scales B and come on out here and do some battle. I think he would absolutely rip with an 8 scale. A little bit different style of driving and stuff, but the more you do it, I mean, with as talented driver as Schimmel is, he should pick it up quick, especially the E-Buggy. Nitro always takes a little work making the transition from 1/10 scale to 1/8 scale. A few more moving parts, and it's all about tune and setup and building clutches. And, all about having your disc brakes and the linkages and everything all set. But he's got plenty of people in his corner where he could figure that out. Dan MK2. Hey, Sam, old man says hi. Sam getting some love on the chat. All right. Oh, Sam says, I think that's my dad. Yeah, I'm sitting about shoulder to shoulder with Sam. So Sam says hi right back. That's cool, man. Huh. Hey, dude. Our lead engineer needs a little love on the chat, too. That's awesome. Taco Slayer, it's Brewer. Sean, quit making excuses. It's seating. Have fun. Talk about whatever you want. Anyone complaining can kick rocks. Yeah, that's pretty much how I feel. I mean, you said it. That's. I want to explain myself a little bit. I don't know if I call it an excuse. I'm just explaining myself a little bit. I want you guys to understand where I'm coming from. My wife's been at home many times watching me race, and, you know, broadcasters kind of get a little sidetracked, and they're talking about other stuff besides the race. So as a viewer standpoint, I can understand, you know, where they want to tune in and watch their husbands or their kids or their wives or you know, whoever their best friends race. And we're up here talking about our lunch we had instead of the race. And that's why I was trying to kind of just give you guys an explanation that it's just seating. We're going to kind of call some stuff out and let you know who's leading and stuff. We're not going to get too serious and stuff. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up of what to expect out here. But yeah, I agree. Thank you, Taco Slayer. There's always going to be complaining no matter how good or bad I do, so I can't please everybody, and I'm 100% aware of that, and that's fine with me. Let's come out here and send it and give my best effort. If you guys like it, awesome. If you don't, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I only have one feeling left, so I'm not going to waste it on anybody watching online. Yeah, sorry, Tim. He's like, dude, yeah, turn the chat off. No more Dodgers talk. I've been going to Dodger games my whole life. Of course, being a Southern California native, and I only live 35 miles from Dodger Stadium. Of course, it still takes me 2.5 hours to get there. But, yeah, you guys are going to get a little tired of the Dodger talk, but that's not going anywhere. I'll keep it to a minimum, but give a little shout-out to the Diamondbacks. Actually, the NL West is shaping up to be a good one here. Dodgers and Padres been really duking it out, and I'll give a tip of the cap to the Diamondbacks. They're hanging in there. They're still in the fight. Season's not over yet, Tim. Hang in there. All right, Tyler Robinson says he has something for me. Oh man. Appreciate that, Big Ty. Always looking out for the boys. Prince Oakland, fellas, good morning. Good morning, Prince. Prince of Oakland. All right, my Oakland Raiders in the house. Grew up in L.A., so naturally I'm a Raiders fan. And we got Oakland in the house. Obviously no longer out there in Vegas. It is what it is. Is today all electric? No, this is not your typical DNC or Silver State format like Joey Christensen runs for those races. Nope, we're running through every single class today. Nitro, Electric, Truggy, the World's Class, E-Truck, E-Bug, Nitro Bug. So it's the full Monty out here this weekend. My Braves going to pull it off. Big country. Those Braves looking good right now. My goodness. I mean, before the season, there was a lot of hype on the Braves. They had them in I think the top 5 as far as what they expected from the Braves. And the Braves doing work. 162 games to be played, so we got some time. My first heat of 3 intermediate electric buggy. Got Chris Hatch in this one, Zach Burnham, Reed Saunders, Rebus, Runcie, Chris Allison, Derek Tarrant, one of the OG SoCal boys, now a Texas native for Tarrant. Yeah, we know Derek for many, many years of racing out at Hot Rod Hobbies back at home. And moved his way out to the Midwest, I guess you can call it. Midwest, or is it just the mid? And now a Texas native. I think Derek's been out here 7-8 years, but he's getting some love on the chat. I'd say no on Dodgers repeat. Yeah, you know what? Of course I would want that, but it's hard enough to do it 2 times in a row, and nobody's done the three-peat since the Yankees in, I think it was 1999, 2000, and 2001. It's the last time we had. So it's been over 2 decades since we've had anybody three-peated. Not easy to do. Of course, I want that to happen to a. Is it going to happen? Who knows? You know, Dodgers don't even really start playing baseball till September. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone had a great weekend. Thank you, Mike Winders. Giving everybody some love up here and tell them all have a great weekend. All commentary good. It's commentary good. It's entertaining. That's kind of the point, you know, of us being up here. We're not the race director, so the race director has one job, and that is to announce the race, inform the racers, call some traffic, you know, and inform the racers up on the stand of what's going on. As a broadcaster, you got to do a little bit of race directing, kind of, and a little bit of broadcasting, talking with the viewers, and kind of chatting with them a little bit as well. So we're in a couple different caps up here. Of course, my job as a broadcaster, I want to bring you guys the racing action. But here in the seating round, we're just kind of hanging out. So start a conversation. Let me know where you guys are watching from, and I'm gonna give you guys like a full rundown and who's your top seeds at the moment and stuff. It's just seeding. It's like a glorified practice because this is just showing you what heat you're going to be in for qualifying. Speaking of qualifying, we do have a round of qualifying coming up later this evening. And then that obviously will focus on more laps and times, the running order and stuff. I'm having fun with you guys here this morning. The chat's popping right now. Everybody tuned in on Facebook and YouTube. That's the only 2 chats I can personally see. So if you have tuned in on a different social media platform, I can only see the Facebook and the YouTube. So if you guys want to join in on the chat, say what up, and cheer on some fellow racers, that's where you guys can get it done at. Yep. Thank you, RC Victory Lane, letting everybody know that our last 4 heats of the day will be our World's Class. 4 heats. I think we have over 45 drivers. Maybe it was like 50. 50 in the World's Class. And that's technically our Pro Nitro Buggy class out here at the Lonestar Challenge this weekend. But with the Worlds coming up, and they kind of doubled it up, and it's called the World's Class. But you don't have to be going to the Worlds to be racing in that class. You can just be a local fast guy. Donato Tredardi, he's been fast out there this year. He was down at DNC, and I think he went over to the Neo race. Good to see the Neo race back. Miguelo and his lovely wife putting on the Neo race again, bringing it back. Miguelo and Laura always doing big things out there. We got Tredardi, new top seed at a 114.3. Chris Allison on a 116 flat. So Tredardi with a burner here in our first seed. Now he's still out there running around. Looks like everybody else all finished up. Oh, a little mistake right there, so this lap not going to count. But a 114.3, that's going to be your top seed with 2 more heats to go. Allison has Fausch that's running in the 4, and Enke in the top 5. Our first heat of 3, and there's our leader, Tredardi. Beautiful paint job. I like that. I used to run the red, white, and blue paint job with some silver in the back. As I got older and the eyes started to fade a little bit on me, I run a nice bright body now. So I think that's kind of a trend, if you will. If you notice, like Mayfield used to run his flow red and white with the blue or purple. It's up to you whether you think it's blue or purple. To me, it's blue. But now he's doing like the red and the gray and the white, you know. So as you get older, you know, especially outdoors at night, vehicles get a little harder to see as you get older, and you kind of brighten up those paint jobs a little bit. Who else am I thinking off the top of my head that kind of did the same thing, just brighten up those bodies a little bit? But Mayfield's really the main one that comes to mind. Jesse Wyman tuned in on Facebook. VRP looking good. Oh, we got the Netherlands tuned in. We are worldwide. Well, there's a great shot of the Techno RC jump cam right there. That's the big triple with the Little single right into the 90 over on the right side of the track. We got the Techno RC jump cam and a full row of Techno banners. Little shout out to Matt and Daniel over at Techno. Speaking of our sponsors, they are one of our event sponsors out here this weekend. A-Main Techno, One-Up Racing, and J Concepts are event sponsors out here. Anybody for just tuning in, we're doing our top best two consecutive laps, and there's Joey out there again helping out. We're able to see that. So you need two fast ones here for these classes. Everybody but the World's class. The World's class, they're getting a little bit longer run. We're going to go top 3 consecutive for them, since the race is a little bit longer and they actually have a chance to get a few more laps in. It makes more sense, you know, with only a 5-minute race, and these guys are doing, let's just say, 45-second laps in the pro class. I think some guys were in the 44s, so it wouldn't make sense to use your top 3 consecutive for all the other classes in a 5-minute run. You're only going to do 5 or 6 laps, so 2 for every class except for the Worlds, and the Worlds with the 10-minute heat. They're going to go top 3 consecutive. Yeah, Donato won Intermediate Nitro Buggy at Neoland. Probably his biggest win to date. Yeah, he'll be one to watch, too, over the years. I think he comes out here with his father and his brother. And those boys rip. Yeah, he had some good runs down at DNC this year. I think they were at Silver State. I can't remember. I know DNC for sure. Can't remember. That was way back in January. When you're at a different racetrack every single week, you know, get a little bit scatterbrained. Way back to January. That is the new date for Silver State from here on out. Maybe not that exact weekend, but that is our new month. So make those plans accordingly. Tell the wife, tell the family, tell the kids you couldn't afford that motorcycle that they wanted, but you got them a bicycle because I'm going to Silver State. Dad wants to go race. JWRC tuning in from Vegas, Germany in the house. And we're worldwide out here on a Friday morning. Volume needs to be turned up, please. I'm talking a little bit lighter here in our seating round than I probably will the rest of the weekend. I did move the mic a little closer to my face, but I get the engineers on it. All right, top seed, 114.3 out of Donato Trinardi. We got Katie Wiggins in here. That's the Wizards' wife right there, Katie and Jared getting married. Was it this year or last year? Might have been last year. Little shout out to the Wiggins hosting their first big race at their property last week. It looked like a real successful event. I mean, if you saw their posts online and their coverage and just how the race went, and you'd think that those guys have been putting on events for many years. But the husband and wife duo put on a great race. And there's Wiggins. So the pink one down at the end of the straightaway, working into the triple. Yep, that's Katie right there. Met Katie many years ago down in Las Vegas, and then she moved out, I believe, to like the Northeast or maybe the East Coast. She's been out here for probably 8 years now or so. Now married to Jared Wiggins, the Wizard. Katie rocking that techno up over the front. Big old doubles out front. Double trouble, I like to call that. Chris Allison still sitting second from our first heat. Now Rebus, Wiggins, Moore, Rogers, and Blaine Platt, my top 5. Tongue 6, Bruce 7, Smith, Wanger, Trinardi Jr. So there's Renato. So I might have it backwards. I think Renato is the older son and Donato is the younger son in the Trinardi family. Maybe if somebody online can help me out with that, but I'm pretty sure I got that right. What's up, Live RC? Watching from Full Throttle Raceway in Foley, Minnesota. Guy Wing, what's up, man? It's Sean Miller. I've known Guy for quite a few years. Big-time Kyosho fan out there. I'm pretty sure he's still rocking those Kyoshos. I used to paint some bodies for Guy back in the day. Let's go, Reggie. Yeah, Reggie getting some love out there. Reggie, a fan favorite wherever you go, but especially in his home state of Texas. He's always going to get a little extra love. One of the coolest dudes you'll meet at the racetrack. And, of course, Guy loving it. Reggie's rocking the Kyoshos now. Yep, I got it correct. Damn, I'm good. Well, not always right, but every once in a blue moon. Man, Reggie tongue to the point. Oh, man, the more we talk about Reggie, the faster he goes. I like that. He's moving up to top 6 for the seeding round with our final heat coming up next. No intermediate E-Buggy. It's our quiet time here in Hutto, Texas with the sewing machines out there. Sounds like a sweatshirt factory out there with all these sewing machines. Oh, going for the triple. Yeah, wiggle those wheels. Wiggle them more. Everybody knows that it's a fact that if you wiggle the wheels, the more you wiggle them, the faster the turn marshal goes. As a fact. Oh, yellow wheels on the left side of the car. White wheels on the right. That's a little unique. Huh. I don't know if he did that on purpose or maybe he had a few cocktails last night. Ah, that's classic right there. Chris Van Air. What's going on, Chris? Tuned in on Facebook. Chris, also a longtime Southern California racer. I'm not sure exactly where he's living now. I don't know, Georgia or something? Maybe help me out, Chris. His sexy leg on the mic. And I know he's not living in SoCal anymore. I don't exactly remember where he is now. But Jeff Guest, tuned in. Pork Chop. That's my guy right there. Pork chopping in this industry. Gosh, probably close to 30 years now. My favorite dudes at the racetrack right there for Porky. So thanks for tuning in, Jeff Guest. See what up on. It's pretty early back home still. What time is it out here? Probably getting close to, 10 o'clock. So Jeff's up early, and he's tuned in. Yeah, Georgia. Yeah, I think I had it right. Not too bad. I'm on a roll this morning. Hopefully I can stay that way the rest of the day. I'm good for a mistake or two, but that's it. I only get one mistake a day. So Calvin Bruce is going to go 4 for the round on a 117 flat. Tradardi Jr., a 115.8, going to go up to 2nd for the round. So I got a Tradardi party. That rhymes. I like that. I didn't even set that up. Out front right now with the final heat of intermediate electric buggy. Coming up. 37 years for Jeff Guest. Dang. I didn't even think he was that old. So Tradardi Jr., it's like younger brother out front. Ooh, bragging rights between the bros. Top Line RC tuned in. What's up, Top Line? Small correction from RC Victory Lane on my earlier comment. Donato went intermediate E-Buggy, but finished 3rd in Nitro Buggy, which is still outstanding. Yeah, I mean, it was close enough. There's a great shot of the pitch right there. There's Polito. He was really fast, man. He'll be one to watch out here this weekend, so put it on your calendar. There's the legendary Mike Patel right there, one of our promotion drivers. See, we got Camden Lime in the back right, coming off a huge win at DNC, winning the E-Buggy class. I'm pretty sure that's his biggest win to date in the professional class. I did an interview with him yesterday. I think I called him like top up-and-coming racer. I went to sleep last night. I'm like, you know what? Up-and-comer, no more. That is just one of my top young racers in the country. And he'll be one to watch over the next decade out here. Of course, as the racers get older, your eyes get worse, your reactions get a little worse, and nothing lasts forever, and that goes for all professional sports, not just RC. And the young guys are eventually going to come up and steal the crown and have their decade or so of limelight. And these young guys, man, they're coming. You know, the older guys get older, and they're going to fade out. And the new young guys, dude, they're going to take over here eventually. You know, Feelong and super young. Camden Lime's pretty young. Let's see who else is young. I know Polito is pretty young out there. These are going to be the guys to watch over the years. They're going to start taking over. They want the crown. New Zealand tuned in. 3 a.m. in New Zealand. What are you doing up at 3 a.m.? Watching RC car racing, of course. What else is there to do at 3 a.m.? Eric Lundville, my guy, tuned in. The famous superstar RC. My top RC pro tuned in. What's up, Lundville? It's Sean. How you doing, bud? That's like one of the most famous racers up in the Northwest. He used to race down at Thunder Alley back in the day. Family moved up into the Northwest. Eric Lundville.
All right, race number 7 is on the track. We move into pro.
My top pro team manager right there.
Coming up. Only 11 in this one, so I'll need a volunteer.
Rappy D stirring it up. He knows his little brother is faster. Well, as of right now, he is. So nobody needs to tell him. He knows. According to the seeding round, we're getting ready for our third heat of intermediate electric buggy out there. Paid in full tuned in. What up, chat? What up, paid in? What's going on? Yep, I agree. RC Victory Lane saying Donato. Probably going to be in the pro class in the next year or two with his rapid rise in the Florida scene. Agreed. You know, he's still intermediate right now. Somebody's got to win the intermediate. Just because you win an intermediate race, you know, of course, maybe the other guys in the class are going to say, oh, he should move up to pro. He should move up to pro. No, you got to go out there and get some wins, solidify yourself, because when you go up to pro, there's no turning back. Somebody's got to be the fastest intermediate. And Tridardi, man, he's been ripping out there, and he's working his way up the ladder. As soon as you kick that guy out of intermediate, the next fastest intermediate, they're going to say the same thing. You should move up to pro. Nah, work the ladder, get comfortable, get some big wins under your belt, because those pros are about 1.5 seconds faster a lap, maybe about a second from your top intermediate driver. So your top intermediate driver is back of the pack in pro. So let them work the ladder and get some wins under their belt. We'll move them up in due time. Somebody got to win.
If you're going to do that, you want to cut the track backwards. In other words,
it's like they lost some lights. I think it was just that camera angle. I'm looking at all the lights out there. And they moved to the still shot up over here by our live RC broadcast booth. I saw that on the screen. It looked a little funky out there, like when the lights went out, but I think that's just that camera. Not as high dollar as our big dollar equipment up on the stand right now. So top seed time to be 114.3. Still a Tridardi party out front. Let's see if anybody has anything to say about this. We got Lindsay, Rodriguez, and Kurt Kellum always fast out here. Villalobos, D Wild, Martin. We got Ryan W. I'll work on that last name. Wasterick, Ramos, one of the local fast Southern California guys out there, always up towards the front. He's getting ready for the Worlds out here. One of the TZO guys, Duff. And looks like no start out of Bosworth. Kurt Kellum comes out firing. We're only 1:30 into the race, and his first 2 laps of the race, a 1:16, going to move up to third here for seeding. Martin Aguilar on. Burak Kilic tuned in. So Burak, we got some heavy hitters in the house here. Guy Wing, I have one of your sexy leg bodies. He still has the body. That's so cool. I must have painted that body for Guy, God, 8 years ago now? 7, 8 years ago. That's cool. Guy, next time I see you at the racetrack, bring it up, dude. I'll throw a little autograph on there since he's obviously not running it anymore, and there's no way these bodies don't last that long. But I'll put a little autograph on there for you, big guy.
Remember, we're going towards your best 2 consecutive.
In Paint John, he did for me. Monty Houston referred me to you. Oh, man. I miss Monty Houston. Now big-time fisher. Like, super big-time Monty Houston. Out there fishing all the time now. Oh, my goodness. Is that the first quad of the weekend I've seen through the 4-pack? That was dialed. Lucas was on that. We just so happened to be following him. Is that Kurt? Yeah, that's Kurt. Man, Kurt sending it for the boys out there. Let's see if we can do it again. He greased the 4-pack. I have not seen anybody even try that this weekend. So, you know, Bubba Stewart says you don't want to pull out the quad too early in the middle of, you know, qualifying or, yeah, short it a little bit. You know, and their practice qualifying at Supercross or the night show. Stewart would save that line for the main event. Callum pulling it out here in seating. You know, we were live. Callum right now top 4 for the round here on a 116 flat. So Martin on a 115.4.
So Martin now taking over the lead. He's at a 115.4. Kellum second.
So Trunardi at 114.3. That's 7/10 faster. That's only in 2 laps. Now in seating, you can afford to send the quads and have a mistake because that lap is over. That's not going to be one of your top 2. I don't know if I'll see that here in qualifying, but for seating, Kellum's having a little fun with it. So Martin, Kellum, Rodriguez, Villalobos, and Adrian Ramos, top 5 here in this seed group. And those 5 are also in the top 10 for the full round, with just about 25 seconds to go.
Believe it or not, there is no pro nitro truck class and no pro e-truck class. All the pros are focusing on the buggies. No pro nitro truck and no pro electric truck this weekend. Even though they were offered, nobody signed up for them.
Yeah, a little lower resolution on that camera top line. RC Victory Lane. Feelong is a rare young driver to make the jump to pro very young and prove to be highly successful, so it makes sense to work your way up to the ladder. Agreed. I remember when I met Fee maybe 5 years ago, and he was a sportsman driver. And he was in like the intermediate class for like 6 months and went straight up to pro. And that is very, very unheard of. So, you know, we knew Fee was going to be someone to watch early. And he was looking really good out here on the practice day yesterday, too. I think he'll be one to watch this weekend. He was out there doing the Asian Buggy Championship with Scotty on that tar track or molasses track a couple weeks ago. I think they were, I don't want to say Malaysia. I'm not sure exactly. I thought it was Malaysia. He got the big win out there, so you know he can drive on a high bite track.
Adrian Ryan all done. Waiting on Kurt and Garrett. There's Garrett and waiting on Kurt. Looks like Kurt pulled off a little early there, if I remember. So that's going to do it. It'll be Garrett Martin, your winner, at a 115.4. Kellum second at a 116.4.
Tyrone Robinson on Miss Monty's tri-tip at DNC. Me too. So Trunardi going to be your top seed here for intermediate electric buggy. Martin will go second for the round. Junior third. Kellum, Allison, Rodriguez, Ramos, Bruce, Villalobos, and Chris Hatch. I think Chris Hatch was in that first heat. So Hatch got a little game out here. Great shot of pit lane right here. Oh boy, our first heat of 3, pro electric buggy. I'm expecting the chat to get fired up here a little bit. Ivan Moreno tuned in. What's up, Ivan? Watching back home. One of our Mexico racers that come out and race with us all the time. I don't know if this is dad or son. It doesn't say junior, so I'm assuming that's dad, but Maybe you can help me out. Yes, Malaysia.
I get my marshals out there.
The Asian Buggy Championship with Scotty Ernst just a couple weeks ago.
Joel Rodriguez to the right
And,
side, way on the bottom right of the track there.
I know Pekko Ivanen was out there. It was Phelong. I know there was one other super fast pro. Not coming to me on the top of my head, but that track looked sick. I believe they put molasses on that track. That looked tough. I'm glad I wasn't there racing.
One is all the way down in the corner down there.
Marshall sitting in the lawn chair with his legs crossed.
All right, let's go ahead and
LMAO, like he was on vacation. Yeah, in seating, you know, here's my theory. In seating, if you crash, you know, it's nice to get back out there and going quick, but that lap is over. That is obviously not going to be one of your top two consecutive laps. So, am I going to frown on that a little later in the weekend in qualifying stuff? Absolutely. Here in seating, you know, you're right. He was on vacation. So if I see that and I was a race director during qualifying, I'd say, hey, you know, anytime I see anybody on their phone or just totally distracted and looks like they're in a lounge chair in Cabo, yeah, I give them a little heads up. But here in seating, if you crash, that lap is a throw out. We're not going to use it. So we're not gonna get too fired up here in the seating round.
All right, I got an Austin.
We'll save that for a little later this weekend.
Austin, you're in the next race. If you're on the driver's stand, Austin, you're in race 9. This is race 8. Unless your car is down in pit lane. No check from Brandon Rose. No check from Brandon Rose. The only one not checked in, B. Rose. Not checked in on the loop. 1 minute, drivers.
All right. I always get a little fired up here when the pros are on the track.
Morning, Nick from
A little
Tires.
Pro E-Buggy. We got Phelong, Wilson, Richard, Fuller, Hooks, the local fast guy. Elliott Boots. You got Bootsy in the house. J Triple C. I know it's only showing 2 C's on there. It's Juan Carlos Carrasco. It's Juan Double C or Triple C. Got Seth Van Dalen, who's been, one of the top professional racers out here in the U.S. for the last couple of years. But he's really been one to watch. He had a huge DNC.
Less than 10 drivers. Less than 10.
Bellinger, Koki Kato, always super fast. Jermaine Robinson, the birthday boy, 20 years young today for Jermaine Robinson. Getting closer to those adult beverages. There we go, Loop is live. B Rose getting some love on the chat. B getting some love. Give these guys a second to get things situated.
All right, just wait for everybody to come by for 2 laps, and we'll have a running order.
And we are following along with the birthday boy, Robinson. He has shown a huge step in his program over the last year or two. Moving up to the pro class, maybe a second year in pro. And now at the JBRLs back at home and DNCs and the Silver States, he's been making some A mains. That'll be a name, another one of the young. I don't like to use the word up and coming because they're already established. They're in the pro class. Maybe more for like an intermediate driver, I would say up and coming. But this youngster right here, Robinson, mark his name down on the calendar. He is going to have a great career in professional RC racing. So only one driver's completed 2 laps so far, so we're just following along with Koki Kato right here. Kato racing his way out of Japan. I think he's rocking the Infinity now. If I'm not mistaken. I saw him walking around through the pits and stuff yesterday. And, you know, I try and do my homework and see what they're rocking for gear, you know. Some racers, they switch brands and tires. Like, I change my underwear. I'm a little more, let's just say I don't like to change as much. I keep my program, and unless anything major happens, I like to run my same stuff. But, you know, you got to go where the paycheck is, and And who comes calling, make the adjustments accordingly for these guys. I'm obviously in a different bracket, being a intermediate and 40-plus driver. So the pros, they're getting a paycheck out here and got to pay the bills. So Fee Long, we're rocking with him. Rocking the clear wing right there. I don't remember seeing that in practice yesterday. Fee Long, a 34.5. So the first half of the day, you wanted to be in the 35s in this class. And then as the groove came in, later in the evening, they started dipping into the 34s. Are we going to see a 33 out here today? There's Juan Triple C right there with Fee Long right in the background. Fee Long on a 109.7 for his top 2 laps. Great look here at JCC's ride.
The order on the screen is by top 2 consecutive, not by pace.
JCC, the Spaniard. Oh, and he gives way. He says Fee's got a little more pace. You don't see that very often. JCC, one of the best e-buggy drivers in the world. And, to me, that's the right thing to do. You got one of the fastest, youngest USA drivers right there. Obviously, we had a good run at the Nationals last year. Let them by and follow them around a little bit. See if you can figure out where they're making up that 10th or 2. You don't see that very much, though. So it's Fee Long, Canas, Wilson, Fuller, and Van Dalen, my top 5 here. Rose, Boots, Hooks, Kato, Robinson, Dellinger, and Richards. My first heat of 3. Top line RC, how dare you call us 40 plus. We are young as we want to be. Ain't that the truth? I ain't never growing up. The government thinks I'm 42, but I'm still a kid at heart. You looked at my garage, you'd be like, there is a man-child that lives in here. Motorcycles, jet skis, fishing poles, RC cars, wakeboards, surfboards, snowboards, guns. It's good to be an adult. Child.
Not in the house.
Yep, I'm an unk status, as the young kids say. Whoa! A little quad right there. I believe that was Hook sending it.
Keep going until your name is called.
Oh, that Lexan wing. You don't want to do that too much on those Lexan wings. They're not as stout as the plastic wing. I mean, it's obviously working for them, but they are a bit more brittle than those plastic traditional wings. Things wrapping up right here. A 109.1 for Fee, a 109.8. Here for my top 2. Tommy Long tuned in. What up, Tommy? One of the SoCal boys back home. Robert Daugherty, Russ Idy. It's a SoCal party on the Facebook chat. What's up, Rice? It's Russ, Sexy Leg here. I know. Russ Idy always tuning in and following along with the action. I think that's a father-in-law to Eddie Lorette. I'll finish out a Wilson right there. Eddie just built himself an e-buggy. Well, I'm thinking Russ built an e-buggy for Eddie. Correct me if I'm wrong. These guys in the chat are fun here this morning. I like it. Yeah, I got to keep me entertained here on a Friday morning seating round. Of course, anybody just tuning in, we're going to focus more on the racing as we get into qualifying in the main events. On the seating day, we're going to do a little bit of whatever I want. It's my world, and you guys are just living in it here this morning on a beautiful Friday morning in Hutto, Texas. It's a little bit gloomy. Got some showers in the forecast. It was freezing when we got here on Wednesday. For May weather in Hutto, Texas, it was 66 degrees when we showed up. Oh, there's Pop Chickarella. What up, Chicky? There's BT. Got Drake. Rivkin down there. We got the wild one, Ryan Reese. Not so huge Hefner anymore. He's looking good. Dropped some weight. He got married last year, so the wife cracking the whip. No, it's for Russ. Russ gonna do some racing e-buggy with us? Oh, come on, Russ. Come do some battling with me in the 40-plus class. The UNC class, as they would call that. As the young kid would say. Come slay the 40-plus UNC class with me, Russ. No cap. I won't do that again. I'm done trying to sound like a young guy. That was kind of funny. Yep, thank you, RC Victory Lane. Kind of answering some questions out here. Well, I'm doing a few different things, calling the races, looking at the chat. Yeah, top 2 consecutive. For every class but the pro, they're going to do top 3. So maybe they are, I think they are still sticking with the 5-minute seating.
Final 45 seconds here.
So I believe they're doing top, okay. So I know for qualifying, this is what I was told for qualifying. I even wrote it in my notes. We're doing top 2 for every class except for pro, world class. They're going to do top 3, but those are 10-minute runs. So here in seating, I'm just doing the math in my head. They're obviously only doing a 5-minute run right here, and that might be just for the Nitro class. So for every class except for the World class, I believe they're doing the top 3. Now, I'm not sure for seating. This is what I was told. I didn't ask what they were going to do for seating. But I can obviously tell in Pro Electric Buggy they're just using the top 2 here. I don't know if they're giving them a longer run for the seeding round in Pro. They might, just to kind of get them used to what they're going to run in qualifying. So we'll see at the end of the round. That'll be obviously the deciding factor. But it looks like just from the laps sometimes they're using top 2 maybe?
Here we go, race number 9, our second
Yeah.
3 heats of Pro E-Buggy. Top qualifier set by B. Longway.
Oh, we got Stress Dog in the house. Hot Rod Hobbies. What's up, Ernesto? Felino joining in on the Facebook chat. Well, perfect time to join in, boys. We got our second heat of Pro E-Buggy on the track.
World's Pro Nitro Buggy, best 3 consecutive.
So we've been running all electric so far here in our early portion of our seeding round. Using our top 2 consecutive laps, top 2 best consecutive laps. Oh, we got Davide Angaro, Jr., Cavallari, Barufalo, Pavitas, Fenn, Bruce, Savoya, Fishback, Jeffrey, Setzer, and Ronafalk. So Angaro and Ronafalk, that's my last 4 world champions for IFMAR. I know they're rocking e-buggies out there, but Ronafalk in 2016 in Vegas, and then 2018 went to Angaro, and then we didn't have a Worlds until 2022. Which was also Angaro, and then 2024 also Angaro. So Angaro's e-buggy looked good. Of course, he mainly studied with that Nitro buggy, since that's the premier class on practice yesterday. But I saw him pull out the old e-buggy for a couple rips in practice, and that thing looked dialed from the get-go. As you can see, Angaro just locked in here this weekend. Little kiss off the pipe. That Cav, a 4-time world champion. I don't think he ever had an 8-scale world champion. I know he's a 4-time 10-scale IFMAR world champion. Multi-time national champion.
So 3-time back-to-back-to-back.
Jay Smith. Yeah, I threw out a little zinger right there, dude. That was for the young guys out there. The old guys thought I was speaking a foreign language. That was for the young guys tuned in. Gotta appease all viewers, the young and old. But I won't do that again. That sounded ridiculous. Just having some fun. Angara is a Hall of Fame level driver, and he's only in his 20s. Yeah. I know, I tend to think that, he's been around for so long, but I actually first met Davide Angaro in 2016. He was pretty popular back out in Europe, but when he came to the Worlds in 2016 in Vegas, that's when he really put his I don't know what I'm trying to say, but that's when he really put a kind of a stamp on watch me. I'm going to be a force to be reckoned with over the years. He made the A-main. You know, I don't think he did a whole lot with it, but everybody was blown away by the sheer speed and consistency of this young man. And then he goes on to win the next 3 in a row after that. So that was the first time I got to meet Davide. And he's going to have something to say for a 4th in a row. I don't know if that's ever been done. I'm not sure. I don't even know. I don't have I can Google. I'm not going to do that right now, but I don't know if anybody's ever won 3 world championships. Maybe the viewers at home, if you guys want to do some Google and some research, maybe ask ChatGPT. Has anybody ever won 3 1/8 scale IFMAR off-road world championships in a row, let alone 4, because he's going for the 4th. Right now he's 4/100ths of a second off of Fee Long's top 2 consecutive. And like I said, Fee was looking good out there in practice yesterday. And somebody asked this morning, like, who's one to watch? Who did you see in practice yesterday look really good? And I said both these drivers, and here they are up at the top.
Second, he's at a 110.7. Fenn third at a 111. Cavallari fourth at a 111. And Contreras Jr. at a 112. Fishback in the 6. Setzer 7. Savoya 8. Pavitas 9. Jeffries 10. And Bruce 11.
Yeah, great shot of that associated rig. Getting a little love from Jimmy right there. Letting them on by. That's what I would do. If I got somebody just, oh, watch it. Yeah, nothing like hitting a car upside down. No, you never know if that's going to tweak a shock shaft or bend a hinge pin. Take a little chunk out of the A-arm. Good to see he's still out there. But Fee Long, still your top seed here. Wow. That's impressive for Fee, man. I really enjoyed watching the progression of Fee. Literally one sportsman like 4 years ago at Silver State. And now he is shaking it up with the fastest drivers in the world. That's just incredible. So I don't think this is going to matter right here since Davide ran into that car upside down a lap ago. Yeah, Davide's done. So right now, Fee, your top seed with the final heat to go. Barufalo running second, Fenn third. Cavallari, a nice run, top 4 here with Renault Savoya in the 5. So Fee Long on a 109.1 with a 5. Ongaro 109.1 with a 9. So 4/100ths of a second separating my top 2. Still one more heat to go. I'm going to go third for this seeding group, but officially 8 for the round with another heat to go. Not quite the run he was looking for here with that e-buggy. When did the Nitro, Matt Nelson, when did the Nitro race classes race? A little later in the program, and we're going to end the program with the World class. So 24, 25, 26, and 27 will be the World class. But I can already hear some Nitro cars firing up over there and staging. So this has pretty much been all e-buggy so far this morning. And we're going to jump into some truggies, I'm assuming, next. I haven't looked at the heat sheet lineup here. I'm just assuming because I know we're ending with the Pro Nitro buggies. Now that I got a second, I can pull up old trusty Live RC right here, and I'll take a look at our seating round and what it looks like. I meant to do that earlier this morning, but I got here early, and the first thing I had to do was go out there and do a track walk for you guys. So we'll be showing that to you guys here a little bit later. We got some great interviews yesterday. We got a track walk in. So stay tuned, guys. We got some good stuff for you guys today and this weekend.
And number 9, Ryan.
Yeah, so we're going to get into some Nitro Truggy, like I assumed. I was right. Man, I'm on a roll this morning.
Here we go. Everybody's at their spots.
Brought to you by Red Bull.
2 minutes. Luke will be live in 2 minutes. Our final heat of Pro.
That's just what I had for breakfast this morning, so I'm running off pure caffeine and adrenaline. And your guys' excitement online. I appreciate you guys for tuning in, following along here. Had a fun morning out here with you guys. And we're going to hang out and just kind of literally just hang out and have some chat today. And as we get into qualifying, I'll focus more on the racing. Right now, we're just kind of hanging out, waiting for them to do 2 laps, and we're doing seating, and this is just going to show you what heat we're going to qualify in for the next day and a half. Yep, Truggies, Sportsman, and yes, and then race 16 through 27 will be all nitro buggies, Sportsman, intermediate. We got 40 plus. I think we got some 50 plus even thrown in there. I think they added a 50 plus class for this weekend. Let's see, do we have a 50 plus? Yes, we do. Got 2 heats, too. Great shot of the Techno banners out there, one of our event sponsors. Josh Alisi tuned in on Facebook. What's up, Big Josh? And the SoCal boys are packed into the chat here this morning. So I like to see, maybe Masami and his classes. Yeah, that's actually a great point. Prince of Oakland, I asked earlier, maybe has anybody ever won 3 IFMAR 1/8 scale off-road championships in a row? And somebody commented, Prince of Oakland. Maybe Masami, and I would agree if you guys have been in the career long enough. Masami, just absolute legend. I don't know what he did will ever be repeated, but Ongaro's taking a swing at it.
15 seconds, drivers, 15.
Yep, RC victory lane. Yes, Ongaro would be the second driver across all classes to win 4 world titles in a row with a win in September. There you go. Dakota would be faster if he'd go back to yellow wheels. I agree. And this is just my opinion. Yellow wheels, if you want to, maybe better for a hot lap, but if a more consistent run, I go white wheels. It's just my opinion. But yeah, I don't think Matrix runs yellow wheels, so he's made the switch over to white wheels for 10 scale and 8 scale. I mean, if that was me, I'd be breaking out the yellow dial and boiling up those wheels a little bit. I'll make them yellow. I'm sure we can find somebody to do that. It's 2026. False white wheels are faster. Yeah, that's an age-old discussion. We're not going to do it yet. I just gave my quick opinion. Let's go AZ Tim Lime. Yeah, rooting on his boy. Camden Lime was your 2026 Dirt Nitro champion out there at the DNC. In the e-buggy class, so you know, Cam got a little game with that War Cricket. Raise Hell, Mayfield getting some love. Matrix has yellow. Oh, they do. Maybe it was just a. Sometimes it's nice to just change things up a little bit. And Matrix does have yellow wheels. Matrix getting more popular out here in the USA. It hasn't been super popular. The tire's been around for a while, but it's getting more popular out here. So excuse my misinformation as far as knowledge on Matrix. It's newer to out here. So for us, I'm not going to have as much information as some of the tire brands that have been out here for a while. All right, we'll follow along with our second place driver, Jared Wiggins, and Spencer Rivkin out front on the 110.4. So Rivkin should be right here in the center section of the track. Let's try and find Ribby. Looks like he's working, maybe coming up to the front side straightaway now. We'll see if we can't get Lucas to follow. Yep, that's our leader down at the end of the straightaway now. Right into the big side triple. Is that an all-white body I see? Huh. Maybe trying something out new, different, unless we're just following wrong with the wrong car. But I heard the leader go across the line, so. I'm going to have to watch it for myself as he comes by. Yeah. Rocking the all-white body. Clear wing right there. Right now it's Mateo Bello. So, I don't like to toot my own horn, but some of the chat earlier said, hey, who was looking good out there in practice yesterday? And the 3 drivers I said have all been leading their heats. I said Ongaro, I said Mateo, and I said Phelan. So I was studying the racers out there yesterday course, we had a bunch of work to do and stuff, but I did a little homework. I did my homework. I'm a good boy. I got to bring you guys all the juice, you know? Can't just talk about pastrami sandwiches up here all day. I got to bring you guys the inside scoop and my professional opinion on what I'm seeing out here. And that's exactly what I plan to do. Spencer rocking the factory white right there. Yes, he is. It took me a second. I actually had to stand up and look out of my Live RC broadcast booth to make sure I was following along with the right car. And I was. It just took me, it caught me off guard because I saw him all day in his traditional colors yesterday. But maybe a little prototype body going on here. That's his associated teammate right there in front of him. Going to let him by there. Maybe gave him a little bit of trouble right there, but he gets by. Tobin Hammock tuning in on Facebook. We got Santa Barbara in the house. So I got Matea Noah, another, I believe Matea, one of our fast French drivers out here. Matea moving up to 4th for the round right here. So my top 5 here in seating with my final heat on the track, all a 109. I got 7 tenths, make that 5 drivers now. I got 5 drivers within 7 tenths of a second of each other. That's factory. So things winding down here. And I think we got some Nitro Truggy coming up. Let's try and find Mateo. Well, we're kind of running out of time right here. I'll do a little better on job on that. I want to get Bello a little bit of love up there. Should be coming up to the line, but they're done here now. So I'm just following around with Rivkin. He was my early race leader. I believe that's Bello. Let's see, where's Bello? Let's see if I can find him. Oh, maybe that was Bello in the white car. So maybe I had it backwards because Rivkin was my early race leader and then Bello was leading. So by the time I actually looked up and saw down the straightaway, I think we were following with Bello. So good job to our camera crew, Lucas. That was Bello in the all-white. So that was not Rivkin. I just got confused, which happens from time to time because I can't actually see the track until I stand up. But Rivkin was my early race leader, and then I heard the leader tone go going across the line. But that was Bello since he was leading the race. Rivkin going to go 2. Tebow 3, Noah 4, and Wiggins top 5. So Phelan, your top seed here. Mateo going to jump up to 3rd there on a 109.2. So I got a second between my top 3. Not even. 2 tenths. 1 tenth. 109.1, 109.1, and 109.2 between my top 3. So I got a little confused right there, which is not hard to do. We were following along with Bello right there, so that was not Rivkin in that all-white body from my understanding. That was my race leader, which had switched to Bello and then got a little confused right there. That'll happen. That will happen from time to time. Like I said, I'm not perfect. I'm going to make a few mistakes out there, and we're just going to roll with it, you know. Mattia's from Italy, S-Works driver, absolutely. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Polito. Yep, S-Works rocking Matrix tires right there. Of course, the Tech, T-Works, Mal Graphics. Driver out of Italy. Yeah, the Euros came to party this weekend. Man, it was full force. I was expecting some Europeans to make the trip over here, but I wasn't expecting them to all show up. Man, they came. Yeah, like they were in for it. Like, a trip to Texas in May, which is usually a little warmer. It's going to warm up at the end of the weekend, but perfect weather out here. And these guys are serious out here for a world championship. Sorry, top line. Yep, I'm not perfect. I'll be the first one to tell you, but I'm gonna do my best for you guys. Got me. Yep, yeah, I figured that out, Gavin. Yeah. Took me a second there because I'm in the broadcast booth and I can't actually see the cars running around. I'm behind two huge screens. I figured it out at the end.
1 minute, drivers.
Yep, that's my one mistake for the day. Now I got no more to waste. Got to be perfect from here on out. Yep, I agree. RC Victory Lane. Either that's just the body they brought, or they're running a prototype, or they only have one super nice painted body, and they might be saving those for the mains or qualifying so it doesn't get damaged. Who knows? There'd be a couple different reasons. All right, a little nitro truggy action. It's been the sewing machines all morning long out here. It's been all e-buggy so far for our first 10 races. We're going to jump into some intermediate nitro truggy, our first heat. One of one here. Oh, I know, top line. I know. I'm a perfectionist, so I expect to be a little better, than that. And usually I am, but I get confused. Yeah, man, I just expect then. It's like anything. The boys from Live RC hired me, and I expect to do an excellent job for them, but I will make mistakes. It's all good. It's all good. Dude, I'm all good for a good razz. So if you guys want to razz the race director or the announcer a little bit, go for it. I can take it. I'm a big boy. I'm going to give it right back just so you know, but I can take a little razz. I love it. Got to have a little fun with your life. Nobody's promised it tomorrow, so have a little fun today. Razz each other a little bit. Just show some love. Yeah, if you're giving me a hard time, I'm pretty sure you like me even more if you're giving me a hard time. That just lets me show you care. All right, I had to take the old sweatshirt off here. It's starting to warm up a little bit. It's going to be our warmest day out of the last 3 out here. We're scheduled for 81 degrees, some high humidity, and some showers in Hutto, Texas. Yeah, we're getting all 4 seasons here in the next 5 days. Well, we've been here since Wednesday.
Looks like one volunteer to the 5 chair, one volunteer to the 5 chair after this one. For anybody that can help me out, I'll need one volunteer.
Bring it, Tim. Bring it. All right, officially 145 in here. Looks like these guys all got 2 laps underneath their belt. I'll give you a little running. We got Tito out front. Evans, Duff, Mayers, Moore, Villalobos, Ortega, Smith, Tradardi, Wheeler. And it's like Neb not here yet, so might be coming later in the weekend or just a no-show here this morning. Tito on a 115 flat. It's our only heat here of intermediate nitro truggy.
Tyler Duff third, a 119, and Riley Myers, a 119. Miguel Villalobos with a 120 for his top two consecutive. 4:15 down, 45 seconds remaining. Once again, one volunteer to the 5 cone after this, one volunteer to the 5 cone after this.
Yeah, things winding down here in our only heat of intermediate nitro truggy.
Race 11 is on the track. Race number 12, have it ready. Coming up next, race 12, have it ready.
Yeah, Tito working up over that back triple and getting the bumper out here a little bit. On the leader. Beat it.
Donato Tradardi now going to move up into that 2 spot at a 116, only 1 second back.
Sam on the picture track. Where's the dog jump feature on the layout? Well, if you know, you know. I do not know, so you tell me. St. Louis in the house on the chat here. Yeah, leader getting a little impatient, working his way through the field, and getting the bumper out. Ah, dang it. Things winding down here. So Donato having some good runs out here this morning. I think he's top 3 in intermediate e-buggy, and going to go top 2 right here, it looks like, unless he can really finish out a burner here. He's about halfway through his lap. That's him, yeah. One truck back, yeah, that orange and yellow working into the Kyosho wall. Kyosho, one of our factory sponsors out here this weekend, so I got the big, beautiful red Kyosho wall for them. Just waiting on a couple more. Looks like just waiting on heat. So Tito going to be your top seed here. 2026, the Lone Star Challenge. All right, good run for Tito.
116.2, Heath Evans the 3 at a 117.5. Wade Moore will get the 4 at a 118.4, and Tyler Duff gets the 5 at a 119.3.
And Tradardi going to go in the 2, Evans, Moore, and Duff. That's my top 5 here. So only 10 of those trucks. See Mayfield and Lime walking off the track right there, sharing a little discussion. A couple Arizona boys. Who do you think's the fastest state as far as professional drivers in that state? Maybe I can have the chat help me out here. Who's the fastest state in the country? And I'm just meaning like who has the fastest professional drivers in that state. Arizona would definitely be close to the top of the board, you know, with Rivkin, Camden Lime, Mayfield. But who do you guys think? Maybe you guys will start a little chat here. Who's got the fastest professional drivers per state here in the U.S.? I'm sure you guys can come up with some good. But Arizona definitely up at the top of the board somewhere, or close to the top. Who's faster than Rivkin? And Truey lives out there now, old OG right there, fast guy. Camden, I mean, that's a pretty fast state right there. Yeah, Sean Avramov, yeah. Race RC with Sean. What's up, Big Sean? Says California got a bunch of super fast professionals out there in Cali. A lot of young fast racers out there, too. That's where Jermaine from, and Frankie Contreras Jr., and there's some real fast young racers out there in Southern California as well. The Cavalieri, Huntington Beach boy, Spokane, Washington. Yeah, Eric Lundville, of course he's going to say Spokane. Definitely Arizona, followed by California. Yeah. California would be up towards the top as well.
And he's not handicapped. He's just fine in my mind. Yeah. He's just got some challenges. But he's a normal, great dude.
Leonard tuned in from Hawaii. Tuned in. I want to give a little shout out to Benton Tabata, the owner of Sand Island RC out there in Oahu. They do some club racing, I think once a month out there on Sundays at Sand Island. So a little shout out, throwing up the shakas for the Hawaiian boys.
Jonathan Bunting at the 3, and then unfortunately
This is our first and only heat of Sportsman Nitro Truggy getting ready to roll them out. We're almost halfway through our seating round here.
1 minute drivers till your loop is live. 1 minute till your
So we're looking at about 4 hours per round, 4.5 with maybe a little break and blowing off the track and stuff. So we started at 9. That's 10, 11, 12, 1:30 we'll call, and then 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30. Yeah, so about 6 p.m. finish time out here tonight, which would be nice. I don't know how long they're going to take the break after the round one, and how much track maintenance they're going to do, but shouldn't be too late of a day out here on a seeding morning and a round one qualifying evening. And then we'll do 2 rounds of qualifying tomorrow, and depending, Jimmy Babcock will do the math on how long the mains day will be, so for sure 2 rounds of qualifying tomorrow, and potentially some lower mains. I know he's a stickler. He's old school. He likes to keep the mains for Sunday, but if we have a really long Sunday after he does the math for the mains on Sunday, he'll knock out a few lower mains. With only 300 plus entries, I think we're around 315 entries out here today, this weekend. So I'm assuming we'll just be 2 rounds of qualifying tomorrow. All main events on Sunday, but don't hold me to it. Michigan has produced a lot of fast racers. That is true. Yeah, Michigan's got some fast racers. There is no doubt about that. Yeah, Illinois got some rippers too. A lot of really fast carpet guys as well. Ohio, Michigan has produced a lot of racers. Thanks for tuning in, Top Line RC. Go get those errands done and go get some track time as well. Yeah, he's a ripper. Top Line RC is down for the cause. Yeah, a lot of Arizona's being thrown in there. I mean, you can plead your case for some other states, but Arizona might have that one. Arizona might have that. Yeah, Cali got some rippers too. Then, of course, the Drake, Cab, couple OGs. A lot of young fast drivers out there in California as well. Joey Bropolino tuned in. Boogity, 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 he says. Joey got himself a brand new baby boy at the house, about 4 weeks old. So Joey actually came out and did some racing with us on Tuesday. The wife's been stuck at home with him and probably said, please go out and race your RC cars. But congratulations to Joey Avellino. Brand new baby boy at the house. That's his second boy right there. And I cannot wait to be a father. So proud of you, Joey, and congratulations. Working on my first one right now. Miner's Treasure has a good question in the chat. I know I'm going to get slammed, but why does Nitro have to be so complicated to tune? Well, I think the easy explanation on that is that it's got a carburetor still. I don't know if it's the fuel they use or why, or maybe the expense, but maybe somebody with a little more knowledge than myself. You know, how come we don't see electronic fuel injection? There would be little to no tuning. My best guess is probably the nitro burning methane fuel we use. I don't know. I'd like a little help on that. So maybe one of the OGs in the chat can help me out here. Why are we still running carburetors on these nitro cars? I mean, they're Miner's Treasure, not wrong. You know, these guys they got a carburetor on them, and if it gets hotter or colder, or the humidity goes up or down, or obviously elevation plays a huge key with carburetors. You know, riding motorcycles my whole life and stuff. If we went up and we'd have to rejet the carburetor and stuff, and you know, we're still using carburetors here in these cars. Is there a specific reason why, or is it Somebody help me out here a little bit, because I've been wondering the same thing. Great question from Miners Treasures. Miners was on the chat out in New Hampshire when I was doing the carpet race a couple weeks ago. And a great question from Miners. Maybe it's somebody with a little more nitro knowledge. I've raced off nitro for many years, but why are we still using carburetors on these things? Somebody give me a little more detailed explanation. That would be awesome. And I think it'd be good. That's a great question for the chat right there. We should get a couple different answers right there, but I have my best guesses. I'd like to know officially. We got Mark Robinson. That's Jermaine's dad out there. And the apple didn't fall far from the tree in the Robinson racing family. That's the dad of the birthday boy out there, and then the youngster Reed Saunders, one of the Arizona natives, Newman Dent, Jonathan Bunting, my top 5, Vasquez, Peterkin, Bell, no Rodriguez, and no Big Rick. Big Rick, the Northern California homie from Empire RC, now living out in Oklahoma. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it's Oklahoma. Just built a track out there, had Anthony Westergaard from Factory Tracks out there building a new layout. And they're sending the driver's stand from Empire RC out there, so stay tuned. Big Rick may have some big news coming for us here, Stan.
Oh, backside. That's right. There we go.
Did I get fried clams? You know, I did not. I had myself a nice lobster roll. I was all business in New Hampshire, unfortunately. We didn't go out for too much of the local cuisine, which I love doing when I'm on the road. I like to eat at the local cuisine and see, you know, what the locals are eating and stuff. I think I missed that. I missed out on that one for sure. We had some local seafood, but we didn't. We were all business and ate quick, and went back to the hotel room, and we were all business that weekend. It is the most cost-effective way to run these little engines, I would think. Yep, I agree. That and everyone be upset about price and fuel injection. I mean, the motors, for a motor and a pipe combo, it's already $1,000. Let's make it $1,500 and get EFI. To me, that $500 is justified to not have to tune your engine every hour. So I would be fine with the justification of making a higher price. You're already at $1,000 for a motor and engine combo and pipe combo. That's F1 will require an ECU, which adds complexity and cost plus weight. Yep. That's why I'm asking you guys. I think it's a few different reasons. Mark Robinson, your top seed here. That'll feel good for Big Mark. From Jermaine, you know, he's got a little game too.
8, 10, 11, and 12. 3, 8, 10, 11, and 12. So anybody that can help me out?
Prince of Oakland, Mark and wife used to bring Jermaine to the track in a stroller at Union City. I believe that.
So we might be on hold for a
great shot right here of the pits. These guys
the
looking pretty mellow in the pits right here. Usually it's a little more thrash and dash, but these guys are pretty mellow right here. That's going to ramp up as the weekend goes. See a couple of the Infinity guys working on some rides. We're talking a little RC chat right here.
Got the 12 covered now. And 10 is
It might be, I think that might be Yao Figueredo right there. Working with some of the racers out there, talking to him. That's what I expect to see. Yeah. Push those shocks up and down. How's that feel?
It looks like 8 is covered. Thank you. That was a lot easier than I thought. Thanks to you guys for coming out. Much
That's what I expect in the pits, you know. They're talking race talk. It's actually one of my favorite things about going out and having some dinners with the racers. You actually talk about them and their life and, you know, their careers and stuff. When you're at the racetrack, it's all about what pinion you're using, what springs, you know, what diff fluid. That's the talk when you're at the track. But when you're away from the track, nothing better than getting away from the track with your racers and really kind of hunkering down on some nice conversation. Getting to know your fellow racers that you've been racing with and talking RC with for 10 years. But you really get to know them when you go out to dinner and share Airbnbs and stuff with them. But at the track, it's all race talk. What color springs you got back there, bro?
But expect to be together in qualifying as well. The 40 plus and intermediate E-truck, no check from James Sublette.
Yeah, Miners killed it. Great question. I've always wondered the same thing. So you were just, get out of my brain. Miners treasures. All up inside my head this morning. That was a great question. I've always kind of wondered the same thing. I assumed it came down to affordability and technology, and obviously going to be a little heavier. But I mean, a Truggy already weighs 9 pounds plus, so might as well. What's another half pound?
45 seconds till your loop is live.
You're good. Ask away, especially on a seating round here. We're in the chat more than we're on the racing. I'm going to jump a little bit back and forth. We're going to focus a little more on the racing aspect here once we get into qualifying. We're just a little shake and bake on a Friday morning in Hutto, Texas.
15. That Tyler? All right, get out there, Tyler. You made it. Less than 5. Loop will be live in less than 5. Loop is live. Here we go. You can go anytime you want. Your clock starts when your car hits the loop, the white line at pit lane entrance.
Oh, we got Smiley Hen and Paul Scholes here in this one. Those guys are pitting together. Longtime travelers all over the country. They come out, hang out with us at DNC every year. It's always good to see my boys Paul and Smiley Hen out west. And now I'm in their backyard this weekend. They didn't even take me out for a nice dinner yet either. Bummer. So a little shout out for the boys, dude. A couple of the most positive guys out here in Texas. And they're rippers too. They're absolutely rippers. Now we're in their wheelhouse now.
All right, waiting for everybody to come back for lap 2, and we'll have your running order.
Shout out for the boys. Bragging rights on the line too. We're following along here with Smiley. Oh, it's a good thing the marshal wasn't sitting close to that chair. That would have been close. Only 2 drivers got 2 laps in the books, so I'll give you guys a full running order here in just a minute. Yeah, Tim Line says maybe 2,000-ish if you had a full EFI package for these motors. Is that justified? Would you guys pay for that? I mean, we already have $10,000 worth of RC stuff in the house. Maybe more, some of us. Would you guys pay if you never had to tune your RC car again? You pay that $2,000 for that package.
40 plus with Ricardo Fausch in second, Paul Scholes third. Keith Evans leading the way for the intermediate boys with Riley in second, Neb running third for the intermediates.
Paul, a New Orleans native, I believe. Oh, I'll have to ask him. Following along with our race leader. Thanks, Smiley on a bit of a long lap here. Down the front straightaway about. So I asked Jason Glass, who's the track manager out here at Thornhill Racing Circuit, I asked him what the dimensions were of this place. He said about 200 by 125, if I remember correctly. So that front straightaway about 150, 160 feet. It's a big one. That big layout too. It looks a little smaller on the camera. This track is big. What a beautiful facility out here for Chris Allison and the Thornhill crew. Hence the reason why they're going to host the Worlds this year. Oh, under the G Racing banners right there for one of the racers. A little G Racing action right there. This is our Joey's event sponsor out here. So, of course, Live RC, we got our sponsors, A-Main, Techno, One Up Racing, and J Concepts. And then a Dirt. Joey has his own sponsors as well. His event sponsor for the dirt racing here at the 2026 Lone Star Challenge, the World Warmup, G Racing, Techno, Kyosho, A-Main, and the JBRL, Jimmy Babcock Racing League. Oh, it's nice out today. It's been a little chilly the last few days, and I've been talking with some of the locals saying it's been colder than a normal May would be out here. But 81 today, 87 tomorrow, and then 89 and pretty high humidity, 70, 80% humidity on Sunday. So we're not going to escape the heat all weekend, but it's been nice the last few days. I like a little gloom and cool weather. The heat will be here for the weekend. We got Big Teddy tuned in, one of my Florida racers. What up, Teddy? Shreddy Teddy in the chat, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, time is expired on the master clock. Everyone keep on racing so your name is called. Jackson, you're done. Neb, you're done. Those are the only two.
And I got Hen, Evans, Sublick, Evans. Paul Scholl's going top 5 right here. So looks like Paul Scholl's buying tacos from the taco truck. Yeah, one of the cool little LED whips right there. It's like a full side-by-side whip right there. All right, this one winding down here.
And that's the race. Everybody is done. So it'll be for your 40 plus. It'll be Smiley Hen with a 118-1. Your winner, James Sublette second at a 121.
All right, as you guys can see on the scene, the 2026 IFMAR World Championships coming up later this year at the beautiful Thornhill Racing Circuit in Hutto, Texas. That'll be September 26th to October 3rd. So mark your calendars, boys and girls. It is going down. It's been since 2016, so 10 years since the USA has hosted a Worlds event out here. And I expect you guys to all be tuned in to Live RC for the duration of that race. I'm fired up here. And we're going to see if the Angaro can go 4 out of 4 for the last. Oh, man, what a feat that would be. So don't forget, guys, check it all the racing action at Live RC. It'll be September 26th through October 3rd. You guys know where to tune in. Check out all the racing action.
So once again, we're on hold, guys. We need one volunteer from the pit area. You'll hear that a lot, especially right after this one. There's only 8 drivers coming up in this one here, so another 4 after this one. So once again, if you want to get done and get to dinner at a decent hour, jump out there. These races are only 5 minutes long, so jump out there and help us out. And it looks like we got somebody to help us. Thank you. I appreciate you very much. Let's go ahead and roll them out, guys, for your 2-minute warm-up. Roll them out.
Yeah, we got the guys on it. They're going to brighten up that camera a little bit. On our end, our screen looks fine, but I'm watching the broadcast on my phone. And you're right, it does look a little dark, so we're going to make the adjustment here, guys. We're a work in progress. It is our first day of broadcasting out here for our seating round, so we're working our way through the kinks, and we're gonna make it all dialed up for you guys and bring the racing action for you. We're perfectionists, so we're going to get it right here. You set everything up and you turn it all on, and it looks good on one end. And I'm noticing on my feed it does look a little dark, so we're gonna dial that up for you guys. I got the mics turned up a little bit. We're gonna get the camera brightened up a little bit, and We're going to bring you guys the best racing action in the RC world, brought to you by Live RC. I want to give a shout out to the Live RC crew back in Wisconsin. We got Big Cam, we got Eric, we got Brandon Rode off the top of my head, and the rest of the Live RC crew back in Wisconsin. So appreciate you guys. Of course, Lucas, Sam, and myself, Sean Sexy Leg Miller. We're here at the race this weekend. But just a big shout out to everybody. It's just us three here this weekend, but a lot of work goes on behind the scenes in Wisconsin at the headquarters for Live RC. So just wanted to give everybody over at Live RC headquarters a little shout out.
Nothing, no unknown transponder, nothing's popping up whatsoever. Well, I got a transponder for Ricardo Fausch. Is that you? Ricardo Fausch? Maybe 15 seconds, guys. Ricardo was in the last race, so I thought it was him, but not that it matters. You're in the A qualifier anyway, less than 5.
Ewa Beach, Hawaii. On-road racer, Donald Silva.
Go.
Silva tuned in. Turning up that contrast a little bit. That's looking a little better there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're getting things dialed in here on a Friday morning. Oh, I can smell the taco truck, Sam. Ah, making my mouth water. Taco truck is getting fired up out here, and then somebody rolled in on a flatbed. A huge smoker, so I'm guessing we're getting a little Texas barbecue. Had some nice seafood in New Hampshire a couple weeks ago, and in Texas, you know, they're all about that barbecue.
Come by for lap 1, or lap 2 rather, and we'll give you the running order.
Right. Get a little toasty here in the broadcast booth. I don't know if it's just, you know, me and Sam in here heating things up. All that mouth breathing we got going on. There we go. Get the little AC going in here. Hey, they got to keep the Live RC boys happy. Bring you guys all the action out here. Right now we got Wade Moore on a 117.7, Mike Batal. Like I said, Mike always super fast, no matter where he's racing, whether it's high bite, low grip, bumpy. Always one to be contested, but only got one practice round. Of course, got to pay the bills, so he had to work yesterday, showed up with about 15 minutes left in open practice, got one practice lap, so he will be one to watch as the weekend goes on. And I expect him to be up at the front of the field in all classes he races in, as usual. But it's he's still learning the track right here and dialing in the setup. He races out here quite a bit, so it shouldn't take too long. He just needs laps. That's all he needs. Rodriguez, Grantham, Geary, Reese, Morrow, and William Bell. My top 8 here. So just about through the halfway point of the program. Race 13 and a half would have been halfway through race 13 would have been the exact halfway part through the program. This is just a seating round here on a Friday morning, and then we're going to take a small break, do some track prep, and we will run our first round of qualifying, IFMAR qualifying style. So it'll be the full 5-minute run. That'll be for every class except for World's Nitro Buggy. They're going to go 10 minutes just like they do at the qualifying for the World. So we're going to get a little taste of the action of what we're expecting at the Worlds in the Worlds class with 10-minute qualifiers. I think I have 3 or 4 heats. I'll have to double check. I know we had about 50 racers. So 15 and 15 would be 3. So they might have stretched it out into 4 groups. Let's see here. Yeah. 24, 25, 26, and 27. Yep, 4 heats. Coach Tony Squall is tuned in. What's up, big coach? Not sure if he's back up with the family up in the Northwest. I think he is. One of the helping hands down there at the dirt. Long-time racer in Southern California, but he's got some family that lives up in the Northwest. He likes to take some time through the summer, and he grabs the RV, and he goes up there for a couple months, does some racing out there, and helps out the kids. What up, coach? No better barbecue than Texas. Fight me. I'd have to agree. Of course, there's good barbecue everywhere, but it's a staple out here in the Lone Star State. My homie Ethan Martinez in the Facebook chat. What up, Ethan? Fun fact that every year that Ethan comes out, even if he's not racing the Silver State, we came up with our own point system, and we try and pick our 4 winners for the 4 major classes every year at Silver State. Pro Electric Buggy, Pro Nitro Buggy, Pro Nitro Truck, and Pro E-Truck. And then we have a point system, and whoever has the lowest points at the end of the week gets bragging rights between Ethan and I. All right, Wade Moore, 17.7. Got up by about 3/10 right there over Mike Vitale. I got a feeling he'll be one to have to say something about that when qualifying run comes around. We'll see pit stops in the World's class, Sean. I mean, yes. Most racers in the world are going to have to pit stop in 10 minutes. But there is a but. Drake has been known to go 10. Dakota Fenn has been known to push a 10-minute run. So if you can do it, do it. It all matters on temperature and the track and how much you're full throttling. How lean or fat your car is. You're going to have to lean that thing out. Like when you see Drake do a 10-minute run, you don't see any smoke pouring out of that side pipe. So it is doable. And I'm going to be watching to see if anybody goes 10. I'll be definitely watching Drake and see if anybody else tries to stretch it out for 10 in those 10-minute qualifiers, because we all know a pit stop's good for about 6 to 8 seconds, sometimes faster, sometimes slower, depending on bumps going into pit lane, traffic in pit lane, and the exit of pit lane. So you could save yourself anywhere from 6 to 8 seconds, we'll call it, by skipping that. Not very many drivers at that level going that fast can go 10, but we're going to find out in our first round of qualifying coming up later this evening. Most people are going to stop. I'm just letting you know right now, but there's going to be a couple guys out there that can try and stretch it out.
Until people get desperate. So volunteers from the track, if Joey's available, or 9 and 10. Derek Tarrant going to help us out. Used to be one of my local boys back in Cali, but he was smart and got out of there. One more at the
10 minutes easily. Yeah, for some, easier said than done.
Thank you, sir, and the Mayako shirt. Appreciate that. All right,
I drive with way too much throttle. I don't know if I've ever gone 10 with a nitro car.
4.5 hours per round, so we're looking at about 9 hours with a little bit of a break.
I'd say about 90%, 95% of the racer is going to go pit stop. You're going to have a couple gamblers out here in Texas this weekend.
Take about a 15-minute break between seating. I'll have enough time to post those sheets again.
I'm curious to see. I'm going to watch Drake. I know He is world renowned for going 10. Let's see if he can do it here. Coming up later in the round. We're on race 15 to 27. Race 24 will be our first heat of 4 for the World's Nitro class. So running through some electric truggy and nitro truggy classes. We're going to end our round with all of our nitro buggy classes.
Getting ready to go here for race number 15.
Scott Painter not checking, Corey Cochran not checking. This is Sportsman Electric Truck race 15. 40 seconds, drivers, 4-0. There's Nick.
Actually, Ethan, you are wrong. Ethan going for Angara this weekend. If it was a top 3 consecutive, actually, I got to ask Jimmy. I know he said for the Nitro class we're doing top 3 because those are longer heats. I wonder if they're doing top 3 or top 2 for the e-buggy class. I'm going to call him real quick so I can get clarified. If it was top 3, it'd be Angara. If it was top 2, it was Phelon. But I don't want to give you guys misinformation. And I only asked him about the Nitro class since it was 10. He did not specify if it was top 2. I could have sworn he said all classes but Pro, the Pro Nitro Buggy Worlds class will be top 2 consecutive. I'm not sure if he said all classes but the pros, and that's including e-buggy. So give me a second. I'm going to give him a call and pick his brain a little bit because I want to have the correct information for you guys. I thought it was 2. I'm going to find out here real quick. Stand by. All right, so it's been confirmed. I did have it correct. All classes will be top 2 consecutive here in seating, except for the Pro World class, Pro Nitro Buggy World class. So Phelong is actually your top seed, going off of your top 2. And every class here in seating will be 5 minutes, just like qualifying, except for the Pro World. We're going to go 10 for them, even here in seating, and that's why we're doing top 3 consecutive just for the World's Nitro Buggy class. So seating will be 10, qualifying will be 10 for them, and 5 for everybody else, trying to match the IFMAR time that they would do for their qualifying. And we're going to do top 3 consecutive just for that one class. Everybody else in seating and qualifying, well, not qualifying, in seating will be your best 2 consecutive, including the Pro e-buggy class. So I had it right. I just wanted to call the boss man, Jay Beasy, and just make sure I'm giving you guys the right info. That's kind of important, you know.
40 plus Nitro Buggy coming up next. 40 plus Nitro Buggy coming up next.
All right, got Castillo, Jimenez, Newman, Jackson, and Bobby M. That's my top 5. Sellard 6, Williams. Oh boy, we're gonna need a ton of turn marshals after this. We got 5 no-shows. Jimenez on a 123.6 and Castillo 128. 124.8. That would be second right there. So a nice little just over a second here, and that's only for 2 consecutive laps. So the minutes. Getting her done. There that's the orange and silver truck right here. Black lane, white wheels. Another Kyosho double trouble. No, double trouble's out front. That's just the Kyosho rhythm section. That might not be him. Yep, I think that's the blue track. One truck back. There we go. The boys are on it.
Joe Jackson running 4, and Montmany running top 5, Sellard 6, Williams 7, and Cochran in the 8 getting back out there. 1 minute left. 4 down, 1 to go, drivers. No Gage Murray. He was off the track after 1 lap. Lilly not here till later. Ty not here at all, and Scott Painter not sure.
Oh, I got you. Yep, I'm answering the questions about electric run times. I didn't see that one since I'm focusing on the screen and jumping back and forth. He was just answering a question. Yes, thanks, Jerry K, for the clarification. I just looked over and saw that. I thought you were referring to what I was talking about. But it's all good. Yep, there's going to be chats with me going on and just side chats going on with just each other in the chat as well. So, where's the jamming trucks at? I don't know. Call Chad Bradley. See if he's got some. He's got to have old jamming at the house, right? Yeah, on the shelf collecting dust, no doubt. Those jammers were popular back in the day, too. Oh, it looked like Adam maybe thought he was done. He was kind of peeling off towards pit lane, and then he realized, I didn't hear my name called. So a little correction of the wheel back to the left. Going to take another little lap here and get a little more live RC time here with Lucas.
Jackson done, Montmany done.
Has Thornhill repaired the 110 scale track? Nope, that is the under the cover pits now. So no more 110. Actually, our live RC broadcast is in the announcer's booth for the old 110 scale track here at Thornhill, but that is the covered pit area. Yep, so that's the announcer's booth for the 110 scale pit. Lucas hooking up the shot right there. Good thing I combed my hair this morning. I wasn't expecting to be on camera this early in the morning, but Lucas dialed it up here. All right, that's a wrap for Sports and Electric Truggy. You can see Mayfield thrashing in the pits right there. It's like Jared Wiggins maybe to his left, and then the wife, Katie. Right there in front of him. See some of the Mayako drivers. Yeah, that's a Techno team right there. You can see Deanna Eichenberger with her boyfriend Spencer Heckert. Is that Van Dalen over there? I can't tell. My eyes aren't that good. Yeah, a little thrash and dash in the pits. Great shot right there. I like that. That's one of our still cams. Notch Johnson tuned in on the chat. What up, Big Notch? Coming off a big weekend last weekend in Paris, California. Yep, you got it right, Notch. Your very own. Getting it done here in the live RC broadcast booth.
So I'm missing my 12 of Corey Cochran.
Avelina, look, Mom on camera. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but you know, Racer had mentioned the 10 scale track, and we were sitting up here. And Lucas caught me. Yep, we're in the booth at the end, and it's not a huge timing town. I'm very thankful to be out of the elements. You know, it could be a little rain today, and especially when you're announcing for 12 hours a day, like I'm going to be doing over the next 3 days. It's nice to be out of the nitro fumes. You know, a little rough on the voice, and you're kind of away from the nitro sounds. And I'm very thankful to have a booth. It is a small booth, but very thankful at the same time to be out of the elements. So, you know, naturally have broad shoulders. So Sam and I are just, we're in tight quarters right here.
Thank you once again.
Better than the alternative. Yeah, I got no problem with it. I'm used to being in my little she shed at the races. Usually I'm in the announcer's booth race directing with Jimmy, but yeah, this is our chicken coop for the weekend. Jerry K1. Mayfield hiding his test car. Yeah, possibly, you know. All these drivers at that level are going to be running prototype parts and option parts that are not available to us squids, you know. But the pros, they always got something to hide out there with those cars. You know, they're working on the future parts and race cars. I have to go ask him and see what the haps is. And maybe he's rocking a new car. I know the Techno's been coming out with a lot of new option parts. So you guys can do the math. I assume there's a new one on the way. Got new shorter shocks and new A-arms and new blocks and all sorts of stuff. So, and that goes for every company, not just Techno. All manufacturers are always besting what they have out there on their platform and working on things and producing new parts. And they get to run them all and test them all and give them their R&D and let them know how things are working. And then we find them on the cars for us, then the public, a year or two later. That's no secret. That's been going on in all forms of racing for many years. Thanks, Notch. I appreciate that, man. Having a blast up here working for Live RC. And I totally dig being up in here. And it's a lot less stressful than being a racer. I'm sure you can agree with that. You know, when you're in the timing tower running a race, you know, it's you got to watch every single lap and everybody's transponders and the decoder. And anything that goes wrong, it's automatically your fault. And you're like a conductor of a choir, or you're just definitely you're conducting the event. Your race is as good as your race director is. So to all race promoters out there, never short out on a good race director. You know, everybody's always on a money crunch and running events, and it's expensive. But man, your race director, that should not be one being shorted on. That's the difference between an awesome event and a not. You know, so always go out there and break out that wall and have a good race director come in and run your events, because that is pretty much the existence of how good that event is going to be. It all starts right up there in the race director's booth on the mic. You know, they're the director up there. Makes a huge difference.
The official heat, so about 15 or 20 minute break after race 27.
All right, first heat of 2, 40 plus nitro buggy. Following Mike Patel right here. A double through the 4-pack. I'll have to go talk with Kurt Kellum. I said, dude, what made you want to send that quad? Of course, you can't do that in the nitro buggy. I've seen the nitro buggies doing the triple into that 4-pack. Kellum, the first one of the weekend that I saw, doesn't mean it's the official, but. And it was even on Live RC camera, so he's going to have to go back and check out that airtime right there. I got the king, Richard Saxton, out here working with all the Team Associated boys alongside with BT. But just like I do at a lot of the events, I like to bring an RC car and race. There we go. There's the king, rocking the traditional red body. That's not always been his paint job, but, you know. When he's on the clock, he doesn't have to. If he was not working an event, he'd be having that Scotty Foy painted body on his ride. But, you know, he comes out here and works a lot of these nitro events all around the country and all around the world for that matter. He wants to play a little bit too. Yeah, got to bring at least race one class, you know, maybe two. It's a little easier at Silver State and DNC because the E-Truggy and Nitro Buggies are on one day, and then the E-Buggies and the Nitro Trucks are on a different day. It really opens up the door for more options right there to run a couple classes. But this weekend looks like Rich just picking one class out there. He's showing the the young guns that they preach to each and every day for Team AE. That King's been around a long time and he knows his stuff. Now Kurt Kellum taking over the race lead. Mike Patel 2, Lobos 3, Saxton in the 4, Matt Sistrunk, Jimenez, Tung, Grantham, Trardardi, Morrow, and Sublet at top 11. Yeah, Saxton, no stranger to the promoter game. I believe, I'll have to talk to Joey about this, but I believe he was actually the creator of Silver State in Las Vegas many years ago. And RC Victory Lane saying Saxton was the promoter for the 2000 Worlds in Vegas. So, a native of Vegas, now in Lake Forest, California, but longtime native of Vegas. So that doesn't surprise me, not in the slightest. Count 117.5. That's 1.8 seconds faster than Patel. That's only for 2 laps. Maybe Kellum is doing the quad in Nitro. Let's see if we can't find. We're still following along with. Let's see if we can't find Kurt. Kurt should be coming up to the straightaway here any second. Yep, I think that's him across the line. Yep, right there with Reggie. So that's my top 2 working into the right side triple with a lapper in between. Oh, Kellum. Kellum's off the track over there, so we're going to follow along with Reggie here. You guys want to hear a fun fact about Reggie Tung? Ex-professional NFL player. He played from 1996 to 2005. He played 10 seasons for the Kansas City Chiefs, Seattle Seahawks, New York Jets, and, of course, my Oakland Raiders. So, Reggie, 10 years in as a professional. He played defense. He's on the defense. Offense gets all the glory, but defense has all the fun. They're out there cracking skulls. So, Reggie, ex-Raider right there. I love to hear that. Oh, getting a little bit wrong right there. Just going to muscle his way over the pipe, as a DB would. 676 tackles in his career. He had 15 interceptions, 12 forced fumbles, 4 defensive touchdowns, and 9.5 sacks for Reggie. He made his way out of Alaska, believe it or not, Fairbanks, Alaska, and went to high school at Fairbanks Lathrop High. And then played, he was an Oregon Duck. He played his college up in Oregon.
We have one left on the track, so we'll see who this is.
Yep, I'd have to agree with Pixel.
All right. Looks like that's going to do it. So it'll be Kurt Kellum, your winner, 150.
Besides myself, but I'm not racing this weekend. Keeping it old school. It's like no finish for Kellum as he was off the track there on the last lap by the Techno banners. But he's going to hang on to it. Reggie Tung going to go 2, Mike Patel 3, Everett Lobos in the number 4 spot. Lobos a traveler. He is all over the country. He's all over the world. Not sure what he's driving for cars anymore. He switches quite a bit. I know he's on TZO tires. Now there's the J&T Bearing Co., the man, the myth, the legend. Tyler Brown, owner of also JT Bearing Co., and then, which they have all sorts of different stuff, so check out JT Bearing Co. online, and ProMotion Tires. Like they're gluing up some freshies. Yep, that's Scott. No, that's Hecker, Spencer. You see Paul Wynn right there with J Concepts. Oh, battle of the tires in the pits. Look at Paul. Is he checking out those promotions, trying to see what they're doing? Yeah, you got to keep your eye on your competition, you know.
Yep, okay, thank you. He's going to talk to the king. All right, we got... Yep, Matt's down
Oh, Miner's Treasure with a wonderful fun fact right here. Check this out. Fun fact. You know I'm always good for a few fun facts over the weekend. John Elway played one season for the feeder team of the New York Yankees. So probably single A, double A, or triple A. Before deciding to play football, he was going to the New York Yankees. You know what? I knew that. I didn't know what team he played for, but I know he, believe it or not, Tom Brady also could have been signed to play professional ball. Chose football. Tone was one of the top safeties of his era. Yeah, when you have almost 700 tackles and 4 defensive touchdowns, a ton of interceptions. I mean, Reggie Tone. You better be nice to Reggie, man. You don't play around. Yeah, if you play on a defense in a professional football league, you are one tough son of a gun. Second heat of 40-plus Nitro Buggy. Rolling them out. Check your man. Man, the chat coming up with some good questions, good answers. It's following along, dude. This is what I like. Yeah, they're coming up with all the good knowledge. Jeff Good said, I mentioned the Raiders and he crashed. Yeah. That goes for suit. I've been a Raiders fan my whole life, and we've been pretty bad the last 20 years. But there's a big but. Kubiak and what the Raiders are doing in this offseason. I finally see a little light at the end of the tunnel. The Raiders have finally, every year we get all excited and it just doesn't work out. This year feels different for us Raiders fans. So we got a little something brewing. A ton of young players. Great young quarterback we just got, Fernando Mendoza from Indiana, and Kubiak is very well liked and respected offensive coach. He's not the offensive coach. He is just a offensive-minded head coach right there. And that's kind of what you need in professional football. I'm excited, man. The Raiders finally got things turned around. It's been 20 years since we've been good. We got Lefty tuning in on the chat. We got the No Name RC podcast in the house. He's on the Facebook. What up, Lefty? Hopefully he's got a little weekend off. He's one of the Iron Man in RC. He runs Lead RC. And does race directing and got his own broadcast company now. He's tuned in here to Live RC, checking out some action here. And Lefty, in case you're just tuning in, our World's Classes will be the last four races here in our first round, and only round of seeding, and then we'll jump into our first round of qualifying just about after lunchtime. I'm looking at about 4 hours around, give or take. Oh, yeah, dude, Bo Jackson was a beast. Bo knows Bo. There you go. We're following along with Mr. Adam Drake getting some track time here in the 40-plus Nitro Buggy class. Right now, out front, 112.9. So let me know, who you guys think going to try and go 10? My pick to go 10 in the 10-minute seeding and 10-minute qualifying effort is going to be the Drake. No better time to try it than in your first round of seeding, since Jimmy's going to give them 10 minutes for their seeding round, trying to dial up that ride for the 10-minute run. And we're only going to take your top 3 consecutive, so you might as well go for 10 in seeding. So obviously this is only his 40-plus 5-minute seeding round, but I'm curious to see if Drake's going to try and pull out the 10. If I was a betting man, I got money on it. He's going to go 10. Who do you guys think is going to try and go 10 here in the Pro Worlds class for Nitro Buggy? That's my pick. Santos Rodriguez in the 2. Chicky rocking the X-Ray in the 3. Moore 4. Darby 5. Jan in the 6. Geary 7. Reese Zambato and Hen rounding out my field.
my second heat. So Kellum in the last seeding group, a 115.9. Good enough for 2 for the preceding group. Miners, Treasures, I've been a Cowboys fan. Oh, I feel your pain. I'm right there with you. Now maybe in the market for a change. Win 1, lose 3, and lose 2 gets old. Yeah.
Fast lap of the race.
3:30 down, 1:30 to go here. Running on our back half of our first and only round of seeding here. The 13th annual 2026 Lonestar Challenge. Beautiful Hutto, Texas. And it's the world's warm-up. 20 of the top 25 Pro Nitro buggy racers in the house out here. I knew we were going to get some. I don't know if I was expecting 20 of the top 25 to be here. I know the Killick's not here. Perriente's not here. I'm sure there's a couple more I'm missing. Just trying to think off the top of my head. And as I say that, Burkan, give a little shout out to Burkan Killich. They're in the Facebook chat right here. So, where are you boys at? Yep, RC Victory Lane. Finn had a 10-minute run when they ran nationals here. Yeah. Actually, that was the other name I mentioned that if I was going to be a betting man, to go 10. Drake for sure, we all know he can do it, but Finn also has some pretty stellar fuel mileage. Oh, tow truck service.
Another car here as he's trying to make his way through. Although this lap for both of those vehicles won't matter, as you need 2 consecutive. Running out of time in this one. Everybody keep on racing until your name is called. Time has expired on the master clock. Keep racing. Race 18, have them ready. 50 plus nitro buggy. Looks like we need a couple volunteers to the 11 and 12 on the left side. That'll be a theme going forward all day long. So Rodriguez,
Yeah, Drake dialing up that triple through the 4-pack right there. I like that line. You're going to see a lot of that. Rare mistake out of the Drake right there. He's going to be your top seed no matter what. Got it by about 3.5 seconds here over the next fastest.
Adam Drake, you're done. Dan Henny, you're done.
Yeah, Lutz isn't here for some reason. I was thinking the same thing yesterday. I did not see Lutz out in the pits, and that was a bit of a surprise. But we all have different obligations and different reasons why we're not here. But I was a little surprised to not see Lutz here this weekend.
Looks like Zumbato and Reese are off, just waiting on Darby, and that's a race. All cars are done. All cars are done. It'll be Adam Drake, your winner. 112 for his top 2. Paul Ciccarello with a 115 for his top 2. Santos third with a 116.
There you go, your top seed. Chicky going to jump up to a 2 spot here for this heat. That'll be good enough for third for the round. He missed second by 4 1/1000ths of a second. So Kellen, Chicky, Rodriguez, Tongue. That's my top 5 here for the round in seeding.
You just take it. I appreciate when you're out there, but don't kill yourself is what I'm saying.
Take a short break, guys, and I'll be right back here with you while we get race number 19 checked in.
We got the 12 covered. One more volunteer to the 11. It's going to be Jan Ribiger at the 1 chair. Paul Ciccarello at the 2 chair. Alberto Zumbato at the 3 chair. Ryan Reese at the 4 chair. Robbie Darby at the 5 chair. Dan Henn at the 6 chair. Adam Drake at the 7 chair. Todd Geary at the 8 chair. Santos Rodriguez at the 9 chair. Wade Moore at the 10 chair. So Reese, you are at the 4, which is by the associated banner. So 1 volunteer to the 11 over here on the left side, guys. 1 volunteer to the 11. Mr. Wilcox has got that 12 for us, as usual. So just waiting for 1 more volunteer. All right, so we're missing the 9, which should be Santos Rodriguez. There's Santos, and then we're missing the volunteer, so just waiting on one volunteer. So that is the holdup, guys. I got my drivers. I got 11 of my 12. Yes, sir. Appreciate you very much. All right, we got all 11. Let's roll them out. Here we go for your 2-minute warm-up. Let's roll them out. Here we go.
Two minutes to the start of the race.
So 2 heats of 50 plus, and of course, just that weird in-between number of 16.
Mark Robinson.
So volunteers, more volunteers needed. Imagine that.
Bill Sanders. Brian Gibbons. Matt Sistrunk.
No check from Ever Lobos.
One minute to the start of the race.
1 minute till your loop is live. 1 minute. Watch the double doubles right here in front, guys. Watch the front double doubles. Watch the front. All clear. Come in for fuel if you need it. 35 seconds.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
Less than 5. Loop is live. Loop is live. Here we go. Race 18 on the track.
Four minutes left.
All right, still waiting for everybody to come by for lap 2, so I have a running order. They're making their way by.
Three minutes left.
All right, looks like Mark Robinson, our early race leader, with Matt Sistrunk running second, Sean Rushing third, Ever Lobos 4, and Brian Givens, your top 5.
2 minutes left.
All right, 3 minutes down and 2 to go for Mark Robinson. Leading things out. He's got a 116.0 pace going on with Bogey Givens at a 120.7. Ever Lobos third at a 121.8. Rushing 4. And Matt Sistrunk, your top 5. Ken Capson 6. Chris Lawson 7. And Phil Sanders in the 8. Those are my 8 drivers right now with 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Race 19, have them ready. Our final heat of 50 plus coming up next. Who did? Your dad? Ooh. What a fast lap for Mark Robinson. That would have been highlighted for sure. Once I looked at my fast lap, I'm like, dang, Mark, 5 seconds faster than the field.
1 minute left.
All right, so Brian Givens actually the leader as I pull that lap from the birthday dad. The birthday boy filling me in. That dad flipped over the line right there, so we removed that lap. So Mark's running third now. Bogey Givens, your leader, at a 120.7. Lobo second at a 121. Mark at a 122 now once that lap was removed.
.30 seconds left. Seconds left. Matt Sistrunk done.
All right, time has expired. Everyone keep racing until your name's called. Sistrunk, you're done.
Mark Robinson done.
Robinson, you're done.
Sean Rushing done.
Rushing, you're done.
Ken Capson done.
Capson, you're done.
Ever Lobos done.
Lobos done. Waiting on 3 more to finish.
Brian Givens done.
Bogey, you're done. Waiting on Chris and Phil to finish. Chris and Phil still racing. Once again, that car on the back right is still racing. White buggy. This is going to be Phil, and then we got Chris still out there, guys, so help him out. Still one more, which doesn't really matter at this point because he's already crashed twice, so this will definitely not be one of his 2 fast laps. So, but we'll let him finish up regardless. Oh! Okay, now it's official with 3 crashes. Definitely not going to be one of his laps used, so marshals can go ahead and head off, and we'll let Chris finish up. So it'll be Brian Givens, your winner, with a 119.4. Ever Lobos gets second at a 121.8. Mark Robinson third at a 122.4. Sean Rushing going to get the 4 at a 123.9. And Sistrunk with a 124.1. And that's going to do it. Once again, 4 volunteers. 9, 10, 11, and 12 cones. 9, 10, 11, and 12 are all on the left side. And then I'll read off everybody else's spot here in a minute.
50 plus nitro buggy.
So Ken Capson, you're going to go to the 1 chair. Rushing to the 2 chair. Lobos to the 3 chair. Sistrunk to the 4 chair. Robinson to the 5 chair. Lawson to the 6 chair. Givens to the 7 chair. And Sanders to the 8 chair. So volunteers, Bogey, you're going to the 7, which is right in the middle, right there next to the guy in the red shirt. Yep. So my 4 that I need help on are on the left side. All 4 are still empty, so once again, we're on hold until we can get some more volunteers. Once again, if you're sick of hearing about volunteers, get used to it. It's going to happen a million more times. And the quicker you get out there to help me, the less you have to hear me call for volunteers. So still have 4 empty chairs on my left side. And there's only 8 in this one, so it'll be back-to-back races with volunteers needed. Derek's going to head out there, and he's going to grab a chair and fuel at the same time, which is only for the start, which is We don't mind as long as we got volunteers. So Derek's going to grab the 9. So now we need help at the 10, 11, and 12. Once again, over 300 entries all sitting in the pits doing nothing right now. Come out and help me out for 5 minutes. If not, we sit here and wait. (10, 11, and 12, all on the left side here. 12 is hiding by the red wall there, behind that fence. All right, we need 2 more now, guys. Looks like the 10 and the 11, 2 more before we can go anywhere. I'd love to send you out without any turn marshals, but then I get yelled at when you flip over and there's no turn marshals. Funny how that works. So we got somebody at the 10 now, 1 more at the 11, and we'll be set to go. 1 more at the 11, we'll be set to go. Still waiting. There we go. Thank you, John. John going to help me out at the 11. All right, let's go ahead and roll them out. Here we go. Roll them out. Thanks to Derek, John. Thanks to the young man back there. Thanks to you, sir, over here by the wall. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
2 minutes to the start.
Here we go.
Race. Mark Morrow. Mike Mateo. Will Allen. Gilbert Jimenez. James Sidlev. Paul Schultz. Renato Traderty. Nick Lefebvre.
All right, everybody's checked in. We got 1 minute, 10 seconds. Once again, we will need 4 turn marshals after this one.
1 minute to the start of the race. (45 seconds to the start of the race.
30 seconds, drivers. 30 seconds.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
15 seconds.
Less than 5.
Less than 5. Loop is live. All right, here we go. Race 19 coming up next. We move into Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Sportsman Nitro Buggy for a couple heats, and then Intermediate Nitro Buggy for a couple heats, and then it is on to the 4 heats of the Worlds class. So Worlds drivers, you got about a 30-minute call before you're up. 30-minute call before you're up. Should be up right around 12:30.
4 minutes left. 3 minutes left.
All right, guys, we're back. Taking care of a little housekeeping up here in Live RC broadcast booth. Race 19 of 27, so we're inching closer to race number 24, our first heat of Pro Nitro Buggy, the World Class. We got 4 full heats. We're in our Nitro Buggy portion here, 50 plus Nitro Buggy. Our second heat right now marked Bogey Givens. Longtime Southern California racer, now living out here in Texas. He was your top seed from the last heat. He ran a 119.4 with a 3. Right now, Mark Morrow on a 119.4 with a 2. So a 1/10 of a second faster than Givens here. A 100th of a second faster. Yep, I'm reading that right. Follow along with Mike Patel. And that's our number 2 driver, Tridardi Renato. It's got to be Dad right there. Got his 2 boys out here racing, Jimenez Lefebvre, Subley, Paul Scholes, and Will Allen. Oh, but Mike Patel taking it over, so I believe we had switched over. We're just going to go right back to Mike here. Rocking his traditional pink, white, and green. Yeah, as I said, he's going to get a little faster as the day goes on with such little practice yesterday, but I knew he'd get right back in the action. Brad Collins on the Facebook chat. Does anybody know if they put any type of chemical on the track or just water? That's a good question. It didn't look like it had any chemicals put on it when I got here. Maybe any of the locals in the chat watching at home can chime in. I'll have to talk to Chris or Jason Glass and see. I'm not sure. That's a great question, though. I'd like to know if they treated the dirt at all. There's a couple different ways you could, but it looked pretty fresh, like just real dirt to me, and then just the rubber being laid down, and it kind of gets a little glossy, so I think the viewers could think, oh, maybe it looks like they treated that dirt a little bit. But to me, it just looks like kind of a high bite clay that has been ran in with some rubber, and it gets pretty shiny out here, so I'll have to ask Jason. All right, Patel going to take over the top seed for 50 plus with our final 2 heats in there. Are going to go second for the round. Givens third, Tridardi 4, Lobos 5, Jimenez, Robinson rushing. Puddin in a 9, and Lefebvre. That's my top 10 for your seating round here. Skeptic RC on the YouTube chat. Well said. There is no dumb questions. Yeah, ask away. Ask those questions, even if you're just trying to learn or spread some knowledge. There's no such thing as a dumb question.
Well, I wouldn't say none, but yeah, ask away. That's what the people in the chat are for, and myself. And we kind of fill your brains with some RC knowledge right here. The best way to learn, you know, you got some smart, long-time RC racers in the chat. If you're wondering about something, ask away. You just might get a good answer.
So we're back to waiting. So once again, the volunteer chairs are 9, 10.
Oh, we got T-Dog in the house. Trammell tuned in back home. And the super fast 40-plus and intermediate racers back in Southern California.
Yes, sir, number 7.
Trammell all checked in. Live RC crew here this weekend. We're just in our seeding round right now. Our first round of actual qualifying. Let's see, what time is it? It's 12:10 right now. We started at 9.
Unfortunately, we have 12 chairs, and we would have to have like 12 people in every
Yeah,
race.
so we got about 8 races to go here.
But we did need volunteers. That never
And that's about an hour. So yeah, we're right on. I said we'd be finished anywhere between 1 and 1:30, depending on
one of our 4 turn marshals.
breaks and how fast Jimmy's going. But we're looking at about 4.5 hours around. So race 24, 25, 26, and 27 will be our world's warm-up classes. So you guys are tuned in just in time.
Clay, I'll have you go over there. So Clay will grab the 12 after he rolls out.
Catch a little the world's warm-up and the 13th annual
Covered now, 10 in the
Lone Star Challenge here at beautiful Thornhill Racing Circuit.
10. Thank you, sir.
Sun is starting to peek out here a little bit. Temperatures are rising. It'll be a glorious weekend for some RC racing. Taco truck is getting fired up. Oh, nice little line going at the taco truck already. Oh yeah, cannot wait for my break. I'm gonna smash some of those tacos.
Thank you, Clay. Appreciate you. Thank you to the other 3. Carlos, thank you. Thank you, young man up top. And gentlemen in the blue.
Minor Treasure asking on the line, in 1/8 scale, are most people still running Sanwa, Futaba, and Noble radios? Yes. Now, there are a couple old schools, the Copa Pros. I've seen a couple Co-Pros out here. But yeah, I'd say that's a majority of your 3 radios that you're going to see out here. Your Futabas, your Sanwas, and Fly Skies. Yeah, there's a couple Co's out here. RC Victory Lane coming in with the knowledge. Mike Patel is a longtime racer. Yep, we knew that. But actually was a monster truck national champion before they were replaced by Truggies, I believe. I believe it. Mike's an OG, man. He's been around for a minute.
All right, 1 minute. No check on the loop for Albert Castillo or Daniel.
Yeah, Skeptic saying a lot of the racers switching over to Noble. I actually been a long-time Sanwa driver myself, and just recently made the switch over. It's not just because they're a cheap radio. They're actually they're nice and small, and they're fairly light as far as some of the bigger radios. Of course, I mean, being affordable isn't a bad thing either. And they get up there in price, you know, some of their newer, better ones and stuff. But yeah, Fly Sky has kind of taken over the RC world. I wouldn't say take over, but they have thrown their name into the circle over the last few years. Literally 5 years ago, I don't know if they have been rebranded or maybe if somebody knows more than I do about them, but non-existent. Now all of a sudden, one of the most popular radios now you see, and they went out and they hired some of the best in the business, some big guns, to run their radios, and they're very relevant now here in 2026. So that's a nice radio. They actually work really well. It doesn't hurt that they're cheap. I like them. I like that they're kind of small and fairly light. Yeah, no complaints. Everybody's always going to kind of be a fanboy of certain brands and loyalty. And, you know, this is what I've been running my whole life, and as to be expected. But last guy making a little splash over the last few years here. Signed a lot of top pros, and that always helps too. That always helps, having some of the best drivers in the world run your equipment.
Lobos, Tebow, Lemieux, and Elliott Boots. Make sure you guys are out there to turn marshal for race 24.
I don't think they put sugar on the track out here. It is high bite out here, but it's like a different kind of high bite. Sugar, you would know if they put sugar on here unless they really watered it down. I don't think there's any sugar out here, but I'm going to talk to Jason during the break. He's kind of the track manager out here and see if it's been treated, try and answer that question for you guys. But if it was sugar out there, you'd see it, and racing on sugar is like racing on 80 grit sandpaper. This is a more of a polished out, shiny kind of high bite traction. It's getting polished up here as we race on. It's not there yet. Wait till main events come, and even the later rounds in qualifying. It'll almost be like a mirror. It's so shiny out there. So we're still breaking in the track. It's still fairly green. Obviously, we practiced from 9 till 8, so 11 hours of practice on the track. Broke it in, but it's going to get a lot darker and a lot more polished up as racing goes on. So this is nothing right now. It'll be like, you'll see the race line. It'll be dark black with a lot of shine to it. But it's getting there. It's definitely getting there. All right, Ever Lobos leading us around right here. The first heat of 2 for Sportsman Nitro Buggy. Murray, Dent, Jimenez, Hinton, my top 5. Peterkin in the 6th. Pitt, Costello, Cervantes, Stallings, Bunting, and it looks like no start out of Delgado. And Lobos ripping. Still early in the race, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. About the halfway point here for this one. Yeah, there's a couple stick radios out here this weekend. I've seen some stick radios. Of course, the most famous stick radio probably in the current year of 2026 would be Ongaro. There's a couple stick radios out here.
No start out of Nathan Bailey Delgado. No start. If anybody knows Nathan, make sure you let me know.
There you go. Murray's starting to strap it up here a little bit. 121.7. Appreciate you guys tuning in, jumping in the chat, kind of hanging out with us here on a Friday morning. Well, not Friday morning out here anymore. Out west it's still morning. We're just about 15 minutes past noon out here in Texas. Oh boy, that one going on. How did he get that back on the track? Could have sworn they were going underneath that ProTech RC banner, but kept it back. That was fancy.
Time to beat with one more heat remaining.
30 seconds to go here in race number 20, our second heat. Sportsman Nitro Buggy, they're all lined up on the staging wall over there.
Peterkin in the 4 at a 126. Peter make that Derek Dent in the top 5 with Cervantes now 6. Hinton 7, Bunting 8. Brandon Pitt 9, Castillo 10, Stallings 11. And those start
Looks like Lobos' time going to hang on here.
12 cone after this one.
See, Lobos should be coming up to the straightaway here any second, running out of time.
Time is expired on the master clock. Keep racing until your name
Yep, and Lucas is following with him. That orange and white buggy down in front straightaway. Like Lobos making a buy here for one more up over into the big crowd pleaser. We did a live RC track walk this morning, so you guys are going to, during the breaks, either today or tomorrow, you guys will get a good look at the off-camber sections and the little bumps and the obstacles out there. And Lucas and I jumped out there this morning and caught a little quick track walk before they got things going here this morning, and really going to give you an idea of how large some of these obstacles are and how off-camber, and which you can't really tell online. stay tuned here, guys, because keep watching in between the breaks. We're going to have some good stuff here for you. There's Lobos bringing it in. Just waiting on a few more here. Lobos, it's time to beat. 120.4 is his top two. So these guys cycling off the stand and jumping on out there to turn marshal. Great picture of the staging area. Oh, Mike Patel rocking the mullet here? Maybe just his hair's long, dude. Mullets make you faster racing RC cars. That's a fact. Kind of a small staging area right there for... You can stuff 15 up on the stand. I don't think you can put 15 on that staging. I'm counting maybe 7, 8. I guess that'll get it done. There's Robert Patel out there helping out some racers. It's like Reggie Tongue down there. See Smiley Hen in the background. Is that Boomer Wheeler? Boomer. The AZ boys representing Raw Speed out here this weekend. Raw Speed changing hands last year. Now over to AJ Schumacher, the new Raw Speed company owner.
We should only have 1 through 12 covered, so we shouldn't have anybody at the 13 or 14. The 5 of, oh, Derek, you're at the 5, right in the center. That's what you're asking. Thank you, Derek. And Brandon's down there. Do I have Brandon at the 1 down there by staging? There he is. All right,
Marshall's getting directed around. Oh, look at this. God. Racer trying to get over to his Marshall spot. Jimmy lets the dogs loose right there. A little pump on the binders right there. It's a good thing he's wearing boots. That could have been worse. Yeah, steel toes always a good thing to have on when you're out there marshalling. You cannot have flip-flops. You can obviously not do barefoot. No, I mean, I guess they would have. You can have, like, you know, hey dudes on. That's not much of a shoe to have on there to get whacked in the foot with an A-scale car. Boots are always not the most comfortable thing to wear for 13 hours out of the day running around at a racetrack, but definitely the best thing to have on. Maybe a little steel toe when you're out there turn marshaling. Take care of them toes. Those are the money makers. It's pretty much all your balance right there. You have a foot with no toes, you lose all your balance. I'm speaking from experience since I only have 5 left. Yeah, Tongue looks like he could still play football. One of the Prince of Oakland said even though he's been retired for years, still don't look like normal human. No, looks like Reggie could still. That man just does not age. He looks like 29 years old still, and he's still absolutely shredded. That guy is a gym rat. Once a gym rat, always a gym rat. I was a wrestler growing up, so I love me a good gym session, man. Gets the mind right more than anything. It's also good to take care of that body. But Reggie, he looks like he can still put on the pads and a helmet and still go out there and play. You should see that dude too. His arms are just bulging out of those sleeves. He is shredded still. Yeah, that man's in good shape. Here we go, our second heat, Sportsman Nitro Buggy. All right, loop is live, and looks like these racers coming around here to start their official clock. Oh, we got carnage. The race hasn't even officially started now that they've crossed the loop. It has, but a little carnage here. These guys duking it out to start first. My rule of thumb, if it's very rare that you get out and start first, especially on the West Coast. I think not just the West Coast, pretty much everywhere you go. Everybody's kind of fighting to get out first. I like to let everybody, if I don't get out first, I let everybody go. I sit there and wait. And then when that first car that crossed the loop to get on the clock comes around, then I start my clock. I try and get everybody as spread out as possible. It doesn't always work, but just, just a little racecraft. A lot of people like to try and drag race to the line, and they start on top of each other, 3 or 4 at a time, and they're all right together, and they're all complaining, man, that guy took me out. I'm like, well, you guys had the choice of starting spread out or not, and you guys chose not to, so you kind of make your bed to lie in, if you will. And it's all those little things that make a great racer. You gotta, not just about driving that car, you gotta have a little racecraft. Not a fed one. Agree, dude. Reggie is one of the coolest cats out here. Yeah, he's just a pleasure to have at a lot of our races back west, Vegas, Paris. Now we're in Reggie's house. The Seahawks getting some love online. Yeah, the defending world champions. They made a lot of changes this year. Running back going to Kansas City. New coach. They got a real nice, bright, young running back star in the draft. And they got with JSN, one of the best wide receivers in football. I'm interested to see how they do after shaking it up, which is very common after a world championship. It's hard to keep that team together. They got to get that payday. Yeah, Rich Gannon was a legend. Our last great quarterback for the Raiders. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of bar tires out here. Some of the chat going on. They're trying to figure out, and then there's a couple different options, but I think for the most part, you're going to be on a bar. Oh, a big trip on the side. Marshall risking life and limb for fellow racer. A little shake of the hand, maybe a little outdrive bite right there. So it's best to pick up these cars from the front and back, but you don't want to cram your fingers down into that front end or rear end. The outdrive will come up and bite you. So it's best to either grab front and back or grab it by the wheels. I'm a wheel grabber. It just seems to be the best. I wear gloves when I'm out there to keep, you hurt your hands. That's what we drive these cars with, so you really don't want to go out there and bang up the hands too much. Which is a possibility. Turn marshalling, so always good to have a set of gloves out there, and you just gotta be wise where you grab that car, because a lot of moving parts on these things. Easy to come up and bite you. Got some sharp Lexan and outdrive spinning. That's usually what you see the most. You grab your hand into the front or rear around the diff housing, and that outdrive is out there spinning around. Give you a little outdrive bite. So Reed Saunders had a huge year out at Silver State, and I think he won 2 or 3 out of the 4 classes he raced. So it's another young name to kind of keep an eye on over the next 4 or 5 years. Has shown some serious speed. Shane, his dad, these guys are Arizona natives, come out and do a lot of racing with us out on the West Coast. Having himself a heck of a year. You'll find him in an intermediate class near you. Probably at the end of the year. I got to work the system and get some wins. And got to really feel like you can go up and battle. When you're ready to move up, you should be able to go up and battle for contest for A main bids in the next class. So I think Saunders is on his way to doing that. Having a nice little 2026 out here for the Arizona native. So Saunders, Jan, Rushing, Moore, Murray. It's my top 5 here. Lobos hanging on to the top seed from the last heat on a 120.4 with a 7. Saunders on a 120.4 with a 9. So 2 100s between my fastest 2 drivers in these last 2 races. I think we're moving up on into the intermediate class coming up next.
Waiting for about 5 more to finish here, Marshall. Hold your spots.
Reed is 100% a sportsman. I know he's been going really fast this year, and there's been a lot of people online saying, that's not. No, that kid is 100% a sportsman right now. He's about 9 years old, and he's getting faster. He's improved tremendously from last year, but in my eyes, from seeing him and knowing him and watching him race, he is 100% still a sportsman. Now, he's probably the top sportsman, out on the West Coast and looking really good. Somebody's got to win the sportsman class, and usually who's winning those races, everybody says, they got to move up. Well, then the next guy, let's say we removed him, and the next guy winning all the races in the sportsman class, they'd be saying the same thing about him, like, he needs to move up. So somebody's got to win these races. The kid is working the system as he should, getting those wins and making a little name for himself here. And, when he goes up into the intermediate class, you got to be ready because the intermediate class don't play no games. So I actually tend to disagree with that. A lot of people online at Silver State were saying the same thing. I don't agree. I think the kid's right where he needs to be, and he's kind of getting those gold stars on the belt. And when he's ready, he'll move up. And I think most likely at the end of the year, but somebody's got to win the sportsman class. I'll have to ask Shane how old he is, but he's young. Wonder if we can see little Reed Saunders out there. Shane might be going out there. I actually haven't seen Shane this weekend. It's his father. I've only seen Reed. Yeah, I'm 100% a believer, though, of him. Sticking in it with this year and get those wins, and then you really feel ready to move up. When you move up too fast, you don't get those wins and those championships underneath your belt. It just creates unwanted pressure. Stick around, hone your craft, get some wins, and when you move up, go and bang bars in the next class. Yep, first heat of 2, intermediate nitro buggy, and then it'll be world class for the last 4 races. We're looking at about a 1:30 finish time, so about an hour from now. Because the seating rounds for the world class are going to be 10. We got 4 of them, so that's 45 minutes already, plus. And we got 2 heats here left in our intermediate nitro buggy seating buggy class.
Taco card is open for business, guys. Taco card is open for business. Don't forget about the raffle. Raffle inside the hobby shop. Some car kits, $5 a ticket. And the more tickets you get discounted. So go see Jason. Go see Chris in the hobby.
All right, our first heat of intermediate nitro buggy getting ready. A lot of fast guys here in this one. Jeremy Hayes tuned in. What up, Jeremy Hayes? What's going on, brother? He's getting ready. He's got 2 more intermediate seeding runs, and then we're going to jump into our our 4 world classes here. So he's tuning in right in time. Yep, I agree, RC Victory Lane. People getting beat are always going to. Time to move up. Let's do this. Yeah. Do it when you're ready, and you'll know when you're ready. If you move up to that next one, man, it's a whole different ballgame. Yeah, Maddie's ripping. Maddie Long, she is ripping, dude. She's really young, too. She actually came out and did her first DNC. I think they said it was her first time on a plane, maybe, to come out to DNC this year, and had a. She didn't win anything out at DNC, so she still got some work to do. But she was out there banging bars with the boys, and that's an old motocross term. Of course, not so much with the RC cars, but she had some nice top 5 runs right there and close to the podium. I don't remember exactly how well she did, but she's working in progress. Yeah, that's all you got to see. A little inch here, a little inch there, but I'll tell you what, I wish I progressed with my RC racing like some of these younger guys. You know, I've been staying the same medium fast, you know, for the last 5 or 6 years, and I just been an intermediate. I wouldn't say one of the top intermediates, but I'm out there making A-mains and intermediates at the big races and up towards the front and 40 plus. I stay in my lane. That's pretty much, when you work in the industry, you don't exactly go out and practice on your weekends off. You want to go and hang out with the wife and do some things non-RC. So I could be faster and I could put in more time. And I do put in a lot of time, but I work and race most of the events I work at. So I got some game. You know, could I be faster? Sure. Could I put in a little more time? Absolutely. So, you know, I'm pretty happy just going out there and being a clean, fun, respectable, hard racing RC enthusiast. I just don't take it too serious, you know. Of course, I want to go out there and win every race, and I try to win every race I'm in, but I keep it pretty realistic. I'm pretty happy with my speed where it is. I could always work on it, and that goes for most of us. Practice, 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 man. We talking practice. Yep, Maddie's intermediate, absolutely. Oh, got Colorado in the house. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Tito, he's kind of running up towards the front most of the day in his classes. That's where we find him in our first heat. But Tito, showing he got some game out here on a Friday morning. Afternoon now. Grantham in the 2, Granger 3, Rodriguez, Platt, Evans, Wenger, Martin, Bruce, and I don't know if I'm going to butcher that or not. I'll try. Kino? Yeah. Kano? Kino. Kino B, Ciccarello, Ortega, Ryan W., Rodriguez, Derek Tarrant, and Richard Smith. Yep, Slappy out here racing, Jeff. He had no idea. He was actually, you should have seen the look on his face as Jimmy and I were up in the timing tower and walking around a little yesterday. And of course, we've known Derek for a long time Southern California racer, but he was not expecting to see Jimmy and I out here this weekend, which is, I'm not sure why. We're kind of do a little bit of everything, travel around, but he looked like he had seen a ghost when he saw me walking around. And it's good to be here. Good to be seen. Tim Smiley actually making a nice comment, talking about a little bit about tire saucing. At the F1 Worlds, from my understanding, they're not allowed a tire sauce. I'm sure there's going to be some of that here this weekend. You know, obviously these guys want to come out and win. But if it was me out there racing in the Worlds class, I would not. I would try and dial up the tune on my racing ride and the setup to tires without it, because I don't think they're allowed to use it at the IFMAR Worlds. And that's always been, on these high bike tracks, a topic of conversation. To sauce or not to sauce? You know, if it was me, I would maybe, this is just in my world, I would maybe have a tire sauce and make it a restricted tire sauce that everybody has to use the same tire sauce. Because it's either one or the other. You know, you don't want to open up the gates and then there's different tire sauces, other guys doing this and that. It's either no tire sauce or pick like a house sauce and make everybody run the same sauce, is what I would do if that was me.
All right, so Calvin Bruce, the only one done. Derek Tarrant now done. Rodriguez done. Those are the only three.
Tito
So
clicking off the laps out here.
Rodriguez now with T-Net
nice little line coming down that last little double. I like it. That little double coming onto the straightaway. As you can see, the little lander kind of got a little turn to it, so it's not just a straight double. Go a little whip in the air, and you really angle that car down the straightaway. And maybe a couple tenths made up or lost in that last little double. But Tito having a good run out here on a Friday. 115.7. Rodriguez going to go in the 2 on 117.0. Ciccarello 117.0 with a 5. Going to go third. Martin and Grantham. My top 5 for the heat here with our second and final heat of intermediate to go. Going to be World's Buggy Class. I got 4 stacked heats. 20 of the top 25 best 1/8 scale nitro off-road racers in the world out here. No Lutz, no Killicks, no Perrientes. Those are 3 names that come on. All 4 with the 2 Perriente brothers. I'm not sure if both are on the list. They might be. I have to pull up the list.
We only have 14 chairs out there, so that means Alex Ortega is excused.
T. Nelson enjoying some racing out here on a fine Friday morning. Thanks to Live RC. Thanks for the love, T. Nelson. I appreciate it. I couldn't agree more. It's a glorious day out here in Hutto, Texas for some RC racing. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the broadcast brought to you by Live RC. We got the voice behind the screen, Sean Miller on the mic, along with Lucas and Sam out here. That's the 3-headed dragon here from Live RC, bringing you guys all the action. So hopefully you guys are enjoying that.
Joel Rodriguez to the 7th chair, Keith Evans to the 8th chair, Tito Cecina to the 9th chair, Clay Grantham to the 10th chair, Colby Roberts to the 11th chair, Kurt Wanger to the 12th chair, Blaine Platt, you're at the 13th.
Yeah, Ethan Martinez, I agree. I agree.
Which is pit lane entrance chair.
I don't think there's a tire sauce rule out here. Let me go see in the pits. Has anybody got the sauce out? Where's the sticky kicks?
All right, good job, marshals are all out there, so let's go ahead and roll the
Oh, shout out to Ray Dog. Sticky Kicks RC.
2 minutes starts right now for race 23.
I mean, they may be saucing them. Might be doing it under the table. It's usually pretty easy to tell. They have a little bit different, more shine, a little more shine to them with the sauce. I'll have to ask Joey if there was a sauce rule for the weekend.
We got you, Ramos.
All right, final heat, intermediate nitro buggy.
Help me out at a later time when I call for volunteers. No check from Charles Bosworth. Charles Bosworth, I believe, is coming in later.
Rolling them out, checking them in. Top seed, Tito.
Loop is wide. Oh, God. World's Class coming up next, race 27. You guys will be the marshals for that one. You guys on the driver's stand do not have to marshal after this one. You do not have to marshal. Marshals for the next one. Mason Fuller, be ready for the 1 chair. Wilson to the 2. 30 seconds, drivers. Get fuel if you need it. Hecker, you need to be out there to marshal for the next race at the 3. Belong at the 4. Cato at the 5. Bedardi Jr. at the 6. Crooks at the 7. Dakota Fenn 8. Braden Bruce 9. Dylan Lobos at the 10. Tebow 11. Chase Lemieux 12. And Elliott Booth, you're needed out there at the 13 after this one. 15 seconds, drivers. 15 seconds till your loop is live. Lots of double doubles in front here. Double doubles. Less than 5.
All right, loop goes live in less than 5. We got Mr. Tizio himself, Nick Hernandez in this one. These boys drove the van all the way from out west. I saw him climb out of that van after 19 hours of traveling. He looked like he got in a fight with a Brahma bull. He looked tired. They said they did have some good barbecue on the way in here, though. Yes, Miners Treasures, we will have one round of qualified at the conclusion and a little bit of track prep here in round one of seeding. Well, some of these guys going for that triple right away. Give these guys a minute to get things. Got to wait for them to get at least 2 laps in the books. The top 2 consecutive laps here on a seeding day. I think we're following along with Matt Sistrunk here. Long-time RC racer out here in this area. Yeah, TZO is debuting a new tire this week, and I think that's the TZO 100, if I'm not mistaken. So brand new tire for the world. So Nick came out here with Jimmy Fishback and Adrian Ramos. Grabbed a couple of the TZO factory drivers out here. They're going to send it on that brand new tire, which is not uncommon. The World's Year coming up, our tire manufacturer coming out with a specific tire for not just that race, but for future use. But the World's being here in Hutto in Texas, September 26th to October 3rd. We're trying to come out with a new tire and make some waves at the Worlds. The Wild comes out firing. That's a new top seed by 3 seconds, and we're only 2.5 minutes into this race. If I can find James here. Should be coming around onto the front straightaway right here. Where is he? Oh, I heard it. Might be that orange buggy. Working on that right side triple. I'll see if I can't find him here coming across the loop here. Everybody was all bunched up. And I just don't know. I know most people's paint jobs here, not everybody's though. That's kind of what I'm doing here, studying the cars going by and seeing which paint jobs are what. Yep, and that's the pink with yellow wheels, white wing coming up over the right side triple. Yeah, we're on it. Darby in the 2. Zimbato, top 3. Reed Saunders 4. Sistrunk 5. Moore 6. Eichenberger 7. Hernandez 8. Duffy, Wheeler. Everybody kind of shifting around here a little bit. So that was pretty close to your top 10. As a couple guys moving up or backwards a little bit. Not a Fed asking. Is Sean doing this isn't practice? Maybe. Sean's a little bit of a wild card. He's a character. I like Sean. I just met him for the first time yesterday. I think he's rocking a Kyosho out there. Yeah, leader looking good. Oh, looks like Wade Moore now taking over the race lead. So Wade should be coming up here. Let's try and find Wade. I think he's in this pack right here. Yeah, should be coming up. There's Deanna Eichenberger, one of the SoCal fastest young drivers, and actually right behind her is your race leader. So the 2 cars going up on that right side triple. That's Deanna Eichenberger, representing for Techno and ProMotion Tires, and then your leader, Wade Moore. Right behind him. It's a good little shot right here of these 2. Deanna, the girlfriend of Spencer. Oh, Wade, a big mistake. And he's back. Jeremy of the Jungle commenting. Nice looking track. Yeah. Great looking track out here by Ethan Lefebvre. Little Euro, little American style. Super high grip, kind of like a clay compound out here. A lot of clay in the dirt. There it is. Wade Moore going to be your top seed on a 111.7. James, so top 2 from this one, go top 2 for the round. Tito going to go 3rd for the round. Rodriguez, Chicky, and Martin. That's 1 through 6. Well, here we go. You can see the pros out there checking out the track. They're out there turn marshaling since the last intermediate race, race number 23. The guys that were just on the track turn marshaled race number 1. And then the last World's race, which would be race number 27, has to turn marshal race number 23. So that's why you can see the pros jumping out there on the track. So the pros are marshaling the pros. All 4 classes of the pro will all be done by pro drivers. And they're pretty professional at turn marshaling too. They've been doing this for a while. Yep, so once again, race number 23, the last intermediate race of the round. They turn marshaled race 1, and then you got your final heat of the world's Nitro Buggy class out there to turn marshal right now. You got Tebow out there. Yeah, Feelong making his way out there. Fuller's out there. Big Mike Fuller making sure the boys are on it. Oh, what Tebow's doing, he's taking a good hard look at this dirt. He's out there feeling the dirt, kind of put his hand down there trying to touch it, and looking at the angles. Super fast motocross racer back in the day. FMAR world champion. National champ many times. What's he looking at down here? Well, he's taking a good look at this little double coming on the straightaway. What's Tebow thinking out there?
Race 27. So remember, the pros marshal the pros. The pros marshal the pros. You guys will marshal race 1. Yeah, the pros marshal the pro. Hold on, guys. All right, looking good. I got all my pros out there, so my marshal spots are covered. Let's go ahead and roll them out for your 2-minute warm-up.
The RC Victory Lane coming in with the knowledge again. Deanna, definitely one of the fastest young female RC racers in the country. And there's a few of them out there that are just absolute rippers, and Deanna is definitely one of those. Let's see, Ryan Pavitas getting his warm-up in. There's Mayfield. There's Figueredo. Ruffalo. We got some. Look at Nate Sutherland out here. Just coming off a national championship over in New Hampshire just 3 weeks ago with the 10-scale cars. He's out here racing the world class. I'd like to see that. Good job, Big Nate. Figueredo, Pavedas, Van Dalen, Barufalo, Richards, Mayfield, Davide. You're back-to-back world champion here in this one. Contreras Jr., Rana Falk, your last USA world champion in 2016. Setzer and Tridardi. All right, let me know in the chat who you guys think is going to be your top seed here on a Friday afternoon. This is the 13th annual Lonestar Challenge brought to you by The Dirt and Joey Christensen, but it's also doubling up this weekend as the world's warm-up. Who's going to go 10? There it is. Loop is live.
All right, we're in here for the long haul. 10-minute
So
races
let's
here.
try and find. We're gonna. Of course, you got to start it out with Ongaro. He's coming up through the double trouble in the front, working right in front of the Kyosho red wall. And that's going to be Ongaro down the front side straightaway. Going to be popping up. Yep, right on cam there. I mean, is there anybody else to start with? Oh, a lot of smoke coming out of that thing. So maybe running a little fat here. Could just be the camera shot here, but seems like there's a bit more smoke coming out of that thing than. I mean, they're always going to puff a little smoke out there, but you can tell that he shorted that right side triple, which is the biggest jump on the track. Maybe he just got the tune off just by a scotch here. Miner's Treasure's going with Mayfield. Ethan picking Davide, a couple Ongaros right here. Let's see who we're watching with here. Nope. $38.3 for Contreras, $36.8. So these guys are going to be in the low 35s and dipping into the 34s, I'm assuming here. I know it's a little cooler out still, and the groove still forming out there, but I'm expecting some 34-second laps out of these guys here. James Lambrinos, one of the local boys down at Hot Rod Hobbies. What's up, Big Jim? Live and tuned in for a little World's Nitro Buggy in the next 3 heats, including this one, so 4 full heats. Give these guys a second to get 2 laps in. Nobody has completed officially 2 laps yet, so I think we're going on 3 for this class. Every other class we're doing top 2, but since these guys are getting 10, we're going to go top 3 consecutive laps here for the next, for these 4 races. Ongaro 35.3 last time by. So he comes out swinging 35.2, 35.3, and he jumps to the top of the leaderboard. Only about 5 drivers have completed 3 laps here. About 2.5 minutes into this one. Yep, I believe Ben might try and go 10 here. You'll be coming up in one of these next couple heats. Right now, your leader, 3-time defending champion, going for 4 here. Ongaro through that double chicane section with that huge step up right in the middle. Going for the triple single here through the 4-pack. Into that front double section. Nice and tight on and off. That buggy looking good. Right now it's Ongaro and Ronafalt. That's my last 4 world champions right there, going 1-2 right here. And then Mayfield right in top 3. Barufalo 4, Figueiredo, Setzer, Pavitas, Contreras, Tradardi, Richard, Van Dalen, and maybe Nate Sutherland not here. I see his name on the screen, but I do not see a lap turn for him. I thought I saw him check in. I didn't see any red names. Usually when they check in, their name will go white from being red. Could be wrong, though. Yes, 4 heats, Miner's Treasure. 4 heats, 3 heats officially after this one. So there goes Davide. Let's see what he does this time by. So his fast lap of the race, 35.1. Do we have any 34s yet? Barufalo at 35 flat. So Barufalo actually the fast lap of the race so far with that 35 flat. And he jumps up to 3rd right here. Ongaro on a 145.7. Ronald Falk 146.8. Barufalo 147.4. There's my top 3. Now we got over 500 people tuned in. I think that's just on the YouTube chat too. That's not official. That's just what my screen's showing. So make sure you guys follow Live RC. Give them a like. Give them a share and subscribe. And let's grow this hobby 1 race at a time. Don't forget, guys, spread that positivity. It's it's an art form being positive. So let's spread that positivity and grow this small hobby. Of course, it feels big to us because we or working in the industry, but more positive, the more viewers, the more likes, the more fun, and that's just what it's all about. So Davide coming in for some fuel here. Dope. Yeah, a little yard sale coming into the pit lane. He'll work on that. Those speed bumps are big coming in the pit lane. Garo about a tenth up on Barufalo. So Barufalo showing some pace here. Our first round of seeding. Only a tenth off your leader. And now Ronafal going to take over the race lead with a top 3 consecutive 145.4. So let's try and find Ronafalk. He should be working the right side of the track. Green, yellow, and white. Yep, and here he is into the 4-pack. Option triple single. 2016 Las Vegas, Nevada world champ. I was actually working tech with my twin brother that weekend, and Jimmy was on the mic. We were there for like 12 days. They had a race in the weekend before. They had some spots to fill, and they did a race, so we had to go out there a little bit earlier. And we were out there for like 12 or 13 days. Oh, somebody's car just dying right there. Yeah, you don't see that a lot in the professional class, but still seen. So Ronafal, right now your top seed here in our first heat. Looks like we're following along with Frankie Contreras Jr., the Mugen driver. I believe he's on those new TZO tires. Yep, and we're back to Ronafalk here. Buddy Christian tuned in. What's up, buddy? Just speaking about Vegas, and his ears must be ringing. One of the fastest young drivers out there in the 702. Yep, it's official. Top 4. All into the 34s. As expected. See, 34.8 for Ronafalk, 34.7 Barufalo, 34.9 on Garo, 34.8 Van Dalen. And, well, that's my top 4, and that's the only 4 doing 34-second laps, as expected. You're going to be putting in some burners like that. You're going to find yourself up towards the front. Looks like Nate back out there, so Nate is here. Yeah, I thought I saw him check in. Might be him having some tuning issues out there. But he's back out there nonetheless. You never give up. So Ongaro steals it right back now. 145.4 with the 0.8 100ths of a second faster than Ronafalk, as to be expected in this class. I like that we started out our first heat of the World's Nitro Buggy class, and we got some heavy hitters. We got Ongaro. We got Ronafalk. We got Van Dalen coming off a good DNC. Mayfield. I mean, some young rising stars. So, well, not rising stars. They've been established, but like Contreras Jr. and Pavitas and Setzer have been putting in the time with the A-scale cars. Tradardi out there in this one. Sutherland real young. But it's the OGs. And is anybody surprised to see Davide Ongaro out front? I am not in the slightest. Mike Kaz throwing some love to the Sparko boys. Yeah, I was there at the DNC when he swept all 4 intermediate classes. That was the COVID year, and we did it at Thunder Alley RC in 2021. We got the broom out in the intermediate class, and yep, he's a bit of a Frankie Contreras Jr., a bit of a protege for Adam Drake as they are teammates. You need that in this sport. That's not just a sport. Some of the older racers and a sensei to the grasshoppers. 34.6 now. New hot lap of the race goes to Ongaro. 45 seconds to go. Top 3 consecutive. 144.7. Ripper. His cars were looking good yesterday in practice, and it's translating very nicely. Oh, who are we following around here? Is that Figueredo? 10 seconds to go. Run out of time here in this one. Looks like Ongaro going to hang on to it. The only one on a 144 pace for his top 3. Everybody else 145 or slower. That's the tone. These guys are going to keep racing until the computer calls their name. Yeah, not a Fed. That's why you put your race number on the bottom of your car. If you're upside down that much, we want to be able to tell what car is upside down. So put your race number on the bottom since you're upside down so much. That's what I do, at least. All right, these guys coming around. It looks like Ronald Falk is done. Ongaro should be coming up. He may have just pulled it in. I don't see him out there anymore. Yep, that was Yao Figueredo, Techno driver right there. Looks like Ongaro just pulled it in. I don't think he did his last lap. And that's the top seed time to beat, 144.7. That's a race. And to no surprise, Davide Ongaro, the top seed. 144.7, that'll be the time to beat. Ronald Falk going to go in the 2 on 145.4. And Marco Barufalo, your top 3, 145.5. Got everybody tuning in with the World's Nitro Buggy class on there. We got Nick Lester on Facebook, Josh Mitchell, Jam Tab Wilder checking it out. Tab showing a little love out there to A-Main Hobbies, and Troy Hansen hooking him up with some new Coyote gear. Always a little shout out. David Olson checking in.
Track is closed. So Sutherland, you're going to go to the 1 chair. Figueredo to the 2. Pavitas to the 3 chair. Van Dalen to the 4 chair. Barufalo to the 5.
Noah Hagemeyer, one of the local boys back home, a nice Mugen driver, digging the layout right here. Ethan Lefebvre really put in a. He went all out on this one. Little Euro, little USA, high bite, super flowy. That's a nice big air and some tight technical sections. All right, here we go. Got JCC in this one. Fishback, Fenster, Robert Battier, ex-world champion. The People's Champ, Cole Ogden, Renault Savoya, the Wizard, Jared Wiggins, Jeffries, Dillinger, and one to watch out for that I saw in practice yesterday was Polito Matea. And then you got Noah as well. I believe Noah, the French driver, and Matea, I believe, is the Italian driver. Yeah, these guys look pretty young, too, rocking that S-Works. And then Jermaine Robinson, the birthday boy. 20 years young today. So thank you guys for tuning in. We are broadcasting all around the world. Give us a like, give us a share, give us a subscribe. Let's grow our hobby one race at a time. Here we go, rolling them out, checking them in. Miners, treasures, I know for sure. Let me ask the live RC bit.
All right, everybody's checked in. We got 1 minute left. 1 minute left in our warm-up.
Yeah, so you can find the broadcast mainly on live RC on the website, but we're also on Facebook and YouTube. RC Victory Lane on it. So these guys looks like they're going to come in and top them off here.
After race 27 for track maintenance and to set up our official heat sheets.
So going all 10 minutes would show would do absolutely nothing since we're only taking your top 3 consecutive laps. But if there's a time to try it, right now would be it. See if track conditions and the temp, like the sun coming out. I'm getting closer to tacos. Got 3 more races to go here. And we're officially 15 seconds away from the official start. Cav coming in for fuel. We got, doesn't look like Lou Dog. I don't see Lou Dog here this weekend. Usually where Cav goes, Lou Dog goes. That guy helping out Cav looks too young. Little shout out for Lou Dog, Cavalari's dad. He's probably tuned in watching back at home.
So we got to wait for 3 laps to go through.
All right, we're going to wait for these guys to complete 3 full laps. I'll give you guys a full running order, so just enjoy the action. Alan Bowen watching back at home. What's up, guys? And good luck to all the homies. Yeah, they can feel it. They can feel those good vibes. I'm going to give these guys a second to get things situated here. These guys working on lap number 3 right now. Yeah, a lot of mistakes being made on these first few laps.
All right, we're finally getting to 3 laps here.
All right, these guys starting to cycle through with their first 3 laps. First 3 laps in the books. The people's champ, Ogden, leading us around here. So a lot of these drivers with 2:30 in and 7:30 to go deciding to come in for fuel. So that must have been the game plan. Go out there and shred down for the first 2.5 minutes, get three laps underneath their belt, and then they're going to go out for full senders here. Yeah, Cole Ogden running 5th so far here. He's on a 146.2. So we still got 2 more heats to go, but Ogden looking good out there so far. Let's see if we can't get Cole here on the screen. I will find him. Should be coming around here. Got to come in for fuel. That seems to be the strategy so far. Yep, and there he is. So full privateer, but got some Mugen backing down the front straightaway. Purple, yellow, and checkers. Into the right side double and up over the front triple right there. Should be going up over the triple right now. And one in front of him. There he is. Yeah. There he is. Ogden leading around. Canos 2, Wiggins 3, Fenster. And Robinson, a couple of the fast younger. You know, I say young lightly, 20, 21 years old, 22. And then Fishback. So a couple West Coast boys running 4th, 5th, and 6th. Caldwell. And then Polito Matea in the 8. Noah 9. Savoya, Battle, Dillinger, and Jeffries. So right now Ogden and JCC would move up to 5th and 6th here. That's with only 2 heats, 2 seating groups in. We still got about 5 down, 5 to go. Broadcast a little bit behind what I can see with my own eyes. Ogden has been leading this one since the tone. They at least completed 3 laps. Giving that white buggy a little bit of nudge. Says, I want by, and then he makes a mistake. And there it is. Polito Matea, that blue and yellow S-Works, if I'm not mistaken. First time I actually got to see Polito race out here. Yeah, the Italian. S-Works, Matrix Tires, Corsa Tech, T-Works, and Mal Graphics. Blue and yellow, that's right there with Ogden. Great job from Lucas right there, killing it up there, brother. It's like he's inside my head. I just kind of say, hey, I want you to follow this car, and bang, he is on it. Atta boy. Teamwork makes the dream work. Woo! Polito backing it in right there. Yeah, the rear end looks a little loose on that one, not on the S-Works. They'll get that dialed up. I mean, it's good for rotation. Makes it a little more hard to drive, but if you can hang on to that loose rear end, it's good. Good for corner speed as far as the tight 180s and stuff. Let that car rotate around. No JCC? What do you mean, JCC? Yeah, he's out there. Yeah, just a long lap. Just a long lap. I'll catch back up with you guys in the chat here in a second. I want to watch this young Italian driver who I just thought looked incredible out there in practice yesterday. It was the first time I actually got to see him live in person, go out there and drive, and I was super impressed with him. Hot lap 34.8. And that is... It's the only 34-second lap of the race. My eyes did not deceive me in practice yesterday. I was trying to do some studies and see who was looking real good. And when you've been announcing and working in this industry as long as I have, you just have a natural eye to when you see a car looking real good or a certain driver out there just clicking off laps and making it look easy and the car nice and easy to drive. Now, his car doesn't look as easy to drive here in this heat, but it's working for him. He's moved up to third with our first two heats almost done here. We've got about 3:30 to go. That car looking dialed. The S-Works strapped up here.
All right, 7:15 down, 2:45 to go. Polito Del Bello continues to lead the way here. Ogden about 7/10 back. Canas another 10 behind. Loha another 2 seconds back.
Yeah, this young Italian driver looking good out there. We'll make some tweaks on that car after the round, but the power being put down with that forward bike, that's what you need to make that right side triple. So it is Matea. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm gonna have to go ask him. So don't beat me up too bad online. But Polito still running out here in Ongaro's top 3 was a 144.7. Matea, Polito's on 145.4. It's only 6 1,000ths of a second behind Ronafalk to go 2 with my first 2 heats almost in here. Ripping. Let's see if we can find JCC out there. I know he's a crowd favorite. Should be about halfway through the track. Red, white, and blue body.
1 minute 20 seconds, drivers. 1:20 remaining in this one.
Looks like that's him coming in for the 4-pack. No, maybe not. Might be a long lap right here. Yep, the big doubles out front. There he is. In front of the big red Kyosho wall. I'll follow along here with Jay Sizzle. On Triple C. Oh, nice little wave to the crowd.
45 seconds remaining in this one.
45 seconds.
The leader down the front chute.
Now, just about a minute to go here. See if we can give the birthday boy down the front straightaway with that pink wing. Let's give the birthday boy a little love out there. Yeah, there he is. Jermaine Robinson, happy birthday, bud. 20 years old. Getting ready for the Worlds this year. And this kid has gotten so fast. Making a lot of A-mains at the pro level. This year at the biggest races in the country. And will be a name to watch over the next few years as he climbs the ranks.
Everyone keep racing until your name
Hutto time here in this one. Toledo looks like he's going to get it done here in our second heat of 4. There he is across the line. Yep, and it's official. Taking the Heat 2 win in the World Nitro Buggy class. Proceeding here, of course, but hey. With this competition in the class, oh no, I spoke too soon. JC throws a heater in the last few laps, a 34.7. So JCC, as expected, to the point. He's going to jump up to second here with our first 2 heats wrapping up right here. So JCC's car got better as the run went on. He's going to steal it from Polito. We got JCC. He's going to get the heat win. Polito 2, Ogden 3. Noah with the good run. I believe Noah the Frenchman. And Jared Wiggins, the Wizard, going to go top 5. Patel 6, Fenster, Robinson, Savoya, Caldwell, Jeffries, Fishback, and Dillinger. So Polito, going to go 4 here. We've still got 2 more full heats to go, so you don't want to pop champagne too early, but showing he's got some pace. Right now, my top 5 with my first 2 heats in the book. 144.7 for Ongaro. JCC sitting 2, Ronafog 3, Polito in the 4, Barufalo 5. All right, who's tuning in on the old socials? David Olson, Ashton Abdul, Joey Showers. What's up, Joey Showers? Got Robert Sandine. Man, Robert, haven't seen him at the racetrack in a long time. Rob Moots, the NorCal boys, and Jaden T. RC checking in. What's happening? Got NorCal in the house. Polito's looking good. JC showing his experience here. Obviously, whatever he ran with the car, it was, he's just collecting data. It was not as great in the first 5 minutes, but after the first 5 minutes, that car really turned around and started strapping it up. It was at the top of the leaderboard for that heat, and second after our first 2 heats of 4. All right, you can see BT right there. Mayfield helping out his fellow RC racer. See Jermaine got the in 2026. That's what you see from the turn marshals. Back in the day, you just used to go out there and sit at your cone. Now, with technology and everything, everybody just rips out the phone. They're like, how fast did I go? It felt good. How good was it? They need the data. Oh boy. Somebody going underneath the Techno banner. Help them out. Marshall on the way. It's a great shot from the Techno RC jump cam. Was that Cav? Come on, Cav. All right, we got Trevor Olin, SoCal Boy, and then Huntington Beach Boy, Ryan Cavallari, Wyatt Wilson, Reggie Tung in the World Nitro Buggy Pass. Yeah, Reggie. Tito, John, Gwen, Clement, Lime, Rose, LaFave, your track builder in this one. Adam Drake, Spencer Rivkin. These world classes are fun, man. It's just every heat that comes up. I love my job. Got the best seat in the house here. Best racers in the world. All right here in Hutto, Texas. The beautiful Thornhill Racing Circuit. You guys have never been here. Put it on the schedule. This is a bucket list track right here. Full covered pits. A full covered track right here. Hobby shop on the premises. Taco carts. We even got some trailers over here that the teams are pitting in. Yeah, beautiful facility here. Wyatt getting some love on the chat here. Let me know who you guys are going to think going to be the winner of this heat. Not necessarily, you don't have to pick the top seed here. Who's going to win heat 3 of 4 right here? We got some burners. I mean, one to watch out for. Camden Lime looked really good yesterday with his S-Works on those Pro Motion tires. So he'll be one to watch here. B. Rose, legend out here in Texas. Got himself a national championship last year. I think they ran all 4 classes in like 5 days out here. That was a busy nationals in 2025 here. Adam Drake, you never count him out. Cav, Spencer Rivkin, that's Ronnie's boy out there. So shout out to Ronnie Rivkin, man. Oh. Love to see that. Track cut, and they just stop and wait. They don't want to beat these guys on the track cut. They want to get them with no excuses. Looks like we're following along with Rivkin right here. Yeah, let's start it off here. Unless that's... Yep. That's Rivy. Associated driver on J Concepts tires. One of the super fast Arizona boys in the house. Yeah, got that. Savak over ProTech RC racer. He's got himself some world championships, a ton of national championships. Multi-time world champion. Let's see if he can't get one done here in September with the 8-scale ride. .35.2 comes out swinging. That is the best opening lap right there. So as the cars blow off the dust maybe from the last heat, the tires heat up a little bit, you're going to strap it up here. You should be getting a little faster as the run goes on. 35.2. See here what's going on here with our second. Up here, third lap. Yep, that's lap number 3. 36.5. Left a little bit to be desired there. Cav running in the number 2 spot here. Still waiting on a couple guys to complete their first 3 laps. Only got 2 drivers, 3 now. With 3 laps in the books, so we'll give them a minute to get these things situated in our seating group. The first 3 aren't always going to be the best 3. It's just your first 3. Garen Villegas online cheering on Trevor Owens. And some West Coast love out there from Garen. Garen been hitting the scene hard this year. Looks like we're following along here with Cav. He's rocking the number 3 spot right now, so pretty decent run right here. I know Rifkin out front of 147.7. That's good enough for 12. There's one more heat to go. So I got a ton of time. Still just over 7 minutes here. Cole Ogden hurdling Cavallari right there. Yep, and just like in that first couple of heats, these guys getting a couple 3 minutes, 4 minutes underneath the belt. Yep, Cav rocking the Miyako. The LCG Miyako too. It's got those real short shock towers on there, and the shocks leaned over a bunch, so the car should be pretty good on this high bite surface. I think he's running hot race tires. He's been on the tire carousel over the last 5 years, but I believe now on hot race. B. Rose taking it over. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Oh, we got one on the front straight. Man, Cole getting a workout here. Yeah, B. Rose having a forgetful lap right here, but right now on 146.6. There's Rich on the fuel gun there for B. Rose. And just, I don't know what that car was doing coming out of pit lane. They were just cruising. B Rose was sending it and just waffle stomps. That ride. It's Rose out front, Rivkin 2, Camden Lime 3, Adam Drake 4, Cavallari 5, Youngin 6, Olin, Gwynn, Ethan, Tung, Lefebvre, that is, Ethan, and Boda Clement, Tito, Wilson. Good to see Boda out here. Another one of the fast French drivers out here, rocking that Associated on Hot Race tires. Right now it's all B Rose. Spencer Rivkin there, sitting 1-2 for the heat, 9 and 10 for the round with another one to go. Only taking 13 to the main with no LCQ, so it'll be the top 6 from each semi, and then the fastest time after that from either one of those heats to make a total of 13. So there will be no LCQ this weekend. Gonna have to go top 6 in either semi, and then the fastest laps and times from either one of those groups. That'll be your 13th driver. Yeah, Bruce Burnham, the Fly Slayer, in the house. Shout out to Bruce Burnham, one of my locals. Always a huge hand down at Hot Rod Hobbies. Love that guy, man. Always sending me awesome text messages, making sure I'm still breathing at these events. Davide Martinez Jr., Wayne Ryrick checked in. Graham Hill, is this sex leg on the mic? You know it, dog. Where is Graham, man? I could use a little Graham Hill in my life, man. It's been too long since I've seen my buddy. So Camden Lime to the point. 146 flat. Top 3 consecutive for this class only. Everybody else was top 2 here in seating, but with these 10-minute seating groups, we're going top 3 for them. Let's try and find Camden Lime. He should be, about 2 cars back from Rose. There he is, pink and blue. And that S-Works on Pro Motion tires. Another one of the fast Arizona racers. Representing Beach RC, Tegan, Futaba, Ultimate, and JT Baranco. Rocking this works. Yeah, he looked really good in practice yesterday. His best lap, 35.2. See if I got anybody in the 34s. Nope. So this is my first heat out of the first 3 with nobody into the 34s. But as these tires heat up, I'm assuming they'll be dropping right now. 35.2 for Cam, and now B Rose steals it right back. 34.9. I had a feeling there might be a 34 thrown in there. Eventually, I was right. 35 flat for Cam last time by. So B Rose and Lime both did their best laps of the race last time by. They're sitting 7th and 8th with the final heat. The World's Nitro Buggy seating group coming up next. Race running round 1 seating group. A little longer than expected. I don't think I calculated the 10-minute heats in for these guys. I'm used to just doing the 5. So I said about 4.5 hours. So we're looking at about 4 hours and 45 minutes by all said and done. Had to throw in that extra 20 minutes for these 10-minute seating runs. And then they will also get 10-minute qualifying runs as well. That's what they do at the Worlds, and we're trying to kind of emulate that for them here on a Worlds warm-up weekend. Yeah, Rose's car looking pretty good out there. I won't lie. He's out here from Texas, so he has a lot of laps here at Thornhill. So Roseline and Rivkin sitting 7th, 8th, and 9th for the seeding round. Oh, monkey see, monkey do. That gray car clipped the pipe and rolled over, and so did B Rose. All right, Graham, I'm holding you to it. Rose, Lime, Rivkin, Cavallari, and Drake, my top 5. Running out of time in this one. Now Rivkin to the point here. Little do-si-do between Rivkin, Rose, and Lime. So who's it going to be? 145.6, 145.9, and 146 flat. So about a half second for the top 3 consecutive between these 3 drivers at the top. I'm expecting these guys to hear their names get called pretty soon here. Looks like Rose getting by for another. Rivkin is done. So 34.9 last time by for Rose. One of his good laps was 2 laps ago. So he can throw a heater here. He can throw in another 34. This might make things a little interesting. Spencer is top lap 35 flat. Rose can hit another 34 right here. This could shake things up. We're all waiting for him as it goes quiet out here. Punch it. 34.7 does his best lap of the race, but unfortunately, that lap 3 laps ago, and then these 2 weren't good. They were both 34s, though. Can only be good enough for second. So Rivkin, Rose, and Lime, that's my top 3 for this heat, and they're sitting 7, 8, and 9. With one more heat to go. Boda Clement 5 and Adam Drake 6. Boda, another young, fast racer out here this weekend. So right now, top 10 with the final heat coming up. You got Ungaro, Kanash, Ronafalt, Polito, Barufalo, Van Dalen, Rivkin, Rose, Lime, and Cole Ogden.
Jump to the 6th chair, Alex Gwynn out to the 7th chair, Boda Clement to the 8th chair, Camden Lime to the 9th chair, Brandon Rose to the 10th chair.
Ooh, you got some burners here in this one. Fuller, Hecker, Wilson, Belong, Koki Kato, Trardardi Jr., Tyler Hooks, Ben, Braden Bruce, Villalobos, Tebow, Lemieux, and Bootsy. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I know our numbers go up here during the World Nitro Buggy seating group right here, and that's not for most races here, but that's 20 of the top 25 in the world out here this weekend, and we got 4 full heats, about 13 deep. So probably close to 50 Pro Nitro guys out here, maybe a little more. I'll actually have to look up the numbers on that. Yeah, we're definitely over it there. So we have 13 in every one of them. Yeah, so we're just over 50 Pro Nitros. Tony Schumacher tuning in. Yeah, I was just talking about AJ a minute ago. They're rolling them out, checking them in. Robbie Kakla watching the AZ boys out here. Graham Hill, looking forward to hanging out with you. We'll have a Shirley Temple or 2 in Vegas in January. Man, it's like every race that comes up, I'm like, can it get any faster than the last heat? Yes. Yes, it can, and it is. We got some swingers here. Oh, that didn't sound right. We got some heavy hitters. T-Hook's getting some love online. These guys coming them in for fuel. Getting ready, about 30 seconds away till that loop goes live. right, getting ready to go here. See, who should we follow around here? You know who looked real good in practice yesterday was Fee Long. Maybe we'll start out with Fee. And he's the first one on the clock at the end of the straightaway. Good to see Jared Tebow in the house. Tebow pitting right behind the Live RC broadcast booth. He'd been wrenching hard. Apparently, I saw a Facebook post from him last night. Said he didn't realize that the World's Warmup and Lonestar was this weekend. He thought it was next weekend. He realized that on Tuesday at 7 p.m. He packed his bags, brought his car straight from P&B out here, kissed the wife goodbye and the kids, and left at 6 in the morning on Wednesday to be out here. So about 11 hours to pack up and get ready. We all get caught slipping every once in a while, but I didn't talk with him or anything, but I did see a Facebook post. And I said, yeah, we all get caught slipping every once in a while. There's Fee Long. A little drop down working in. Nope, I think that's Fuller we're with here. Let's see here. I'm going to have to stand up and take a look. Who are we following along with here? That is it. Oh, that's Miguel Villalobos. A lot of matching colors here in this one. That is look pretty similar to Fee. The Villalobos showing my race leader right now. I don't know. I guess with only 2 laps in, they got to have some sort of there. There's Fuller and Fee Long down at the end of the straightaway. These guys have not completed 3 laps yet, so I technically don't have a race leader. I did hear the little chingaderas on when he crossed the line that lets him know he was the leader so far over the first 2 laps, but it's not official here until we got 3 in the books. We got a little pack right here. Chase letting these boys on by. I like this. Fee and Mason gonna pace each other right out of the box here. A couple of the fastest guys here in this heat. These guys coming around for lap number 3, and I'll give you guys a full running order. Yep, I got it figured out, Gavin. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, a couple really bright colored cars out there. Miguel, not real familiar with this paint job, but there's a little crossbreed in between Fuller. Fuller even has the same kind of high flow color wing dams. Okay, I'll give you a full running order here. So, as you've seen in the first 3 heats with 3 minutes in and 7:15 to go, a lot of these guys, they go out and put a 3-minute solid run in, try and get 3 laps, come in for fuel. There's been a lot of carnage coming out of pit lane. I don't know if the mechanics aren't looking upstream before they let the cars down, or everybody's just a little feisty here in our first round of seating. Not a lot of give and take coming out of pit lane right now. That's Fuller, Fenn, Fee Long, Wilson, and Tebow at top 5. Chase Lemieux, Kato, Bruce, Villalobos. What's this? Oh, man. Papa Santos bringing me some Puerto Rican rice and beans and some pork. Bazinga. Thank you, Papa Santos Rodriguez, keeping me alive out here. That's awesome. Fee Long to the point here, and a new top seed. I was distracted by Santos bringing me some food. I mean, I'm all for it here. I haven't had anything to eat yet today, but we got business to attend to. I can eat later. So here comes Fee Long in the Kyosho. Looking good. 4 down, 6 to go. New top seed right here. And Mason Fuller with that 45 flat jumps up to 3rd for the round right here. So one of our quicker groups out here in our first 4. That's Fee Long and Fuller. Looking good. Those rides look dialed. A couple J Concepts drivers right there. One Kyosho, one S-Works. So 144.1, that is 0.6 faster than Nagaro. That may not seem like a lot, but in racing standards, a half second in 3 laps, when you're doing an hour main, you guys do the math. That's quite a bit different right there. So Phelan coming in for field. John with a little grab and stab. It looks like they're doing a mock race pit right there. They're not wasting any time and taking their time. They mocked that up to be a full race flow style pit stop. That looks good. Fee looking dialed out there. That young man, we've all known that his time is coming. Is this the breakout year for Fee where he goes and wins a world championship? We've all smelt that one coming. But is this the year? Phelan making his way out of Louisiana, a native from Vietnam. Right there, rocking the Kyosho, J Concept, Sidewinder Fuel, Exalt, and Nitro Pro. I got Phelan Wilson up to the 2 spot. Look at Jonah Wilson ripping that Sparko. Fuller 3, Finn 4 in the X-Ray, Hector 5 with the Techno, Boots 6, Kato 7, Lemieux 8, Hooks 9, Tridardi, Bruce Tebow, and Villalobos. Wilson jumping up to 3rd for the round. I got 3 drivers with a top 3 consecutive lap of 144. Just putting a little stamp here in seeding round 1. Sophie, I don't recognize that wing from practice yesterday. He may not only have a certain amount here, but rocking the clear wing. He was your top seed in Pro E-Buggy. Can he do the double up here in seating? 140, 340, 34.3, 34.4 for Wilson, 34.7 Fuller. I think Fee's got the hot lap of the round, too. Man, Fee getting it. So right now, top 5 for the round, if it were to end right now, would be Phelan, Angara, Wilson, Fuller, and JCC. Or JCCC or double C, whatever you choose. So just over 3 minutes to go. Let's see if we can follow back. Let's try and find Dakota Fend here and follow him around a little bit. Oh, and look at Tebow. He was in 12th place. So let's actually go to Tebow here. It should be coming up into the doubles right in front of the driver's stand. Nope, that's not the right blue and yellow, or blue and red and white car. Maybe him now. You can always find the antenna. Tebow should be, yep, into the 4-pack right now. Triple single for him. So he was in 12th out of 13th place, working into the Kyosho wall right now. And onto the front side straightaway goes Jared Tebow. Right there. Yeah, let's follow around one of the crowd favorites right here, Jared Tebow. Got rocking the antenna, old school right there. Probably no antenna on the receiver, but it's a nostalgic look. He goes from 12th to 4th in the last 3 minutes. I'll put him 15th for the round. He's been wrenching on that car for the last 2 or 3 days. Looks like he found a little something here. I think if you win the World Championship, that is your Driver of the Year award. So 9 down, 1 to go. 9 down, 1 to go. Look at this. Fuller up to the 2 spot now. 144.1. 4/100ths of a second. So let's try and find Mason. He might just come up and steal this thing right at the end. Fuller working the right side of the track. Should be right around the step up. Let's see if I can find him. About halfway through the track.
20 seconds ago, Fee led from wire to wire. Mason Fuller second, Wilson third,
I think he's one car back from Dakota right there, yeah, with the orange wing dam. So his last 2 laps were killer. But a 39-second lap in that last one. So that should end his run towards the front, but going to jump up to the number 2 spot. 4/100ths of a second behind Fee. We'll ring out of time in this one. Looks like there's Villalobos right there. Fee going down the straightaway right now. He's on his last lap. 1 car back from him. We're going to follow him around because anything. I don't want to speak too soon like I did in that second heat when JCC come up and stole that heat win right at the end.
Cato, first one done. Tebow done. Dakota next done. Boost done.
Actually, John Wilson with that 34.33. I think that is hot lap of the race. Fee also with a 34.3 at the 9. Waiting on a few more to finish here. Waiting on Wilson, waiting on Heckert, Trardi. Waiting on 2 more, and there it is. It's official. Fee Long. We're top seed here. The 26 Lone Star Challenge and World's Warmup. So thanks, guys, for tuning in. We're going to do a little track prep right here. I'm going to take a little break and try and get some food in the belly real quick, and we'll be right back with you guys shortly. My top 10, I'll give you guys my top 10 here before I leave you. Fee Long going to take the top seed. Fuller 2, Ongaro top 3, Wilson 4, Canos 5, Tebow all the way up to the 6th spot. What a run for Teebs. Ronafalk 7, Polito in the 8, Barufalo and Van Dalen. It's my top 10 seed here after my first 4 heats in Pro Nitro Worlds class. So hang out for a little bit, guys. We'll be right back with the racing action here shortly.
Hey, what's happening, guys? I got the People's Champ in the house, Cole Ogden here, And I just want to pick your brain a little bit about the background, the insight, kind of what goes in and the preparation that kind of goes into to being a professional RC racer for an event like this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of preparation definitely goes down back at home. And, luckily for us, we did the Nationals here last year, so we got a little bit of info to go from that. But, just taking what we know from there and wrenching and track days and just making sure your stuff's prepped, ready to go, so you can come here and get a maximum amount of track time. Today, luckily, it worked out. We did a little open practice deal, so that was pretty cool. So, we got to try a bunch of different stuff. I mean, I'm not really too different from what I normally run. Like I said, we just used some stuff from Nationals, but yeah, I mean, a lot of prep. I mean, you always got to be, RC cars is all about prep. You got to be prepared. And going to the track at home is key, making sure your stuff's fresh and showing up prepared.
And that makes a lot of sense. Like world-class professional athletes, they're in the gym and they're running and hiking, but I think it's more about like stick time and preparation and the work behind the scenes that the racers at home don't see to come to one of these events. And I want to hit on the Nationals a little bit. When you come out here and you race the Nationals and you have a good setup and stuff, are you kind of keeping the setups and your equipment and that information for yourself, or are you kind of spreading it around with the team and trying to get everybody else on pace too?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely always kind of a team effort. I mean, if somebody finds something that's good, I'm not going to keep it from anybody. It'll be kept within our camp for sure, hopefully. But honestly, it's not really that many kind of secrets and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people here that do that.
Yeah.
But me, I'm the people's champ, man. I like to shoot it with everybody. I give it to them straight. So, I mean, if somebody in the Mugen camp finds something, we all work from that. And if I find something, we all work from that. This weekend, Adam's been doing a lot of what I've been doing. And it's been working, so we work good together. So
yeah, I like it. Switching gears here a little bit, I don't think it's talked about enough. When you're a professional athlete, the sacrifices that kind of you give up to come out and you travel the country and you travel the world, like in your case, and you're gone and you miss birthday parties and families, and you're a married man now, so you're missing the wife, and we miss weddings and everything. Just kind of touch on the sacrifices that it goes that we put into being a professional athlete.
Yeah, I mean, for years. I mean, I've been doing this since I was professionally probably 18, 19, and then from there on, I'm on the tour for 12, 14 years. I'm 32 now, so. But yeah, like you said, I mean, you miss birthdays, you miss Mother's Day, Father's Day. I mean, birthdays is we always miss a birthday, but I mean, it definitely sucks, but that's just what it takes to be on the world-class level. And, eventually one day we'll all probably slow down and kind of get to, I guess, participate in the birthdays and the holidays. And, but yeah, I mean, it's not tough. We're all pretty much used to it now. I mean, it's, just give somebody the call. Hey, can't be there. Love you. Happy birthday. Merry Christmas, whatever,
Right.
So, it's tough, but, been doing it for so long, we're kind of used to it. So
No, I agree. I can feel your pain when you're talking about that, because we're on the road a lot too. I may not be a professional racer, but working in the industry and stuff, I consider myself a professional, and I miss a lot of those same things.
You're a pro, bro. You're a pro.
Thanks. Touching on the technology a little bit, from when you started to where technology is now today in the vehicles, give us a little insight of what the difference is from, gosh, even 15 years ago, with NiCad batteries and brush motors and all that stuff.
Yeah, technology is definitely advanced, and in this industry, the batteries and the speedos and the ESCs, has advanced a lot. When I started at a super young age, 6, 7 years old, 20-something years ago, hell, probably 30-something years ago now, but dude, I remember racing with crystals, bro. You can't test your stuff in the pits. You gotta go make sure no one's on your channel. You gotta go get the clip off the board, put it on your antenna, and luckily there's a lot more eyeballs not missing these days from those antenna days. So yeah, I grew up in the crystals days, and thank God we're on 2.4. Well, Futaba, we're on 5 gigahertz now. We're on 5 gigahertz. We're on our own level, but yeah, I mean, the advancements in technology has definitely advanced the racing. It puts the racing a lot closer. Everyone's kind of running the similar equipment, and the electrics is came a long way. Like you said, the NiCad, the nickel metal, now the lithium high voltage, and so now I think we're getting into some graphene stuff, and I even think it's going to change even more here in the next few years with like Elon and stuff, like changing how batteries and stuff are made. So who knows what happens next? But yeah, the technology's majorly advanced over the years.
Cool, brother. Well, thank you so much for taking a little time and hanging out with Live RC and myself. We hope you have an awesome weekend out here, and we wish you good luck. And is there anybody you want to thank for getting you out here?
I would like to thank Futaba. They are my support structure as of right now. I mean, privateer chassis, but I'll give a shout out to Mugen. Mugen's always been there for me. They always look out for me. They always treat me good. So that's kind of like where I went back to my roots, Mugen. So yeah, shout out Futaba, Mugen, all my sponsors, Ultimate. Promotion's a big one for me. Tire programs on point. Thank you, Tyler Brown. But yeah, all my sponsors throughout the years who've supported me, stuck behind me. Appreciate you. Love you, Mom and Dad. Can't forget the wife, brother, sister, and my dog, Servo. Love you guys.
That's awesome. Well, cool, brother. Good luck this weekend, man, and we'll be cheering you on. Thank you. All right, guys, we're back with another Live RC interview, and I got one of the hottest young racers in the country right now, coming off a very successful DNC. And I just want to talk with a little bit about your kind of prep and what goes into coming out for a weekend like this. It's a World's Warmup, of course. It's the 2026 Lonestar Challenge. Give us a little peek behind the scenes on what goes into coming out for a weekend like this.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty normal prep. I mean, just make sure all the cars are freshened up. I came here with a pretty new car, so that probably will be my World's car. I'll probably shelf it until then, run it a couple times at home, and make sure it's all good. So preparation, maybe a little bit more just because, I did a couple engines to break in for Worlds on 25%. And then, yeah, the cars are pretty normal. So I would say it's a normal preparation, but still a lot of work at home on the wrench bench.
Now, I noticed you've been out there racing a little 10 scale lately, and I always tell people, I mean, look at the best racers in the world, Mayfield, Tebow, Cavallari. They all kind of started in the 10 scale. In my opinion, the cars are harder to drive. Now, the tracks for the 8 scale, a little bit bigger jumps and more obstacles and stuff. But I always tell people, when they get into 8 scale, is like, don't forget about your 10 scale roots. Does that kind of help, driving a tricky little two-wheel drive with setup and just reaction and all that?
Yeah, I would say my driving is, even just running the 2 days I ran at home, has improved, especially on a track like this where you have to have smooth wheel inputs and can't push too hard. I'm a pretty aggressive driver, so I like to hit the gas quite a bit, which was helping me calm the car down a little bit. But, yeah, we're going to go to the Roar Nationals, 110 Scale Dirt Nationals at SDRC next week. We got our new S12-3D, the S14-4D, so it's been awesome at home, and I'm excited just to kind of see where it's stacked up. No real expectations, just go there, have fun, and show what our car can do.
Sounds like a good time to me. I mean, anytime you can go race the Nationals and you're putting your car out there and you're putting the brand out there, and, you're just putting them in a good light, going out there and racing those newer vehicles. Now, which isn't always the easiest thing to do, especially with brand new cars. They take a little time to, wrench those in. I like that you're saying you're not going to keep, you have no expectations, which is always a good thing. Go out there and just full senders and stuff. To touch on the track a little bit out here this weekend, I know you've raced here before, but give the viewers a little insight. When you get here and you're staring at the track, what is the first thing you're doing? Are you studying the track, or are you kind of, just throwing a setup at the car and hoping it sticks?
Yeah, I came here with my pretty normal setup that when I go to all the races, kind of have the same setup I go from track to track with to start the weekend. I was a little thicker on diffs out of the gate just because this track does get a little bit grippy. But here it's been kind of weird where, like, sometimes you come, like at Nationals, for example, it was super high bike because we were saucing a bunch. But then Mason was telling me they had some race here maybe a month ago or 2 months ago, and the track was kind of polishy, which that's how it was in 2016. So sometimes you get a polishy track here, sometimes you don't. But yeah, when you get to the track, just kind of take a look at it, check the dirt out, and go send it.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. It's a little cooler out here and less humid than it normally is, and weather plays a bigger factor of anything with track conditions. So, are you expecting it to be a little different than Nationals, or what have you seen so far in your day of practice out here compared to what you saw at the Nationals?
Yeah, so far I would say it's maybe a little bit more drier. The track, I would say, it's only the first day, so I would say Nationals around this time was maybe a little bit more grip. There's grip out there, though, for sure. The lap times have dropped from, I think about 2 seconds from the start of the day till now. Maybe a little less, or maybe about 1.5. But, yeah, the track itself, I think it's kind of similar. I'm running the same tires I ran at Nationals, same compound, same tread pattern. The setup, maybe I'm a little bit lighter on diffs just because the track has that tick less of grip. So, but I would say overall the track's super fun. The Thornhill crew always kills it, and it's always a good time.
Yeah, I agree that every time I've ever watched on Thornhill, it's my first time being here and actually experiencing it live, but Ethan always does a great job with his layouts, and they're super technical and really creative and stuff, and that. As a racer myself, I always look forward to a nice creative track. So from Nationals and today, let's say you hit on something really good. Are you keeping that to yourself as a little ace up your sleeve? Are you sharing it with the team? Where do you draw the line at? You're trying to win this race and make your car the best, but also help the team out as well.
Yeah, obviously I want to win always, you know what I mean? You come to the race to win, but if a S-Works car is on the top of the box, that means overall the team worked well, and that's a win in my book also. So if I find something, I always share it. For example, at DNC, I found a piston package that worked amazing, and I told the whole team, and they all ran it. And then it ended up getting us a win. Juan got second e-buggy, got second in nitro buggy, and I was able to podium in nitro buggy. So that was a win for me, not only that I win the race, but I also won in the fact that knowing that I helped the team improve the results and get S-Works car on the box.
Yeah, and I commend that. Most racers, they're like, I'm not telling anybody. But you're a team player, and you had an awesome weekend out at DNC, and let's hope we can catch a little lightning in a bottle twice out here at the 2026 Lonestar Challenge. Well, good luck to you the rest of the weekend. Is there anybody you want to thank for getting you out here?
Yeah, I want to thank all my sponsors, my parents, Grandma and Grandpa back home watching probably, and Tyler Brown for the promotion support. We got a little bit of work to do so far this weekend. We're a little off, but it's a long weekend ahead, and the main goal is to get the cars as good as we can, and that's why we're staying on a Monday and Tuesday to test. So obviously we want to win the race, but if we leave here knowing that we made good setup strides and more confident for Worlds, then that was a win. But we've been confident. Our cars have been awesome, so I'm excited for the weekend.
That's the goal. Of course, it's the Lonestar Challenge, but it's the World's Warm-Up, so you're just kind of coming out here and trying to find that hot setup out there and go from there. Well, cool. I appreciate your time. I wish you the best of luck this weekend, man, and thanks for everything.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Hey, guys. I'm here with a man who needs no introduction, the world-famous Jimmy Babcock. And, Jimmy, tell us what your role is out here this weekend and kind of what you got going on.
Well, my role is race director, so I'm the race director of the 2026 Lonestar Challenge here at Thornhill, and also known as the World's Warm-Up. So I'll be here running the show, I'll be announcing, and I'll be race directing the event. So
no stranger to events of this magnitude, especially being a World's Warm-Up, because you were the World's announcer in 2016. You've announced nationals, and you've traveled all over the world, I would say, doing this. When you're getting ready for a race, what kind of time and effort do you put in behind the scenes that the racers, I guess, or the viewers online wouldn't see?
Well, just mainly getting the equipment ready. So basically cleaning everything, getting everything organized. A lot of events I use my own equipment, so I'll get all the entries put in, set all the parameters in the computer, make sure just all the equipment's running. This weekend, since we had to fly out here to Texas, I didn't bring all of my equipment, so I'll be using the Thornhill equipment. So a little bit extra work today. As I got here, I had to basically recreate the entire event with all the classes, set all the parameters, and then start from scratch and enter all the names in the computer. And that's where we're at now. We finally just got done with everything, and now we can sit back and relax and enjoy some racing.
I like the sound of that. Speaking of racing, you've been the man behind the mic for 20-plus years, but maybe the viewers or just people that see you in passing don't understand some of your background before you got into announcing. So you were a racer for a long time. Give us a little insight of what you were before you were announcing and kind of how you got into it as a career after your racing.
Well, I started way back in 1991 at my local track, and started like everyone else, racing the beginner class, and then worked my way up. After a few years of doing club racing, I ended up traveling all over Southern California and beyond, and made my way out to Oklahoma for the Norca Nationals at the time, and got picked up by Losi after winning three nationals at that event, and basically started traveling all over the world doing events and racing full time. And then at some point I decided, you know what, it's time to make the move, and started slowing down on the track and wanted to stay in the industry and in the hobby. So picked up the microphone, and a couple of the locals taught me how it was done back home. And here we are, 15 years later of announcing, and now I'm traveling all over the world doing announcing instead of racing.
Yeah, and that's pretty unique as far as going from professional racer to professional announcer and traveling all over, because you did that as a racer, now you're doing that as an announcer, and you've been really successful, and I really appreciate you teaching me pretty much everything, kind of take me underneath your wing and turning me into a race director and everything. And Jimmy's really modest. He's a 15-time national champion and A-Mains finalist at the Worlds and everything. So not only is he a excellent racer and heck of a race director, he's I'm lucky enough to call him one of my best friends. So I appreciate your time for the interview today, and I look forward to working side by side with you out here this weekend.
Yep, it'll be fun. We're still traveling together, rooming together, riding around together, but we have different capacity this weekend where he's working for Live RC and I'm race directing the show here.
Cool. Well, thank you for your time, Jimmy. We'll get out of your hair. I know you're a busy man, and let's have some fun.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I got the one and only Joey Christensen in the house, y'all. So, Joey, this is your event. You've been doing this here for a while, I think 13 years now. But anybody who may be tuning in or watching and just doesn't know the history of Joey and his races and stuff, give us a little background of kind of how you got into this and how long you've been doing this.
Yeah. So I just got into it with my dad back in 1999. We raced motorcycles and bicycles together. And at some point, I started a young family when I was 18 and 19. And a few years later, my dad said, hey, we should try to check out RC cars. Something we could do that doesn't take a lot. And he went to the hobby store, bought all the stuff, went down to the track, and we fell in love with it. And it's like a father and son thing that I cherish to this day, because we spent a lot of cool years together racing, and that's how I got it with my dad. And it eventually turned into me building tracks and owning a track and then putting on big races. And I just kind of kept following what the people would say. Hey, you should have a bigger race. Hey, you should have the Nationals. Hey, you should. And I kind of incorporated my own style into RC cars with bigger jumps, bigger berms, and I wanted to make it look cool. And so I decided to do backdrop banners, and I just, I've always been kind of a production guy and an art guy, and I wanted it to look a certain way, and it's just developed into 27 years of here we are.
Yeah, that's an incredible run. 27 years of doing this, and you run some of the biggest races in the country. I mean, I think it was in 22 and 23 we had over 1,000 entries at Silver State, and we're good for 700 to 900 at DNC, every year. But it's not just a USA thing. You've traveled the world doing this and building tracks all over. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it was amazing. I'm from a small town called Hemet, and it's nothing but like dirt out there. So eventually I named my track The Dirt, because my friends would always tease me about, you still live in the dirt? I'm like, yep. And it just so happened where somebody said, hey, can you come build us a track, far away? I think it was in Italy or somewhere. I'm like, yeah, I can do that. And then while I was there, they're like, hey, can you come to Spain? Can you come to... I've been everywhere. So I've been like 15 tracks in Brazil. I've been to Sweden. I've been to, a million places. And now famous people hire me, artists, musicians. I just built a track for like the owner of GoPro. I built a track for Sheldon Adelson. He's the guy that owns the Venetian that's passed away, but his son, at their custom house. I built tracks for sports athletes. Anybody who wants a track built, I'll build it.
I mean, literally anybody. I've been with you on some of those track builds and stuff, and been lucky enough to kind of be the grasshopper and you're the sensei when we're out there. And I truly enjoyed our time, working with you. And I've been race directors for you. I've helped you build tracks. I've worn a couple different caps, and now here I'm at Live RC now, hanging out and doing our thing over here on the camera. And it's been an awesome ride, and I'm super thankful to have you in my corner and kind of guide me in the right direction and kind of show me the ropes out here, because, nothing lasts forever. We're all getting a little older, so, maybe one of these days I'll have to take over and start some race promoting and stuff.
Hey, you know, good energy attracts good energy. And people with a positive attitude and like a zest for life and make things good when things are rough, that's what I love. And you're that guy 100%. And you've always been that guy. That's why we get along so well. I mean, laughing is like a good therapy for people. Sure. And no matter, we could be dying in a pool of mud and we would still just be cracking up laughing. So I'm happy for you. You're always part of our crew. You know, always. You're a good dude. We love you.
Thanks, man.
And I know that the people from Live RC are excited to have you on board, and you do a great job, man. So thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Joey. I really appreciate the kind words, and I wish you continued success out here with all these races, and I love you, brother, and we'll let you get back to work. I know you're doing registration and doing a bunch of stuff, so thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks, everybody at Live RC. Boom.
Hey, guys, Sean with Live RC coming with you guys with a interview with Papa Santos Rodriguez, longtime racer out in this neck of the woods, and we're going to pick his brain a little bit about what he thinks of the 2026 Lonestar Challenge / Worlds race.
Yeah, so far so good, man. We put in a lot of work. The track's very technical. It's got its open areas where you can be on the gas and wide open, and it's got its areas where you got to be very precise and smooth. Yeah, I think it's going great so far. I've been really just changing tires, and you know, we all say it's 90% of his tires, but with the setup wise, the technical cars have been working great. TZO tires have been working great, and yeah, I'm excited to get on the clock and see how we stack up against each other.
I like it. So you've been doing some work out there on the track getting ready for this. You know, give the viewers a little insight of it's everybody else just says to show up and play, but what's kind of a little bit in the background? I mean, it's weeks and months of planning and preparation and work getting in the track.
Yeah, so the Thornhill crew, you know, Chris Allison, starting with him, he's a great guy, great person to be with, and Jason Glass, Ethan LaFay, and some of the guys that are locals. We all kind of bumped our heads together and knew with some of the things that we had to do to the dirt. And it's been a while that the dirt's been acting a certain way, and we're like, all right, let's go ahead and do some different ways of how we work the dirt. And so we started rotor-tiller in the dirt. That's been a big change. Track's been holding together better. It packs in better. And when we're rolling it, you know, Chris is meticulous about making sure that the jumps are a certain way. So when Ethan's out there building the track, you know, he kind of sees certain things, and he's like, all right, I know exactly what I'm going to do. Let's go ahead and do it. I've never once asked, hey, do this jump or recommended anything because I know he knows what he's doing. And with Jason Glass and the team, we put in a great work to get you guys, the viewers, a great place, great atmosphere with the racers here, a track to race at, right? And for the pro level or the competitive level, give them a racetrack that's going to be very separated between the field. Give these guys a place to where they can fine-tune their cars, because as most pros say out here, Thornhill is one of the hardest tracks to really dial in our cars for. It's not a loose track. Everything's got to be dialed in. And so, yeah, here we are, day one.
I like it. Yeah, kind of going off of that a little bit. I mean, especially with today being the first time out on the track, breaking it in, the track very green. You know, you're going to see a little bit of everything. It was kind of wet this morning, and then it started to dry up, and then a little bit loose. You know, so the out-of-towners are they're gonna have to work a little bit to kind of dial in those cars and find that right setup. But you guys have done a tremendous job out here. I've been walking around the track. The facility looks awesome. I'm sure if Chris and Jason could do it by themselves, they would, but they can't. It takes a village to keep a facility like this up and running and looking as good as it does. So I'm sure they appreciate you guys for coming out and putting in all your blood, sweat, and tears out there. And the track's awesome. I'm really looking forward to an awesome week of racing. And you're doing a little bit of racing out here, too, this weekend. What classes are you racing, and what are you expecting as far as results?
Yeah, so I'm racing the 40-plus Nitro Buggy, 40-plus E-Buggy, and 40-plus Nitro Truggy. Yeah, so I'm a local here, as we already know, and, you know, I tend to shine at my best on qualifying, and I love, you know, Thornhill. I know what I got to do to my rides. And so, yeah, I think making the A-main would be, you know, sufficient enough for me to just be comfortable for the weekend. Aside from that, being able to be part of the track crew and continue to work on top of, you know, racing and helping out one of the pro guys. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you for your time today, and I wish you the best of luck this weekend. I'll be rooting for you when you're out there. You're always up towards the front, and that's always fun to see. Is there anybody you'd like to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Yeah, definitely my wife, my kids are always my number one supporters. Techno RC, PTRC, been with him, Pablo, for years now. TZO, new sponsorship for this year, but working hard with Ethan and Nick and providing the right tires for the grip. VP Fuels, what else? Thornhill crew for sure. Thornhill, Chris Allison, man, he helps me out a lot with my program. And so I appreciate that. Jason, all the guys that are locals, appreciate that. And for all the viewers out there, you guys enjoy, and let's put on a show.
Right on, brother. Thank you so much, and we'll be rooting you on this weekend.
All right.
Thank you. What's up, guys? This is Sean with Live RC, and we're coming at you guys from the 2026 Lonestar Challenge / World's Warmup. And I got Smiley Hen here with us, one of the local guys. So I just want to come and pick your brain a little bit. How's everything going so far as you're early in the week?
So far, so good. Track's kind of just doing its normal thing. Normally, they water during the day, so it's kind of throwing us for a loop compared to normally. Normally, we run for about 2 hours, they water it. So now we're running on it bone dry, so it's kind of like your grip's slowly coming up, so you're still making more and more changes to the car.
Gotcha. So they are watering at night, from my understanding, so they are going to water. Now, is that going to play a little havoc with the cooler temperatures out here, which is not normal for me, but going to water at night, so it's going to be a little bit wet, and then the track conditions should come in as the day goes on. Give the viewers a little insight on kind of what we're going to see from this track as the week goes on.
Yeah, if it's anything like the shootout about a month ago, after they water at night, normally the early heats the next day have to run softer tires, obviously, because the groove kind of gets washed away. Like at the shootout, we finished practice day on silver, like clay compound, but the next day it kind of resets, so you start back on super soft, then go back to soft, and then clay. So it definitely resets every day.
Yeah, and so you're a local out here, so you're kind of used to that, but anybody traveling may be figuring that out on the fly out here this week, which is expected when you travel. Speaking of that, I mean, look at the turnout from the international crowd out here. These guys are definitely trying to be like a sponge, I guess you should say, and soak it all in. You got any advice for those guys coming from out of town, or maybe what to expect here?
I mean, just by watching them on the track so far in their world's warm-up practice, I mean, they already look like they carry more corner speed, in my opinion, than the Americans. So, like watching Ongaro, for instance, I mean, his car just looks like it floats around the corner, whereas some of the other guys, our U.S. pros, they just look like they lack a little bit of corner speed. But I mean, starting tomorrow, time will tell. So.
Yeah, and speaking of that corner speed, we're kind of in the Euros wheelhouse this weekend, with the high bite traction. And so I'm sure they were happy to show up and be like, wow, this is going to be kind of what we're used to in a way. When you go out west, you expect a few more bumps and a little bit more roost, but we're not going to get that this weekend. So I think they're going to do okay. And like you said, I saw some of the Euros out there, and they were looking pretty comfortable right away. So you're racing a little bit this weekend. What classes are you racing?
This weekend, just taking it easy since I have to pit a couple of the local Houston guys. So just 40-plus E-Truggy and 40-plus E-Buggy. Nice and easy.
Yeah. I've always enjoyed battling in that 40-plus class with you. Well, cool, man. Thank you for some of your time and some of your insight. Anybody you want to thank for getting you out here this weekend?
Just all my sponsors, VRP, J Concepts, pretty much everybody else, my brother, and then all the Houston crew that came along with us.
Right on, Smiley. Well, thanks. We'll tune in with you guys soon.
We just got to wait for one lap, and now we got a running order. Todd Geary on an 8.5.10, your leader, with Wade Moore in second, Elmer in third. So we're looking at about a 5-hour round. That first round was about 5 hours. We started at 2:30. So according to my math, we'll be done for the day at 7:30 tonight, guys. 7:30 to 7:45 with any little hiccups. Tomorrow morning, we start at 9 a.m. The heats are already out there, so the same heats you're running in right this round, you'll run 2 more times tomorrow. So this race on the track will be up at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Three minutes left.
So not sure if we finish up. We won't have to take that break to set up the heats again for tomorrow, so we should be done at least a half an hour, maybe a little bit sooner tomorrow by 7. So I'll talk to Joey, see if he wants to do any mains, and if he does, how late he wants to go. But qualifying should be finished around 7 p.m. tomorrow night, and then maybe have time for a handful, maybe 2, 3, 4 lower mains, maybe race until like 9 o'clock tomorrow and get some of those lower mains done. So coming up next, our A qualifier. So, man, I got the perfect man for the job. So Chris Allison's going to be my first example up there. So Chris Allison,
2 minutes left.
he is the track owner. He'll make sure nobody passes him, and he stays up at the front of the line until everybody from the race before has passed. Once again, guys, number 1 in line, make sure you stay there until everybody on the driver's stand has exited past you. And then you can go up one at a time, and we won't have any, or should not have any issues. So we're showing Todd Geary, your leader, on an 8.5.20 pace. Wade Moore running second on an 8.5.23. Catching's third on an 8.5.29, and Elmer 4 on an 8.5.30.
All right, welcome back, guys. We are in our first round here of qualifying at the 2026 Lone Star Challenge here at Thornhill Racing Circuit. And it's a world warm-up as well. Just got done slamming down a couple tacos, so had to finish that up and ran right back up to the booth, and here we are, back in the action. We're qualifying for the next 3 rounds. We're going to run around qualifying here today. My guesstimation of finish time today was a little off because I did not account for the 8 10-minute races we'll have today. Our 10-minute 4 in seating, and then we had 4 10-minute races here in qualifying. So I said about 6:30, but I was wrong. And then we're going to be finished around 7:30 out here tonight. So tune in, jump on the chat, check in on Facebook, liverc.com, or YouTube. You guys can watch all the racing action. Cheer on your buddies. Let the homies know you're rooting them on, and when they're watching back in the hotel later, they're like, oh, this is my race. I was on Live RC, and I got the homies cheering me on back home. So we got the wives and husband, girlfriend, and friends all tuned in here. Beautiful Friday afternoon. It's getting about 80 degrees out there. Still kind of gloomy out there. Sun really hasn't peeked through much over the days here, which I'm fine with. I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't mind a little cool weather. But talking with some of the locals, that May is usually a little warmer than this. So Todd Geary leading us around. Going to take the first heat win here in qualifying. Of course, this is the first. Oh, no. Oh, wiggle those wheels. Yeah, I'm a wheel wiggler, too. When I go upside down, wiggle those dang wheels. Pretty sure it makes the marshals run faster. That's not a proven fact, but I'm a wheel wiggler when I go upside down. You can tell who has ADHD up there. Going a little nuts. Geary's done. Going to take the heat win here in round 1 qualifier. Our first heat of 2, 40-plus electric buggy.
Waiting on 3 more to finish. Hold your spots, marshals.
Lunch break is over, and now it's racing for the next 5 hours. Should be about 2:39, so we've got about 5 hours left of racing here, maybe a little less. Seating is in the books. She gone.
All right, so it's going to be Todd Geary, your winner, setting the time to beat for round 1 of qualifying. 8 laps in the 5:21.
Pull up some chats up here. And there it is, Todd Geary on 8:5:21.7. That's your TQ time to beat here. Wade Moore, 8:5:26. Catchings, Reba Scholes. Paul said he had a good run in the truggy, but he's struggling a little bit with that 40-plus electric buggy. So, could have been better, could have been worse. It's going to be Elmer Castillo Glass. That's Jason Glass, the track manager out here. And I actually spoke with Jason a little bit on how they prep the dirt out here. And actually, I got a little bit of info. I don't know if I understood. So I talked with Jason, like I said. He's kind of the track operation manager out here. They don't have any sugar out there. They don't glue the track. What they use is a VP additive to the water. And the best way he described it to me was kind of like a laundry detergent you would add to your laundry. He said it's kind of purple in tone and it's a little bit soapy. The best way he described it is like when you would shoot water at the face of the jump and it would just run right down. It makes it kind of the water goop up a little bit, so it's an additive to help keep a little bit of moisture in the track. Because as you know, running on clay out here, the more the clay gets dried out, the more that clay is going to break up and get those cracks in there. Anybody that races on clay, 10 scale or 8 scale, you let that track dry out a whole bunch and you get those large cracks in it. So that kind of is, it's made by VP. It was new news to me. And I thought that was kind of cool that they don't, like I said, they're not sugaring or gluing the track. We had some people in the chat asking that earlier, and I did my homework on my lunch break. So that's one thing they do as far as a water additive that just kind of helps keep some moisture in the track and keeps those cracks from forming. And they also lay down a de-duster. Not 100% what that was. Jason had to run and go take care of some sort of issue, so I didn't get to pick his brain as much as I wanted to. But they also lay down something on the track that kind of helps keep the dust down. So I did some homework for you guys. You guys were asking, is the track treated? Is there sugar or glue or whatnot to create traction, which there is not, but there is a little additive to the water to keep it some moisture in that dirt, and then there is an additive. I don't know, I'm using the word additive, but they lay something down on the track early in the week to kind of keep the dust down. So you guys heard it here first, and you guys can maybe do some studying online since I won't have time to Google that and get some more in-depth information on as far as that goes.
15, looks like we got a broken.
We got Gabe tuned in online. What's up, Big Gabe? What's happening? I appreciate the kind words, man. Yeah, I'm still working on those. I don't have a ton of experience doing interviews, but me, I like to get uncomfortable and just go out there and do them. And the more you do, obviously, the more experience I'll get and the better I'll get at those. But I feel like I did okay, and I don't think I'm totally dumping the tank right there, but I'm not. I'll be the first one to tell you I got a lot to learn about broadcasting and interviews and post-race interviews. Those are easy. You just talk about the awesome race they just had, how they're feeling. But as far as the interviews with the racers and stuff, I really enjoy that part of the broadcast team and trying to get a little better. And the more I do, the more I'll hone my craft right there. France checking in. Jessica J, 2484, tuned in all the way from France. There's a couple of fast French drivers out here.
Everyone is off and counting. Chris Hatch with the early lead with a 38.6 first time by. Reggie in the 2 with a 38.6 as well. Chris Allison takes.
Where's Scotty at today? That's a great question, Jerry. That is a great question. Yeah, Jessica cheering on a couple of the French boys. We got Boda and Noah Muhammad out there. Yeah, Jess cheering on those Frenchies. Now the boys have been looking good out here in our seeding round. Let's see if they can't strap it up here for our first round of qualifying coming up later for those guys. Yeah, I would imagine Scotty will be pumping out. They're bringing in the big guns for the Worlds, I'm assuming. Who knows? Maybe I can double up with him. That'd be fun. All right, give these guys a second to get things situated.
Patel in the 7, Enki in the 8, Ricardo in the 9, Nick Lefebvre in the 10. With 3 minutes to go, guys. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes left. Allison only 1.5 behind the leader there, Kurt Kellum in that number 1 spot. Fast lap of the race on lap number 2 was Kurt with 37.2.
Kurt Kellum doing his best lap of the race. There he is live. I like that paint job too. Little flow pinks, sky blue. Gotta love the colored wing dams. That's always nice. Adds a little pizzazz. I like to run some colored wing dams on there. So the local boys running 1, 2, 3 right here. Right now top 7 on the new TQ run. So I'll put Todd Geary from that last heat. 8, so it's an 8-8 run right there for Todd, so not the worst thing in the world. But as expected when you're in the B seed. And the A seed coming up, you know you need a burner if you want to make that show. Kellum deciding to go for triple single in the seeding round. He was going quad right there. One of the only drivers I've seen grease the quad out here this weekend. I've seen a few other attempts, but... Kellum, Allison, Chris Allison, track owner. Rocking in that number 2 spot. Reggie Tung, Hatch, Rodriguez, Hen, Patel, Inkley, Lefebvre, and Fausch.
Reggie still hanging on to that 3 spot. Santos climbs to the 4. Hatch falls to the 5. Patel hanging on to that 6. Smiley him in the 7. Enki in the 8. Nick in the 9. And Ricardo rounding out the field in the 10 with 1:20 to go. Your leader just crossed the board here.
Yeah, Clay up there giving Jimmy a little break. We all need a little break from time to time. Of course, if we're the only one, we're the only RD in the house, he'll knock it out, but a little break does the body good. Oh, no. Oh, no, I don't think he could see his vehicle. Obviously, that huge obstacle to step up. So can't see the pace right now. We're doing a little housekeeping up here on the computer. So I'll just pull it up on my phone. So Kellum, he only had a 1 second lead right there. That one gonna hurt. Yep, Allison to the point. Not a rough one. He got it wrong over the backside step up and then lost his car. Said, I'll give it some throttle, see if I can find it. And he almost went out of the park.
With the off-track excursion, that drops Kurt Kellum to the 3. Chris Allison moves to the point. Chris Hatch with steady, consistent driving has moved him all the way up to the number 2 slot.
All right, Allison Hatch. Kellum, Patel, and Tung, my top 5 here. Top 7 on a new TQ run still. I believe we were following along with Mr. Allison. Yep, and that was in that green and yellow rig. All right. That'll feel good. He was running, just hanging out there in the top 2. A big mistake out of Kurt. That's going to allow Chris to steal the TQ here in 40-plus E buggy. Round 1. Was it 8.521? So Allison on 8.502.9, going to take the win there. Second going to be Hatch on 8.508. Reggie Tung. Oh, and Kellum dropping down to the 5th spot. So Tung on 8.513, and Mike Patel and Kurt Kellum rounding out my top 5. Smiley Hen 6. As you can see on my A-Main Hobbies race results, Mike Enki on the 7, Rodriguez 8, Lefebvre in the 9, Ricardo Fausch in the 10. There's a race. Jump out there and turn marshal, boys.
Chris Hatch will go to the 4. Reggie will go to the 5. Mike will go to the 9. Kurt Kellen will go to the 6. Smiley will go to the 2. Anki will go to the 10. Santos to the 3. Nick to the 8. And Ricardo to the 7. And I'm going to need 2 marshals. 2 volunteer marshals. 2 volunteers.
All right, getting ready to roll out our first heat. Sportsman Electric Buggy. So our first official TQ going to the track honor. But that feels good.
Just pick one. Let's see.
Attaboy, Chris. All that hard work getting the bid for the Worlds here. And his 13th year of the Lone Star Challenge.
Yeah.
Comes out here and lays the golden egg. Here in round number 1.
I think we got him. What number is that? That number 1? Oh, that's for Chris Ellison. Yeah, we need somebody in that number 1.
Oh, the turn marshal at the 7 come move that chair. Looks like they're just having a nice little chat / picnic out there.
You got 2 minutes.
These guys enjoying themselves, as they should on a race weekend. Of course, there's a lot of pros in here that are working and they're clocked in. A lot of guys, this is their vacation. You know, I spent my whole life as a child with my parents. We didn't go on trips to Hawaii and to Italy and France or anything. No, we spent our weekends at the river and at the lake, out motorcycle riding and camping and stuff. That was our vacation. Racing RC cars, those were our vacations for us. So there's a lot of people out there that can relate to that here in the RC industry. You know, these are our vacations out here. This is how we like to spend our time, of course. All the money we spend on RC, man, we could travel the world and see the world, but we're racers at heart, and that's what we want to do on our free time, and that's what we so choose. There's a lot of racers out here spending their vacation time and hard-earned money out here to lay it down at the Thornhill Racing Circuit here for the World's Warm-Up and 2026 Lone Star Challenge. Raw Speed headquarters checking in. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The Raw Speed boys always showing Sexy Legs some love out there, so appreciate these guys tuning in. A little plug for the boys right there. Got a couple of the Easy Boys in the house and a lot of Easy Boys in the chat. So Raw Speed back and ripping. Good to have the boys back.
We did do a resort. Make sure you check the heat sheets. But this is round 1 of qualifying. Okay, that sucks. Sorry, dude. All right, 19 seconds till we go hot, guys.
All right, loop goes live in 15 seconds here. We're getting ready to rock and roll. Race number 3 of 28. Oh, 28, where'd that come from? We only had 27 in that first round of seeding, so they must have added an extra heat here on me. They didn't even tell me? I guess they didn't need to. I figured it out on my own.
Here we go, lesson 5.
Sleazy T showing some Raw Speed some love. South Georgia taking in. Big Country in the house. All right, we'll give these guys a minute to get things situated. And Reed rocking those Raw Speeds.
We're off and running. Race number 3, Sportsman Electric Buggy Heat 1 of 2. Up next, race 4, Sportsman Electric Buggy Heat 2. You guys should be getting ready and on the ramp. Race 5, Intermediate Electric Buggy. You guys should start thinking about it.
I want to give a shout out to our event sponsors here real quick. I want to thank Live RC for bringing everybody on board. A-Main Hobbies, Techno, One Up Racing, and J Concepts on board for the Lone Star and World's Warm-Up here.
He's on the clock with a 45-3.
Sleazy said he is slaying down the tires as we speak right now. That's awesome. Nothing better, especially when you have a 3-day race on, when you're working in the garage or you're at the office or in the shop. They're all on that Live RC broadcast, and we're gonna help you guys through your work day out here.
With 120 down, we've just about got everyone by for their first lap.
Now, you think I would not watch Live RC broadcasts when on my weekends off away from the racetrack? Oh, hell no. I'm an RC addict, man.
The only one
I watch all the racing from home when I'm not at the track working. I'll watch it all. I don't care whether it's in Malaysia or back east. No matter where it is, I'm watching. I always like to check out the RC action. It's a hobby I've invested a lot of time and love into, man. I just totally enjoy it. Right now, Noah out front. Newman in the 2. Abram 3. That's going to be Granger 4, Painter 5, Williams 6, Jackson 7, Pitt 8, Will Hoyt, Pitt, and then Will Hoyt, Grenier, and no Cochran or Bosworth. I don't think I've seen either of the Bosworths here. I could have sworn I seen them yesterday, but.
With 2:45 to go, guys. 2:45. Noah still holding on the point. James Newman in the 2. Nick Wilcox moves to the 3. John Granger in the 4. Pretty close battles for that 4, 5, and 6.
8:5:38 pace, so I got one driver on an 8-lap pace right here. Should be Noah Hinton. Should be coming up to the loop here any second. Yep, the all-green buggy at the end of the straight. Working to the option lane. Over the right side triple. The back short shoot. Into probably the most technical part of the track. You got that little double into the step chicane. Up over the step up into an off-camber chicane. And you can see that black groove starting to work its way into the track right here. So traction will be going up as the week goes on. A brand new track, not a single lap ran until our 11 hours of open practice yesterday. And then, of course, 5 hours now, so it's only had about 16 hours of track time so far. And you'll see that black groove start to stretch its way out farther into those turns. Get a little bit more traction, a little flatland right there. Oh, no foul for Hinton. Top 2 now on an 8-lap pace.
Caution on the back after the step up. It's clear.
So it looks like it's going to take 8 to get it done in the Sportsman Electric Buggy class.
Coming up on 1 minute to go. Noah's still hanging on to that 1 spot. The gap is still about the same, though. Only 8/10 to the number 2.
Wow, 8/10 of a second between my top 2 right here. It is on in our first heat of Sportsman E-Buggy. Little lap traffic, little donkey flip right there. Gotta love that torque of that E-Buggy. Hang it nice and tight on the inside and just grab a handful of throttle and you can send that 25-foot triple. Easy.
Brent and Scott are basically on top of each other on the clock here for the 5 and 6 spots. Only 2/10 between.
Yeah, they are at school. Not a Fed knows exactly where the kids are, Bosworths. Yeah, they'll be here. They'll be here tomorrow, I have a feeling.
Work together, guys. Work together.
Yep, they'll be here tomorrow.
Help each other to bump and bang. You're on your own clock. Be patient. Give a little room. This one winding down with 5 to go. That is time, drivers. That is time. Keep driving.
Wow. Here an AJ getting into the Worlds. So the owner of Raw Speed was invited as a driver for the H-Scale Worlds in September and is announced today by Roar. Awesome. And AJ's always down for a little RC racing. Always have the best battles when I race with AJ. I don't know what the score is by now, but he was killing me for quite a few years, and then I've got him the last few years. I just know when AJ pulls out the overalls, I'm due for a finish behind him. AJ's about a second a lap faster when he wears the cowboy boots and the overalls. That's a fact. I know pros are not running a spec tire for this race. I couldn't say for Worlds. I don't think they're on a spec tire for Worlds. I will find out. I don't know. I pretty much had this one for most of the race. It was a nice tight race between these guys. They were about a second separated. A couple rough laps there in the end, and that's going to give it to James Newman. The TQ time to beat an 8.5:35. No, on an 8.5:38. So top two go 8 laps right there. Jackson going to go 7.5:22. Abram going to go Jackson 3, Abram 4, Painter 5. Will Holt in the 6, Wilcox, Grenier, and Williams. Not my top 10 here for our first heat.
I think if everyone does their thing, we won't need any volunteers. James Newman, you'll be in the 2 chair. Noah will be in the 11 chair. Joe Jackson will be in the 5 chair. Abram in the 7. Scott Painter.
Those are our main hobby race results.
Nick Wilcox in the 6. John Granger in the 8. Tyler Griner in the 9. Nick Williams in the 3.
Yeah, I didn't think so, Tony. I didn't think so.
Corey Cochran's in the 10. And Neb will be in the 13.
You know it's true, Tony. You know that's true. Those dang overalls. He means business when the overalls come out. Marshall's making their way out to the track. Oh, Marshall's are out there. That was some good hustle from that last heat. Heat 3 was on it. Nothing makes the race director's day. Like when you look up and all the turn marshals are out there sitting ready to rip. We don't have to beg everybody to come back out. Now that's a part of the job, and we get paid to do that, so we're used to it. Looks like we're missing somebody at the 10. Showing I had 11 in that last race. So. Let's go. Let's get this rolling. If I can get like 3/4 of the marshals out there when I'm the RD, I roll them out because you give them a minute of warm-up or so. Looks like it's showing 2 minutes. They're giving them 2 minutes of warm-up. That gives you enough time to get the cars out there, get them checked in, keep the race program going, and then you can fill in that spot, you know, as they're out there rolling them out, checking them in. That's something Jimmy Babcock taught me over the years announcing with him. It's all about that efficiency, keeping that program moving, because we're not the only ones getting out of there earlier. The racers are all getting out there earlier and just dialing it up. It takes a few races to find a groove when you're a race director, though. Clay just jumping in there, giving Jimmy a break. So it takes a couple of races. I hate just going up there and helping out for 2 or 3 races. You don't find that groove. That's a great shot right there. Oh, look at Derek Tarrant. DT. A.K.A. Slappy. Right there on the right side of the driver's stand. Looks like he's rocking that TZO shirt. Oh, boy. Reed Saunders here in this one. Qualified pretty good here in this one. He qualified 3rd in the seating. Shane Farrow tuning in on YouTube. Weather's been getting every day. It was in the high 60s when I got here. Low 70s yesterday. We're about 81 today with some humidity, 87 tomorrow, and 89 on Sunday. You're good. Keep going. I got you. I'm going to get a little bit of everything this weekend. A little bit of rain, cloud covered. As long as we're underneath a covered track like this, I don't mind a little rain. If we were outdoors with no cover, I wouldn't be saying that. That means rain boots for me and getting water off the track.
Yeah, hey, Corey, just go to the 13 now. Okay. No worries.
Let's see, pulling up the phone. 76 degrees out there right now and cloudy. Expecting a little bit of showers on and off the next few days. Out of Texas, and I think we're north of Austin, I want to say. I think I was driving north from Austin. Yeah. All right, looks like we finally got this one rolling them out, checking them in. right, we're finally going to get this one going here. Not sure what the delay was, but we're going. We're going. Reed getting some love out there on the chat. Here we go. Here we go. I don't see that in the weather in the forecast, Gabe, but let's hope not.
Only 700ths of a second behind him is Josh Elmer in the 2. Reed Saunders in the 3. Only another 2 tenths back. Another 4 tenths behind him is Ryan in the 4. Another 1.8 back is Adam Jimenez in the 5. Daniel Cervantes in the 6.
All right, Dexter leading us around. Elmer 2. Saunders winning in 3. So Dexter, you're 13th in the seeding round. Putting in a good lap out there in lap 1. Find himself out front. Oh, we got havoc by the Kyosho wall. I'm waiting on Saunders. Looks like there he goes. So Dexter, Nyland, Ray, Cervantes, Saunders, Murray. Guys swapping around back and forth here. Reed with the rough lap, going to drop down to the 6. Castillo 7, Elmer 8, Sellard in the 90 minutes 10, Taylor, Moore, Edwards, and Bob. And rounding out my top 13 here.
After 2 minutes, it's still Dexter Nealon out front. Ryan Murray in the 2.
So there goes Dexter kneeling down at the end of the straightaway. To that right side into the triple. Smooth and in the groove here.
But with the trouble lap drops all the way to the 12, as I say it. Fast lap of the race belongs to Sean Rushing with a 39.4. He's climbing up the ladder now in the number 2 spot on an 8.5.
See if Reed can strap it up here a little bit.
Ryan Murray hanging on to the first for now on a 2.1 over Sean for the moment. Ryan turned in a 40.2 on lap number 3.
Just past the halfway point here.
With 2:12 to go. It's Ryan, Sean, Gage, Dexter, your top 5.
Oh, Dexter. Lap to forget right there. Going to go from 1st to 4th right here.
And Eric Taylor rounding out the field in the 14. With 1:45 to go. Up next, race 5, intermediate electric buggy. Heat 1 of 3. You guys are up and should be on the ramp. Remember, once again, we're going up in seating order. Car 1 is 1, car 2, etc. That gives you first dibs at the rail. Once you're at the rail, that is your spot.
Looking for our leader. Should be coming by here any second.
Race number 6, intermediate electric buggy heat 2. You guys
Yep, that's still our leader. We got the kind of the Rasta colors going on there. Green and red over the right side. A little bit of yellow in there. A Rastafari.
with a couple of good laps back to back. Now holding on to that number 2 spot with an 8.534 pace, only 2 seconds behind Ryan.
Reed Saunders, like I said, man, still had just about 2.5 minutes into this race, starting to climb up the ladder here a little bit.
He's on an 8.538 pace, only 3 seconds behind the next spot.
The leader into the 4-pack. Seed Sanders not too far behind. Oh, no, leader down. Oh, that's going to be a rough one here. Oh, I don't think that was a leader. Okay. It was a similar paint job. I saw the bright yellow. That's Murray down at the straight. And Saunders should be here any second. Yep, Reed Saunders, the all-white buggy. Now coming up to the right side triple. It's a great shot of our Techno RC jump cam. And perfect timing right there. The Techno jump cam gets the leader. The all-white, black wing, white wheels. Into the double chicane with the step up right there in the center. Saunders started a little bit slow. Wasn't a great start. Wasn't the worst start ever. So he kind of kept himself in the game and then was kind of putting his head down here. I know the AZ boys will be happy about that.
Ryan in that number 2, still hanging on. He's got 8 tenths over Coy. I'm sorry.
So running out of time here in this one. That was the tone. Saunders going to get by here. Saunders trying to take the TQ here in round one. Check this out. James Newman and Noah Hinton from the B group looking to go 4th and 5th for Q1. That's pretty dialed. There's a lot of havoc going on at the beginning of this one. So when you're out there turn marshaling and you qualified or seeded into the B group and you see everybody just crashing everywhere, you're like, oh, okay, my win in the B group wasn't so bad right here. Oh, no. That's a big mistake right there for Reed. Where's the marshal? Well, he was up getting it, but Saunders got it off there. So it's going to be closer than I think Reed wanted it. And with 2 turns to go, Saunders going to drop the ball right there. And Murray going to jump up there and steal that for him. Moore going to go 2, and Saunders, well, left a little out there, but it's only Q1. He'll be all right. And it's Jimenez. Oh, rushing and then Jimenez. So Adam with the long last lap as well. Nyland, Murray, Cervantes, Emery, Castillo, my top 10. So Newman from the B group going to go 4. And Noah going to go 6 here for Q1. There's our A-Main Hobbies race results. Saunders. He had about a 6-7 second mistake there at the end, and they were all within 2 seconds of each other. Kind of gave a little gift right there to Ryan. Dang it. You can see Shane out there. He's like, what cone? To make it simple for the racers, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all on the right side. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all in the middle. And then 11, 12, 13, and 14 are over here on the left side. Great shot right there of the pits. Everybody hammering down. Mayfield's getting a little love right there from Van Dalen. I don't know what he's got right there in his hand, but they're goofing off in the pits. That's what it's about. Got to have some fun while you're out here working, especially these boys. They're a little more stressed out, you know, because they're at work. They're on the clock right here. But let's have some fun a little bit, too, while we're here. That's why we all got into this to begin with, I suppose.
Do we have all our marshals? All right, looks like we're all here. Everybody good on that far right side down there? Yep. All right, you got 2 minutes.
To start the race.
Till we go hot. 120 till we go hot.
All right, rolling them out, checking them in. My first heat of 3. Intermediate E-Buggy. Get a little faster here as the program goes on. All right, loop goes live in 20 seconds. All right, who has the pace here? Oh, one intermediate electric buggy.
Live loop. And we are off and running. James the Wild, the first one to click. Followed by Kobe Rogers, Kurt Winger.
All right, off and running here.
Shadow Pit on the clock. Dan Bosler, Carlos Rivas, Sean Runson, Derek Tarrant, and Andrew Lindley. All cars are off and counting. As we start intermediate electric buggy, heat 1 of 3. As usual, one of the larger fields at an event. Lonestar Challenge 2026, presented by the Dirt and Thornhill Racing Circuit right here in Hutto, Texas. Thank you all for coming. Big shout out to all the guys that made it travel overseas. 20 of the top 25 guys here. That's incredible. Mains Day is going to be something to see, no doubt. Looking forward to that. With 1 minute down, we got Colby Rogers leading the way on an 8.5:15 pace. Showing a little speed early with a 39.4. James DeWild not far behind, only 3/10 with a 39.7. This is all lap 1. The shakeup's coming. Ned jumped to the 3 early. Shiloh in the 4. Kurt in the 5. Carlos Rivas in the 6. Garrett in the 7. Andrew in the 8. And Sean in the 9.
Yeah, like I was saying, that's one of the more tricky sections of the track right there. It looks pretty innocent online, but I don't think we've aired our track walk that I did this morning, but that should be coming up at some time through the weekend. During our breaks and stuff, we would air some interviews. We did the track walk. Really going to give you guys a good look at the obstacles out here. We're out front, and Colby Rogers, our leader. Kurt Ranger. Oh, Bosworth now pit. DeWild. Kurt down to the 5 spot. Rebus 6. Lindsay 7. Tarrant 8. Runcie in the 9. And Smith and Bosworth. We know where the Bosworths are. Two-stroke tuned in. Cody Bropson tuned in. Thanks, Cody. Appreciate that. I saw him. He's actually been out there racing dirt bikes with his wife and his daughter, and got himself an RC car again. Back doing a little racing RC cars, but he's been out there racing on 2 wheels the last few years. Hopefully he's keeping that thing right side up. A lot of ex-motocross guys kind of get tired of hurting themselves on the motorcycles. And no matter how many RC cars and all the stuff you have, it's still cheaper than a trip to the ER on the motorcycle. So a lot of ex-motocross guys and just athletes in general from motorcycles and Baja racing and people who like to play in the dirt kind of gradually work their way over to RC cars. That's actually what got me into it after I had a really bad motorcycle accident when I was 22 and decided I still got motorcycles and I still ride. Might race some flat track coming up here at the end of the month at one of my local flat track venues, but it's mainly RC car racing for me. There's a lot less to break an arm on a RC car than it does on your body. That's a fact. Rogers, looks like Kurt kind of has a little rebuttal right here. He was running in the top 2 or 3 and then fell back up to the point here, or well, right behind the point. Oh man, the cheers coming in online is helping Neb out. He was down in 10th place a couple laps ago. Now up to a top 4 run right here. How far can he go? Man, you guys are showing a lot of love to me on the chat. I really appreciate that. Out here just taking a swing at a little broadcasting here for you guys. And just getting a lot of positive feedback, man. That's always nice. Of course, not everybody's real positive and happy-go-lucky, and they're going to have some things to say, and that's fine. But I appreciate the positive stuff that I've been seeing online so far, and that's what's up right there. I appreciate all the love, guys. Dwayne Sapp. Let's see, how is starting P1 in Pro Nitro? I think he's trying to say who. Felong was your top seed in both Pro E-Buggy and Nitro Buggy. The youngster on a ripper here on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah, I'm going to need a couple of volunteers still.
These guys winding this one down. Colby Rogers. Looks like Kurt. Oh, boy. Something happened to Kurt right there. That's going to be a rough one. Yep. So Pitt up to the number 2 spot. DeWild 3. Kurt 4. Say Bosworth. Sean Tarrant, Lindsay, and Rebus. It looks like my only 9 that were actually out there completing laps. No Smith, no Bosworth. Here's our MA and Hobbies race results. Top 5, 8-lap pace. That's the good news. Here's the bad news. I got 2 more full heats of the B and the AC group. So Rogers on an 8.521. A little heat win always feels nice at a large event. And we'll see how long that will hold.
Let's see. We're going to have Colby Rogers on the number 1 chair. Shallow will be on the number 5 chair. James DeWild will be on the 3. Kurt on the 7. Neb on the 9. Sean on the 2. Derek on the 8. Andrew on the 6. Carlos on the 4. Richard on the 10. And then I need somebody on the 11 and somebody on the 12. Okay, now I need somebody on the 12 and we'll let her rip. Oh, we got Nick. Okay, perfect. That's great. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. As soon as they get seated. Oh, shoot. Number 4. Yeah, on the right-hand side of the track. Back there by the Associated Center. Right before the step up. All right. Roll them out. Check them in. You got 2 minutes. Race 6 in warm-up. Electric Buggy Intermediate. Heat 2 of 3. Up next. Race 7 will be Intermediate Buggy Heat 3 of 3. That will be our A group.
Wait more. Cody Granger. Tito Cesena. Reggie Hunt. Tyler Duff. Katie Wiggins. Connor Rivas. Blaine Platt. Reed Saunders. Ryan Wostera. Keith Evans. Zach Burnham. One minute to the start of the race.
You heard it. 1 minute to start. 1 minute till we go hot.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
You heard it, going hot in 15.
Less than 5.
Here we go, going hot. Live loop, live loop. We're off and running race number 6. Heat 2 of Intermediate Electric Buggy. Some of these names I recognize here are pretty quick rippers. We'll see how it shakes out after 5 minutes. Everyone's off and counting.
All right, sorry about that, guys. Taking care of a little housekeeping up here in timing and scoring. Well, I'm used to being timing and scoring. We're the live RC broadcast this weekend. Our second heat, of course, Reggie Tongue, the ex-Raider. I can't say it like John Gruden would say the Raiders, but I tried. That was a pretty weak attempt, but I went for it. The Raiders. Played for 4 professional teams, 10-year career, 676 tackles. Man, one of the best safeties in the game for a long time. And now he's an RC car racer. Speaking about those motocross injuries, you know. When you're a professional football player, I'm sure you get tired of hitting your head and breaking bones as well. But when you play on the defense, that's part of the game. Now Heath Evans now going to take it over. Reggie Tongues to that number 2 spot.
Cody in the 3, Wade in the 4, Zach Burnham in the 5, Tyler Duff in the 6 after the first lap.
Granger in 3 more. Zach Burnham, Duff, Rebus, Wiggins. Oh, Katie in this one. Katie freshly married to Jared Wiggins, so adopting the new last name right there, and it looks good.
Between your laps will drop you that far. Tight racing here in intermediate.
TU had some really good rounds in seeding. And not as good here in qualifying. There's still a lot of race to go here. Still 3 minutes to go on the master clock. It's going to be Platt and Worsterick. Reed Saunders.
Cody Granger jumps to that 2.
Leland Woolfolk, one of the Bakersfield boys, live and tuned in.
1.6 to the good over Cody. Heath is in that number 3 slot. Heath is in the 2.6 behind the leaders.
Leland always good for a few chuckles right there. Appreciate the love, Leland. And then, of course, he's getting at it with Trammell, a couple of the boys. Dicing it up online. Everybody's saying something about my voice. I don't know if it sounds deeper on this mic or what. He just got compared to Barry Manilow, which I'm not complaining about. Oh, Barry White, not Barry Manilow. Barry White. Oh, nice little save from Reggie right there. 3 down, 2 to go. 3 down, 2 to go. Reggie Evans, Granger. Right now, Tongue on an 8.505. Can he strap it up here and click off our first 9-lapper here in the intermediate class? Loving the checkers on the back. You know checkers always make you faster on your paint job. That's a fact. I'll run a few checkers on my paint scheme. That's what I'm looking for at the end of every race, the winner circle. I'm glad you guys are having fun on the chat. That's what we're here for. I love fun. So Reggie, that was about 5.5 seconds faster than anybody else out there. And you got the A group coming up next. You don't normally see Reggie in the B group right here, but hey, that's racing sometimes. Not sure if he broke or just couldn't put together 2 laps. You know, sometimes when you know you only need 2 laps in seating, you tend to lean it out a little bit too much. Not so much with the E-buggy, but hypothetically, you know, you start to strap it up and you're like, oh, I can do 2 fast in a row. And then you go out there and you're like, well, maybe I overdrove the car a little bit. Big mistake right there. Going to go from a 5.04 to a 5.07 pace. We got real lucky on the last Kyosho set of doubles coming onto the straightaway. If he went over, that heat win was gone. But he got lucky, kept it up on all 4. Like a cat back right onto the wheels. Yeah, Leland cheering on Reggie. Let's go, Reggie. Me too, man. One of the coolest cats out here in the, just in RC in general, not just here in Texas, man. Everybody always loves to hang out with Reggie. That guy's just oozes coolness. Hey, when you're that guy, you're just that guy. That's Reggie. Reggie, the first one done. Last lap 38.1, not what I was looking for. Fastest lap of 37.7, so it wasn't the worst lap. Only 4/10 off his lap.
So Reggie, the only one done right now. Everybody else still racing.
8.507 is the TQ time to beat. Colby Rogers from the CC group. Still sitting top 4 right now. Rogers with a little baby burner from the C group. Oh, boy. Now you see they can double up some of the pipes right there so you don't go flying onto the straightaway, which is exactly what that pipe did. But it's hard to get back over. You see the white pipe underneath it and then the red on top. That's the double up, keep you from flying into the other lane. Just waiting on one more. Here comes Duff. Duff Man. There it is. Main Hobbies race results. Reggie Tongue on 8.507. Evans 8.509. Cody Wade and Tito rounding out my top 5. So everybody goes 8-lapper in that one. At least my top 10 does. That's all I can see on the Main Hobbies race results. And, Wiggins. 2 laps in. That's why they give us 3 of these. Your best 2 will count. And if there's a tiebreaker or a go to your combined laps and times to decide the tiebreaker. But that's going to be her throwout round, so she needs to strap it up on a Saturday and get her done, because that'll be pretty much done for intermediate e-buggy for her today, at least in that class. Her 1 qualifier today and then 2 tomorrow. And potentially some lower mains after round 2 of qualifying, depending on what time it is and how long Sunday looks for us. We'll run some lower mains possibly after our second round, a third round, and official round of qualifying tomorrow.
To the 11 and Tyler Duff to the 12. All 12 cones should be covered.
Yes, Marshall's making their way back out there. Sorry, Main Hobbies grid lineup right there. Richard had a good seating run. Let's see if they can back that up here in Q1. Come on, Chris Allison. Who was your TQ here in round 1 for 40 plus e-buggy. Rodriguez, Ramos, Bruce, Villalobos,
And 8 should be Connor.
and Hatch.
Connor, you're over there after the step over. And then the 12, is that you, Tyler, over there? Thank you. All right, let's roll them out. Here we go.
And a nice little shot right there. Driver stand. The driver stand will fit about 16 or 17, 18 if you can think skinny. That's a nice large driver stand out here. The larger the better on a big track like this. You fill up all those Marshall spots. The Reggie bromance is strong. Hey, dude. It is. It is.
This is our A qualifier for intermediate e-buggy.
Love that word, the bromance. Not a Fed saying Hatch. He's got some game at the club races out here. Let's see if it can transition to the big race out here this weekend. And he qualified into the A group, and he seated top 10 out of all 3 heats. So there's about probably 35, 36 drivers. We're doing about 12 or 13 per heat. An intermediate e-buggy. So yeah, there's about 36 drivers out there. I'll take a 10 after seating.
Seconds, still no check from
Clip goes live in 15 seconds.
Less than 5.
Local boys getting cheered on in the chat. There we go. Loop is live. Looks like we're going to follow around with Tradardi here. Yeah, so far so good. Nice tight line. Oh, just barely making it up over the step up. Barely counts in RC. Doesn't count until you roll it over. Double for him. Yeah, nice. Just open it up. You want to come out with a nice opening lap. You know, it doesn't have to be your fastest lap of the race, but you come out there and just lay down a pretty decent lap right there, and you kind of work your way into a groove. Up in Tradardi. After lap number 1 showing out front. We're still waiting on the rest of the field, but already 37 flat. Nice opening lap. And then you can build off of that. Me personally, if I go out there and lay an egg on lap 1, the rest of the race, I feel like I'm overdriving the car and pushing. Oh, we got our first one out of the park here. Wiggins on it. That was our leader, too. Not going to be the leader this time by rocking out Associated. Just a tricky little off-camber section. That chicane after the step up. Trickier than it looks on Live RC. That is a fact. So, Chris Allison, all right. He just got done TQ in the 40-plus class. He had a little help on that. Hey, a win's a win, and a TQ's a TQ. And Allison now taking over the race lead, that green and yellow car. About 3 cars ahead of this one. Our race leader, green and yellow. I believe that's track owner working into the 4-pack now. And maybe we're following around. Maybe Tredarty Jr. taking it over. So I think this is Tredarty Jr. now. Lucas is freaking on it right now. He listens for the little chingle. Race leader has a little different sound when you cross the line. Up, and it goes back to Chris Allison. A little do-si-do on a Friday afternoon here in Texas. A little 2-step. That's pretty big out here in Texas, I heard. Ooh. So it's Allison Rodriguez, a couple of the local guys. And then it's going to be Tredarty and Tredarty Jr., Donato and Renato. So baby bro right now putting the screws to the big bro right there, and that's always worth something. Those interior battles, the family rivalries. I got an identical twin brother, 8 minutes older than I am. Didn't matter where we were on the track. As long as I beat him, I didn't care. And I'm pretty sure he felt the same towards me. Didn't matter if it was for 1st and 2nd or 7th and 8th, dude. It was those interior battles that I always enjoy. Ooh, Allison getting a little bit wrong on the step up. Was able to save it.
All right, so Chris Allison continues to lead here by a half a second over.
Yeah, half second the difference between my top 2. Reggie, the 8.507. What could have been, he was on 8.504 pace. Right now, that would be a second faster than both these in this one. So tongue left a little bit to be desired there in that last one. I know he's feeling it. I don't have to explain to him. Great race right here. Allison Rodriguez, Tredarty. It's going to be Renato 4, Bruce 5, Enke 6, Hatch, Martin, Fausch, Villalobos, Ramos, and Kurt Kellum. He's here. Don't know what happened to him. So Kurt's been showing some serious pace, but might have had a break in warm-up or might be sleeping. Who knows? That's been all Allison so far. Rodriguez and Tredarty have kind of taken a couple swings at him, but right now he's fending them off. Well, we got Tanner Ashmore, another one of the Bakersfield boys. I think he's now in North Carolina, I want to say. One of the Carolinas. Maybe if Tanner can tune in, let me know. But out there living his race car dream. Real race cars, not RC cars anymore, real race cars. I got to hang out with his dad all last weekend at Rainman's for the round number 2 of the 10-scale JBRL series. Had a blast out there as usual. Oh, boy, you know, he's been threading the needle and making a few mistakes through that section. Oh, and another one. Turn one mistake into 2 here. That's not good because that's the tone. So Renato has a rough last lap. Donato, 37 flat on the last lap. He does his best lap of the race, and with Chris making 2 mistakes here on this one, that just might be enough on the 8.504 pace. Yep, that's going to drop him down to the number 2 spot here. Rodriguez, 3. So Reggie going to hang on to the 2 for the round with that 8.507 from the last heat. But Donato going to steal that one with a little bit of luck, man, and that's racing. Got to get the full 5+1. Waiting on a few more here. Chris running a Kyosho, that's a great question. I know a lot of the old school guys always love the Kyosho. It's one of the first 8-scale buggy models out there, and a bit of a resurgence over the last few years with Fee and Ryan Lutz. A lot of Kyoshos out west, and I've seen a lot of Kyoshos out here.
We fixed him up, so here's the official finishing order. Donato Trardi, your winner with an 8-lap.
So Trardi, 8.504.4. That'll be good enough for the TQ. And Reggie, who was on an 8.504 with that last lap mistake and dropping an 8.507, what coulda, shoulda been. Gonna hang on to it too. I think I'd still be happy with that, even with a not perfect run. Allison gonna go top 3 for the round. Trardi Jr., Evans, Ramos, Rodriguez, Martin. And that's for the round right there. Tried to squeak it in here, but I missed my A-main hobbies. Race results right there. I was trying to give you my full top 10. Anytime we finish the third heat of 3, I try and give you guys a little input. There we go, Pro Electric Buggy for the next 3 heats. You'll see those numbers online start to crank up here a little bit. That's awesome. The local racers not letting Chris go out there to turn marshal. They're fighting over who's gonna turn marshal for him. I think that was Joey and Jason, 2 guys running the event out here too. That's some homie love right there. All right, Chase Lemieux, Hooks, Fenster, Pavitas, Ethan Lefebvre, your track builder. In this one, Jeffries, the birthday boy, Robinson, Dillinger, Bruce, Wilson, Richard, Ronafal. He must have had a disastrous round in the seeding. Good thing it was only seeding, though. He's looking real racy with the Nitro buggy. A little left to be desired here with the E-buggy, rocking the X-rays. I don't think he did any at all. I'm hearing Jimmy Bobcock talk about Ronafalk being down here in the C group, and they said 0 laps. So might have broken on the warm-up in our first seeding round. That's in the past now. It's all about the future. It goes live in 45 seconds. Getting ready to go. There are almost 500 viewers on YouTube right now checking out the action. So Ronafalk, the first one on the clock. Like we're following along with one of the Hot Rod Hobby sponsored racers right here. This kid from Santa Clarita, California. So grew up and honed his craft right on the Jimmy Babcock's track out there in Santa Clarita, Hot Rod Hobbies. One of the fastest racers we have that come out and do some racing with us at Hot Rods. He's been on the ups out here as far as getting a little faster out here, splashing into some A-mains at the DNCs and Silver States and the PMBs. And the SICs and all that kind of good stuff. But one of our fastest young racers here, probably about 21 or 22 years old. I know Mike's running around here somewhere. And these guys are just over a decade now. I remember when he was up to my waist, this young man. Him and Mason Templeman used to duke it out back home. And now they're full-blown pro RC racers now. Kind of cool to see the transition from youngster to, damn, this kid's gotten fast, to, wow, he's destroying me now. And look at him go now here in the pro class. So following along with our race leader, Chase Lemieux. Longtime 10-scale racer, got himself a national championship just a couple weeks ago in Seabrook, New Hampshire at the Carpet Nationals. So I think that might have been his first mod national championship. That was in the two-wheel drive just 3 weeks ago this weekend. It's actually Saturday or Sunday would be actually 3 weeks exactly from the Seabrook 110 scale off-road Carpet Nationals. So congratulations for getting his first mod national championship. I like to see it, man. The kid's obviously a wheelman. So he's coming out here and going to race some A-scale class. Now, naturally, when you're a 10-scale racer, you kind of fit well with the electric stuff, and then you slowly build your nitro game up here. He's racing both this weekend, but I wouldn't be surprised if he came out here and ran some pretty good times and jumped into the A main. We'll see. I don't want to. Let's not jinx him, but kid's got some serious skill right here. And we find himself out front. Robinson in the number 2 spot with the Associates. I got an X-ray associated of Jermaine Robinson, then David Ronnefault in the X-ray in that number 3 spot. Ronnefault racing his way out of Sweden on Hot Race tires. A couple sponsors, Coyote High Tech, FX Hoodie, the Viking, the 2016 World Champ. It's all Chase Lemieux right now. Lemieux, one of the Wisconsin boys. I'm surrounded by Wisconsin boys this weekend, so that's where our Live RC headquarters is. Lucas and Sam both reside out in Wisconsin. Throw it up for the Cheeseheads. I didn't hear a whole lot in the offseason from the foosball, but we won't get into that.
3:30 down and 1:30 left to go for Chase and Jermaine. Jermaine now starting to reel in Chase a little bit, only a half a second behind. The winner of this race sets the TQ time to beat, and then it's a drop of 3 seconds down to Ronnefault running in the 3rd spot. And then another 5.5 back to Fenster running 4, and another 3.5 back to Jeffries running 5.
Let's check out the pace right here. 35.6. Ooh, and then 35.0 from Ronnefault. So Ronnefault's car is starting to come in here. About 30 seconds to go. So about a 2.8 second lead for Lemieux. A couple X-ray teammates right here.
Jeffries top 5, Pavita 6, Hook 7, Bruce 8, Gellinger 9, Wilson 10, Lefebvre 11, and Richards 12. 15 seconds, drivers.
Yeah, both these tires rocking the Hot Race tires as well. So the Hot Race equipment seems to be working pretty good out here. Lemieux, Ronnefault, Robinson, Fenster up in the top 4, Jeffries 5. Ryan Pavitas, that is the younger son of Mark Pavitas, ex-world champion right there. So Pavitas always got some speed. Hooks, Bruce, Dillinger, Wilson, Lefebvre, and Alex Richards. So all 12 drivers that started this race still out there as we're running out of time.
Savoya should be 7. Once again, we line up in seating order. So Ronnefault, you're done. Pavitas done. Wilson done. Richards done. Bruce done.
Jake Dillinger done. Tyler Fenster done. Tyler Lewis done. Chase Lemieux done.
Just waiting on 3 more. Jermaine, Austin, and Ethan.
Jermaine
Jermaine going to take that second spot by 12 thousandths of a second over Ronafal. Just waiting on Jeffries. One more to finish. One more.
Here it is. Chase Lemieux. We're just waiting on Jeffries. Yep, and he's still out there. We see him. Oh, a little shaky here. Watch the straightaway.
And that's a race. All cars are done. So it'll be Chase Lemieux by 1.7 seconds over Jermaine.
So Robinson going to battle back by the Viking here for the number 2 spot. About a second, just over a second here between my top two. A-Main Hobbies race results on the screen. Chase Lemieux, 9.521. Robinson, 9.522. 9.521. That is the TQ time to beat here with our second heat. We can hear these guys burning those tires in down there. I mean, at this level, I'm pretty sure they're just doing one runs out there. That's not how my tire program goes. But the professional level, like these guys, they might be just hitting one runs out here. Especially with only be a 5-minute race, so probably a little softer compound. And some heavy hitters here in this one. Our second heat of 3. Here's our A-Main Hobbies grid lineup. Fuller, Fenn, Cavallari, Lime, Young, Rose, Savoya, Kato, Boots, and Contreras Jr.
The rest are all covered. Let's roll them out. Here we go. 2-minute warm-up.
Got some heavy hitters here in this the B seed. So round 1 today, that was our seeding round, and that just shows you where you're going to line up here for your qualifying races. Your next 3 rounds of qualifying, we'll do 1 round tonight, and followed by 2 rounds of qualifying on Saturday, and possibly some lower mains. So ideally, you want to find yourself in the A group, not the end of the world. You can still go down there and lay it down. Like I believe at DNC, in the first round of qualifying at DNC for Pro E-Buggy, Camden Line was in the B group. He went out there and TQ'd from the B group, TQ'd, and then went on and won it. So just giving you a little example. Not the end of the world if seeding round doesn't go good, and you can still go out there and win that dang thing. Let's see if Lime can do it again here as he finds himself here in the B group. Don't throw in the towel just quite yet. Bacon Pixel with the zinger. Yeah, numbers slowly creeping up as Pro E-Buggy guys are out here on the track. We're about 30 seconds away from the start here. So appreciate you guys tuning in. Give us a like, give us a share, give us a subscribe. Let's spread the love out here. Let's get everybody watching on Live RC. That's where you can watch. You can watch on Facebook or on YouTube.
15 seconds.
It goes live in 15 seconds. We're getting ready to rock and roll here. Who you guys got your money on in the chat here in this B group? And is there anybody in this group can go fast enough to take the TQ here in round 1? We got some hitters here in this one. So I wouldn't be totally surprised. No, it's not always the case.
Once again for the next group, Fee going to line up first at the front of the line.
Give these guys a second to get things situated. Jimmy directing the boys in the next group. You earned your spot on the waiting line to get up on the driver's stand. So how you seat it is actually how you line up for your next race. And then that's the number you go on to, and you go and turn marshal after the race as well. So it just kind of creates some structure. I love a good seating round. And you know for the next 3 days exactly where you're going to stand on the line waiting for your race, exactly what cone you're going to go to turn marshal, and just creates a nice, efficient program.
130 down, 3:30 to go. It's Camden Lime, your DNC 2026 champion of this class.
All right, B. Rose leading us out here, and then Mason Fuller in the number 2 spot, both on a 9.518 pace right here. And it's going to be Setzer, Boots, Lime, Cavallari, Kato, and Young, Savoya, Fishback, Contreras Jr., and Dakota Fenn. DFL. So right now, top 2 already on a new TQ run right here. So already going faster than Chase Lemieux's TQ time from the last group. We're on live. Rocking with B. Rose out of Houston, Texas. Pretty much racing in his own backyard. Now, Texas is pretty big. And I come from California. You can drive for 8 hours and still be in California if you drive from the top to the bottom. Texas kind of similar. Big state, you know. So you say, oh, your backyard in Houston. That's not necessarily the case. Quite a few hours still just to get up here. And now Fuller going to take that race lead. So it's Fuller, Rose, Lime, my top 3. Make that Setzer. So Lime drops down to the 6 there. Setzer going to go 3. Boots 4. Cavallari, Young, Lime, Kato, Fishback, and Finn now my top 10. So my top 2 right here in the same shot. Oh, gotta love that. That's factory. And then Fuller going to have a bit of a rough one. So Rose now going to take it over, and Elliott Boots up to the number 2 spot now. .9519 is the pace right here. And now he's the only one going faster than Chase Lemieux's time from the last heat. Still a ton of time to go here in this one.
There's numbers on the ramp, guys. You line up on your car number or your seed number. So Brandon Rose, 4 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. He's got
4 down, 1 to go. 4 down, 1 to go here. Now he's just kind of latched on to Fuller and just running the pace right there. He knows if he keeps it mistake-free, it's going to be good enough for a heat win on a 9.520. Now, will that hang on here with the A group coming up next? Not likely. It's still a 9. It's not a ballistic 9-lapper. But that's where you want to be out front of your heat group. Running out of time in this one. We got Rose, Boots, Fuller, Cavallari, and Setzer. So I got an Associated out front, and S-Works in the 2, S-Works 3, Mayako 4, and then Setzer at the Sparko running top 5. Fenn with the X-Ray in the 6, Mugen in the 7. Kato, I believe Kato running the Infinity car. Let me check my notes here. Yeah, running the Infinity ride. That's your number 8. I'm not sure what Young's driving.
Time has expired on the master clock. B, make sure you stay there till everybody walks past you and is off the driver's stand, please.
Savoya in the Kyosho, Fishback with the Techno, and then Line in the S-Works. Like 34.8 the fast lap for Rose. He's the only driver in the 34-second range right here in our second heat of 3. So that'll feel good for Rose right there. We'll see how well that hangs on. Chase Lemieux from the C group. Still hanging on to second so far. We still got a couple more guys to finish here. So not a bad run for Chase.
Dakota, you're done. Waiting on 5 more to finish. Cavallari done. Fishback waiting on Lee, Jung, and Savoya. There's Savoya, there's Lee, and waiting for Hunku Jung. 1 more to finish. The blue buggy still coming around. And that's a race.
There it is. It's official. B. Rose. Set the new TQ time to beat a 9.520. There he is. First one out on the track, too. Yeah. Yeah, B. Rose. Got that Associated on the top of that heat. These are Amy and Hobby's race results. Elliott Boots got a 2.5 back. The number 2 spot. Fuller another second back or so in the 3. Setzer, Cavallari, Fenn, Contreras Jr. so on and so forth. So everybody going 9 except for Kato, but Kato, I believe, breaking out of that one. Yeah, he only ran out there for about 3:45. You can see some of the pros from that first heat starting to gather around the track, trying to figure out what these guys are doing. And the crowd's starting to build up here. You look over to the left of our Live RC broadcast booth, and on the grandstands right below us, starting to fill in here a little bit. We're on our still cam on top of our Live RC broadcast booth. Sets are making his way out there. King Richard Saxton on his way over. So who's your pick here in this heat? The A group. Not a Fed said, I called it. Where's my money? Do you accept pesos? Not a Fed? Garo getting some cheers on. Who are we picking here? Felong. Their top qualifier in both the World's Nitro Buggy class and E-Buggy. Can that speed translate into a full 5-minute run here +1? Garo. Polito is looking really fast out there. You got Mayfield, Wilson, Barufalo. He's been showing some serious speed out here. The Teebs. Van Dalen. You got the Frenchman, Noah out there, Wiggins. You can hear those nitro cars getting fired up, but we got work to do. We have some work to attend to here. A lot of people going, cheering on, I accept tacos. Yeah, come on down. I got the taco cart here. That's on Sexy Leg. I choose Felon, Angaro. Let's go Fee. Scoreboard is weird. Yeah, we're working on that. We're aware. We're working on it. Fee going to go fast. Agreed. Here's your fastest here in seating. Let's see. Can you get it done? I'm fired up here. This is what I've been waiting for. We're just kind of hanging out in the chat and stuff during seating, but it just got a little serious. You can kind of feel the tension in the air. It's wrapped up a little bit. The crowd's forming. The tension's rising a little bit. Loop goes live in 15 seconds. Oh, we got a little pick for JCC out there. Polito getting some love. The Frenchman, Mohammed. Mike Cavs rooting on the Sparko boys. What's up, Big Mike? Here we go.
All right, here we go. Pro E-Buggy A qualifier, the best 12 from today's seeding round earlier today.
Wilson on the clock. Wiggins on the clock. Van Dalen on the clock. JCC, Tebow, Angaro's on the clock. Noah's on the clock. Right now, TQ time to beat at 9:5:20. Give these guys a minute to get things situated. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I want to thank our event sponsors, A-Main Hobbies, Techno, One-Up Racing, J Concepts. That's our Live RC sponsors out here this weekend. And then the Dirt event sponsors, G Racing, Techno, Kyosho, A-Main, and the JBRL, Jimmy Babcock Racing League. Who are we with here? The Teebs? These guys coming around. Look at this. I think Felong's best lap of the race in seating was a 34.3. He comes out swinging with a 34.4. Fee mean business out here on a Friday afternoon in Hutto, Texas. Yeah, that tricky little option lane right there. You can go double-double and you can go triple-single. And if you're Kurt Kellum, you're quadding that whole section. There we go. Felong coming across the line. Comes out 34.4 and 34.9. Ripping. Polito rocking in the number 2 spot, and Rivkin having a nice little start here for this one. 3rd, and then Noah in the 4th. Jessica been rooting on the Frenchman, Ben Mohammed Noah. Van Dalen running top 5. He's going to have a long lap and drop to the bottom here. JCC Up to the 5 now. Wiggins 6, Mayfield, Barufalo, Van Dalen, Tebow, Wilson. My top 12 here. This is all Fee Long Win out here right now. He's on a 9.5.11 pace. And B. Rose from that last group trying to go 6 for the round. And that would put Lemieux 7 if it were to end right now. So B. Rose from the B group trying to go 6 for the round. And Chase Lemieux trying to go 7. That's exactly what I meant by it ain't over yet after seeding if you're in those lower groups. It's all about Q1. So Angara now jumping up to the number 2 spot. 33.7. I think we just saw our first 33-second lap of the weekend so far. Oh, no, and Tebow's car just shuts off after this front double. That is not good after a great seeding round here. I think he went 7. Yep, 7 after seeding. But Fee Long Win. Not just a 33.7 at that. You know, usually you expect like maybe a 33.9. Just barely squeak it in there. That Kyosho on J Concepts tires looking good. Looks like an Angaro long lap right there. 37 flat going to drop down to the number 8 spot right here. So from 2 to 8. Oh, that one hurts a little bit. So Marco Barufalo, who looked really good in the seeding round, going to jump up to the number 2. And Rivkin having a nice solid run. Ronnie over here hanging out in the pits. He's watching, in pit lane, not the pits. Watching his boy get it done. He usually likes to come up into the timing tower with us and watch him race. But Ronnie's all business here in pit lane. So your leader up over the right side. 9.5.10 is the pace. Just to let you know how fast this young man is going. Barufalo in second, a 9.5.16. So almost 6 seconds out front. 33.7, 34.8 last time by. Here comes Fee working into the Kyosho wall. Double onto the front side straightaway. Oh, got a little car makes a mistake in front of him. They got it corrected. Is this the breakout weekend we've all been waiting for from Fee? He's had himself some big wins. He's always been right there.
Rivkin, another rough lap there. He's going to drop down to the 6th spot now. Barufalo running 6 seconds. Fee is just killing it. Your number 1 seed in both Pro E-Buggy and World.
Fee through the front side doubles. We are running out of time here in this one. About 10 seconds to go on the master clock. I mean, he keeps the shiny side up. This is a shoe-in right here for the TQ. Nice big whip, a little wave to the crowd right there. I mean, these are the best in the world right here. It's not like he's just at his local club race right here racing with a couple pros. This is the best in the world right now, and here he's demolishing the competition here in round number 1. What a run he's got going on right here. Wow. Sophie Long, the Louisiana native. Kyosho on the J Concepts. There it is. It's official. So there it is. It's official. These are main race results right there. Fee Long, Barufalo, Polito, Rivkin, Wiggins, my top 5. Angaro, Canas, Noah, Van Dalen, and Mayfield, my top 10.
Marco Barufalo to the 5 chair, Spencer Rivkin to the 6 chair, Derek Tebow to the 7, Seth Van Dalen 8.
All right, we're here with our round 1 TQ for Pro E-Buggy. Fee-long win. Man, that car looked strapped out there. I don't know if you know it yet, but I think that was our first 33-second of the weekend. How you feeling?
Yeah, we tried different tires. There was more forward by it. It was quite hard to time the triple single for me because there was more drive. So, but other than that, it was fine.
You got it done, and you took a risk. You changed some tires up, but it seemed to work out right there for you. So congratulations on that. Anybody want to thank for getting you out here?
My dad for helping us come here. All my sponsors, and we still got 2 more rounds. So.
Yep, got 2 more rounds of Pro E-Buggy, and then are you going to run that same tire in your Nitro Buggy class?
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, you don't want to give the viewers or the racers any of your hot tips. Well, congratulations, Fee. Keep that momentum going, man. Proud of you, and we'll see you back up here hopefully for another interview soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, there it is. So it seems like he kept pretty much everything the same. He did a tire change. That's pretty risky from seeding to qualifying. Going to go out there and change out the tires, and it seemed to work out.
All right, 1 minute. No check from Boomer Wheeler. There's Boom. 1 minute, guys. If you need fuel, now's a good time.
All right, so you heard it here first. I tried to get a little information out of him, whether he's going to keep it or not. He's keeping the race tips to himself, you know. That's my job as a broadcaster. I got to ask the questions, and they can choose to answer them or not. I wasn't digging too deep or anything, but I was just curious, you know, if maybe he was going to stick with that tire for the Pro Nitro Buggy class, and he wasn't giving me no info. You can see Hannah there from J Concepts getting a little picture trackside with Fee. That's awesome, man. Really proud of that young man. Very humble, kind of quiet young man, and just keeps his head down. Super positive kid. Just wow. I mean, he didn't just barely beat them. He smoked him here in that one. Best in the world right there. Good job, Fee. A lot of people online showing a ton of love right there for Fee. That was awesome. Yeah, man. He should have thanked Dad 3 times. That's how much he loves Pops right there. Thank Dad a couple times. Oh, that's awesome, dude. All right. Intermediate Nitro Truggy Q1. Our quiet time is over here. It's been all E-Buggy for the first 10 races here in Q1. We got Nitro Truck and some E-Truck thrown in there as well for the next few rounds. And then I think, I don't know, right around race number 20, we jump back into Nitro Buggy portion for the rest of the round. Off-end racing here. Looks like Tito Cesena leading us around. More Villalobos coming around. Tradardi going to take over the race lead here.
So, looking like after 1 lap, it's going to be Donato Tradardi, your leader, with Tito Cesena.
Yep, Cesena 2, more Villalobos, Duff, Ortega, Wheeler. Boomer in this one. Boomer. Smith. Myers. Evan and Neb. So appreciate you guys for tuning in to our live RC broadcast here, whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube or on the actual liverc.com website. There's a 25, 26, 27, 28. Those will be our final 4 races of the evening, and that'll be our world's class. We've got about 5 heats of truggy out here, whether it be sportsman or intermediate or electric. That sounds a little chaotic here. Richard already getting caught up in that slum a little bit.
All right, 2:45 down, 2:15 to go for Donato Trenardi, opening up a 3.5-second lead over Tito. Tito with a half a second on Wade Moore. Villalobos running 4 and Jeff 5.
So we're on with our race leader here. Donato Trenardi. Starting to stretch it out here a little bit.
Miguel Villalobos is done. Tito done. Tyler Dutt done. Richard Smith done. Riley Myers done. Waiting for more than half the field. Waiting on Boomer and Nev. 2 more. Boomer and Nev. 2 much. 2 more to finish. And that's a race. All cars are done. It'll be Donato Trenardi setting the TQ time for round 1 and an 8-lap 5:18, edging out Miguel Villalobos by 1/10 of a second right there.
All right, Trenardi going to get that heat win right there. Oh, a rough couple laps. I don't know how he hung on to that one. He went upside down in that big double section out front. He was upside down for quite a while. But he still got it done anyways by 1/10 of a second. So Miguel Villalobos was absolutely sending it there, trying to catch up to him. Tito Cecina. Going to go 3 more. Duff, Evans, Wheeler, Smith, Ortega. Oh, looks like Neb's here now. Awesome. Man, Trenardi almost threw that one away there.
Miguel Villalobos to the 7. Richard Smith to the 8. Alex Ortega to the 9. Boomer Wheeler to the 10. Ned Bosworth to the 11 chair. And I need a volunteer at the 12. Coming onto the straightaway, 1 volunteer to the 12 cone. Or chair. TK? Oh, you're Riley. Riley, you're
Man, fee long, dude. Coming off that big Asian Buggy Championship win on that super high bite track. Might have just been some good practice right there for him on this high bite stuff. I'm not surprised at all. I may sound a little bit surprised, but I may sound more surprised than I am. I'm just proud of the young man.
All right, Marshall spots are covered. Let's go ahead and roll them out for your 2-minute warm-up. Roll them out.
All right. Oh, this class is light right here. Jonathan Bunting up there. There's Reed Saunders. And Mark Robinson. Yeah, not sure what happens with Truggy lately. It's been a little light out west as well. Is Truggy fading a little bit? Let me know what you guys think in the chat. I mean, is it alive and booming at your track? I know the electric classes have been gaining some ground over the last half decade. Really taken off as far as the electric stuff. Skeptic CO, yeah, I think Phil's liking that new e-buggy. I would have to say that new MP11E. Now, he's probably had it longer than it's on the shelves now at your local hobby shop, but he's probably had that thing for a while and running the prototype. Got the full production kit now, I'm assuming. Man, but the package he's putting together seems to be working here. Yeah, yes it does. I agree, not a fan. I'm not a fan of these light classes right here. Let's get those truggies out, boys. But yeah, it's kind of, to be honest, I've kind of been dealing with the same issue back west. The truggy classes, mainly the nitro, the e-truck classes are still kicking. Everybody's still kind of really excited about those. But the nitro truck classes have been a little bit short at the events lately. And the trend continues out here in Texas, so it's not just a West Coast thing. What about on the East Coast? Where are you guys at? The Northeast? They're like, we haven't really raced much truggy on the East Coast because it's been winter still. Spring is here, though. Spring is here.
Oh, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, yep, I'd have to agree. Tire cost doesn't help. The cost of everything doesn't help, but yeah, everything's gone up. Truggy is making a comeback here in Perth, Western Australia. We finally have a full field of regular runners. Good to hear. Good to hear. All right, we're following along here with Jermaine Robinson's father, Mark Robinson. Saunders in the number 2 spot. See, is that all the laps we've had completed so far? That does. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, long laps out here. About 45 seconds here for these guys. Well, Robinson getting a little sideways right there. He was able to save it. Vasquez going to take over that race lead on an 8:5:36 pace. That's some hardware up for a grab here in the Sportsman Nitro Truggy class. Only 8 drivers here. We're going to need a ton of turn marshals after this one.
Coming up next.
Like we're following along here with Vasquez. Oh no. Turn marshal battle. He's looking at him like, you go get it. No, you go get it. That's some good hustle though. After they figured out the little tussle who was going to get it. So Robinson now 7.5 flat. Trying to pop that 18 lapper. With a long lap right here for Vasquez, I think Robinson going to take back over that race lead. Yep, he does. Yeah, you can hear Jimmy. 5 volunteers to come out here. Part of the game. Those volunteers really save our program. So all you guys out there that go out there and volunteer when the race director asks for it, you guys are awesome. It really makes a difference between a nice smooth program and of course we get the same 3 or 4 guys all weekend that come out and help. You know, if everybody would just go out there and volunteer once that weekend when they're out there racing, you know, we'd all get out of there earlier. You know, we're not racing to get out of there and trying to rush you guys, but we're also not, we're trying to still be efficient and not have a longer program than it needs to be, so. All you volunteers out there, man, just showing you guys some love right there. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
4:30 down, 30 seconds to go. Cameron taking back over the lead by a tenth of a second over Mark. So Cameron and Mark scrapping it up here. Fabulous for the TQ. Rough lap there for Mark. Now it's a 2-second lead for
Vasquez and Robinson, they're swapping that lead back and forth. Saunders, where's Saunders at? He's about 5:07. So about 7 seconds off those leaders, and we're running out of time here in this one.
Everyone keep on racing until your name is called.
Oh, I was just about to say, I was trying not to jinx him. I was like, let's see if he can get through this last little section without any mistakes. Robinson with a long last lap as well, so it might just finish just how it is. Yep, Vasquez, Robinson, Saunders, my top 3. We're still waiting on a handful more.
Waiting for 4 more to finish here, Marshall. 4 more. Garrett Dett, you're done. James Newman done. Waiting on Jonathan Williams. 2 more still racing here, guys. Hold your spots, Marshall's waiting for Jonathan and William to finish.
I'm just waiting on a few more here. We'll wrap this one up. There it is. It's official. Vasquez, your TQ here in Sports and Nitro Chuggy, round 1. Robinson 2, Saunders 3, Newman 4, Dent 5, Bunting 6, Bell 7. And Kirk Peterkin rounding out my field. There's our Army Hobbies grid lineup.
All right, so I need volunteer help. 5 of them, guys. So we're dead in the water until I get some volunteers. 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
So we're getting some volunteers out there. That's always nice. There we go. Looking pretty good out there. The larger the track, the more turn marshal help you're going to need at these events, especially in the lighter classes like that last one. right. Look at the love out there from the racers. Hell yeah. 40 plus electric truggy coming up next.
Yes, sir. I'll need the 9 covers.
Smiley Hand Paul Scholl's battle continues.
Looks like I got a volunteer at the 6, so it looks like I got all my volunteers. Now I'm just missing my 7.
There it is. Vasquez on his way out.
Kurt Peterkin will be at the 7. Oh, there's Kurt right there. So if you want to just, what's your name?
That's Vasquez. Let's go out there and grab the 0 and let's roll him out. Check him in.
Cameron should be at the number 3. So Cameron should be in the back.
Marshals are like, what cone do I go to? Well, what number is in the box next to your name on the heat sheet? That's the number cone you go to. Or chair in this case. There we go. All right, that wasn't too bad, needing 5 volunteers. It's like pulling teeth sometimes, but the locals out here in Texas, they got our back.
Seconds to start the race.
45 seconds, drivers. Get some up. No fuel in this one. What am I thinking? So this is the 40 plus E-truck. 7 of those, and then 4 of the intermediate E-trucks. 30 seconds, drivers. 30 seconds. Seconds, drivers, 10 seconds.
Less than 5.
Less than 5. Here we go.
All right, 40 plus electric truggy. I'm not sure. I know one class was super light. We only had 4. I don't know if it was intermediate electric truggy or 40 plus. And I think this might be my combined class. I could be wrong. Let's see. Does everybody look over 40 up on that driver stand? We had one really light class and another pretty light class, so I think we combined those 2 together. Can't remember which heat that is. Saving everybody from asking for 11 volunteers for a 3-man race, so I think we did one class we combined the 2 together.
Lap number 1. There's Smiley.
Smiley Hand getting it done. He was your top seed in this class.
After the next race, we'll be halfway done with the round. A little bit less than halfway done since those last 4 races are all 10 minutes long.
4 minutes left.
Give these guys a second to get a few laps underneath the belt.
Like I said, we'll be done between 7 and 7:30 tonight. Marshall's like, which way do we go?
Smiley at 39.5.
130 down, 3:30 to go. It's Ricardo Faust taking over the
lap number 2.
8/10 of a second.
Ricardo.
Over Smiley.
Let's try and find him. He should be coming up to the loop any second. I think that's his blue truck right here.
Albert and Ford, another 5 back to Dan Hen running in the 6th. So Dan and Smiley both in the same race. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Race 14, 40 plus nitro truck. Have them ready. Four seed Ricardo Fausch with 1.5 on Smiley, your number 1 seed here.
So Fausch out front on 8-5-13. Got a nice little lead right here. Evans 2, Hen 3, Myers in the 4. Scholes 5. Duff, Castillo, Bosworth, Hen, Sublet, and Jackson.
Tyler Duff third with an 8.540, and Ned Bosworth fourth for the intermediate trucks with a 7.505. Once again, we have 4 intermediate E-trucks in here, along with 740-plus E-trucks.
Yep, so it's been confirmed.
Combined, they make 11
Got 4 intermediate electric trucks and 7 40-plus. So that's what I was getting confused on. As I was hearing 2 liter tones go by the loop. So it's not going to separate them on my screen, so I can't decipher which 4 are my intermediate and which 7 are my 40 plus. So we're just going to kind of hang out here, and we got the little still cam going here. Just take a sip of water and just let this race cycle on through.
All right, 4 minutes down, 1 minute to go. Drivers 4 down, 1 to go. Ricardo Fausch, 7.5 seconds on Smiley Hen now. So Ricardo waiting for qualifying to begin to strap it up. He was your number 4 seed, and he is way out front by 7.5 seconds over Smiley. And Smiley with almost 14 seconds on Paul Scholes, who's running third. Castillo 4, and Dan Hen now up into the top 5. James Sublet running 6, Jackson 7, F, and that's your running order for 40 plus. Heath Evans continues to lead by almost 12 seconds in the intermediate class over now Tyler Duff, and then Tyler 2.5 on Riley, and Riley 17 seconds on Neb. Running out of time.
All right, we got Fausch, Evans, Hen, Duff, Mayers, Scholes, Castillo, Bosworth, Hen. Oh, Hen. We got 2 hens in this one. We got a Smiley hen and a Dan hen. I'm assuming there's got to be a relation right there. Dan looked way too similar to Smiley out there.
For the annual Lonestar Challenge, also the World's Warmup.
So things winding down right here.
Waiting on 5 more to finish here. And the other 4 left are coming around. And waiting on James. Here comes James in the purple. And that's a race. So for the 40
There it is. That's a wrap.
it's going to be Smiley. So
Race 13 in the books.
Ricardo with a 46.7 on his last lap, losing almost 7 seconds on 1 lap alone. So that's going to give the lead to Smiley Hen, or the victory to Smiley Hen for 40 plus. So Smiley, your winner, 8.5.
So Smiley Hen, your 40 plus e-buggy top qualifier there in that one.
Castillo gets the 4, and Dan Hen gets the 5. And then for the intermediates, it's Heath Evans, your winner. With
For intermediate, it's going to be Heath Evans.
Riley Myers second with an 8.529. Tyler Duff third with an 8.530. And Ned
Hen going to take the 40 plus, and Heath Evans going to be your top qualifier
Need all those drivers. I'll need a volunteer at the 12.
for intermediate. We got to figure it out. It wasn't perfect. Always going to be a few hiccups here and there. We just keep on rolling. Just keep throwing the haymakers here.
2 minutes to the start of the race.
All right, so it's going to be Smiley Hen going to the 1 chair, Sublette to the 2 chair, Paul Scholes to the 3, Ricardo Faust to the 4, Dan Hen, you're at the 5 chair, Albert Castillo to the 6 chair, Joe Jackson to the 7, Riley Myers
Missing
to
a
the 8
14,
chair,
getting ready to roll them out.
Ned Bosworth to the 10 chair, and Tyler Duffy to the 11 chair.
About the halfway. After this one's over, we'll be officially halfway through round 1 of qualifying.
Six should be Albert Castillo. Thank you, sir. And it looks like we're missing the 2 over there. That's Sublette. And there we go. We got him. All right, we're good.
All right, looks like all the Marshall spots are covered, and we're getting ready to roll them out. 40 plus Nitro Chuggy. Yeah, it's like, well, been the theme of things here in the Nitro portion, Nitro Chuggy. You know, well, just the Chuggy portion of round 1 qualifying. It's a little bit light out there. Not in Perth, Australia. They said Truggy is repping out there. Is it Perth? Melbourne? Australia?
No check from Mark Morrow or William Bell. Morrow and Bell not checked in on the loop. 1 minute till your loop is live. 1 minute.
William Bell.
30 seconds. There's William Bell. No Mark Morrow still with 30 seconds till your loop is live. This is our 40 plus Nitro Truggy class.
Less than 5.
Less than 5. Loop is live. Here we go.
Four minutes left.
All right, everybody, Mark Morrow making the start. Lots of volunteers going to be needed after this one. We got 1:45 down, 3:15 to go. It's Mike Batal, your leader, by 0.8 over Clay Grantham. Clay with 0.8 on Todd Geary. Geary with 8/10 on Wade Moore.
3 minutes left.
Wade with the 2.5 on Santos. That's your top 5. Ryan Reese running 6 with William Bell in 7.
Minutes left. One minute left. "45 seconds left. Seconds left.
"20 seconds ago for Mike Patel. He's got a 3-second lead on Wade Moore. Wade with 5 seconds on Santos. Santos with 3 seconds on Clay, and Clay with 3 seconds on Todd. Ryan Reese still in the 6, and William Bell 7. Mark Morrow, if you're here, I'll need you out at the 6 cone. And then I need 4 volunteers to the 9, 10, 11, and 12. 9, 10, 11, and 12, and then possibly 6 if Mark Morrow's gone home. So volunteers to the track, if I could.
Wade Moore done. Ryan Reese done. Mike Patel done. Clay Grantham done. Santos Rodriguez done. William Bell done.
And waiting on Todd Geary, one more to finish. Nope, that wasn't Todd. Looks like Todd might have broke down. I don't have any other cars, so that's going to do it. It'll be Mike Patel, your winner, 8 laps and a 5:10.
All drivers are finished.
Wade Moore gets second at an 8.5.15. Rodriguez third with an 8.5.25. Grantham with the 4, 8.5.28. And that's going to do it. So I'll need help at the possible 6 if Mark Morrow's is. You got it for Mark? Thank you. So I just need help at the 9, 10, 11, and 12. 9, 10, 11. You got the 12? Oh. TK and
the race is
my
complete.
2 saviors out there.
Up next.
All right, so I got the 11 and 12. So I need help at the 9 and 10 for volunteers. Track's closed. It's going to be Wade Moore at the 1 chair, Batal at the 2 chair, Ryan Reese 3, Rodriguez 4, Grantham 5. Mark's got a Marshall out there at the 6, Todd Geary at the 7, and William Bell at the 8. And then 2 more volunteers. Are you volunteering or? Todd, yep, number 7. Thank you, Todd. Alberto, thank you. You can do the 9 or the 10, whichever's you choose. Since you're out there, he's going to go to the 10. And so I just need 1 more at the 9 right here in front. Looks like I still need Wade Moore over at the 1 cone. Santos should be at the 4 on the back. Oh, he was just across the street. I see you over there, Wade. So 1 volunteer, guys. Somebody jump out there and help me out at the 9 so we can keep this party going. Try to get done, get you guys out of here so you can go have dinner with your friends and family, but I need your help to do it. I'll even go turn marshal myself, and if you want to come up and announce, that's fine. I love marshaling. Stretch my legs a little bit, get some exercise. 1 marshal needed, guys. 1 from the pit area. Come on out. All right, thank you, Neb. Neb's got me. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and roll them out. Sportsman E-Truck, roll them out for your 2-minute warm-up. Thank you, Neb. Thank you.
2 minutes to the start of the race.
Alberto, TK, and Mr. Wilcox, thank you.
Bob Montminy. Adam Jimenez. Corey Cochran. James Newman. Joe Jackson. Nick Williams. William Sellard. Gage Murray. Scott Painter.
One minute till your loop is live. No check from Albert Castillo or Lily Bosworth. Lily's still not here, right, Neb? All right.
Castillo.
She better be here tomorrow. No school tomorrow.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
45 seconds. Albert's checked in now, so the only one missing is Lily, and she'll be ready for tomorrow. So we got everybody we got.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
30 seconds, drivers. 30 seconds. Race 15 is on the track. Race 16 coming up next. Race 17, you're in the hole.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
15. So, Neb, if you can help out at the 10 after this one. But you don't have to because you're helping me out right now. So if you got something to do, you covered her basically right here. So, but if you can help me out twice, I would appreciate it. Here we go. Loop is live.
Four minutes left.
All right, after our first lap, it's Gage Murray, your leader, with James Newman second, Albert Castillo third. Adam Jimenez and Joe Jackson, your top 5. So no first lap out of William just yet.
Minutes left.
All right, 2:15 down, 2:45 to go for Gage Murray, your number 9 seed on an 8.532 to make it 0.3 ahead of Jimenez. And then Jimenez with 0.9 on Castillo. Looks like Jimenez with the rough lap there. He's going to drop to the 4 spot. So now it's Cage Murray, your leader, James Newman second, Albert Castillo third, and Adam Jimenez for Nick Williams rounding out your top 5. Corey Cochran in 6, Scott Painter 7, Bob Montminy running 8, and Joe Jackson 9. Those are my only 9 running around at this time. 40 Plus Nitro Buggy, you guys are up next. 40 Plus Nitro Buggy.
Minutes left.
All right, race 15 to 28 out there on the track. Sports and Electric Truggy. I think race 16 is our first Nitro Buggy class, then it'll be Nitro Buggy from here on out. We've had some Nitro, we've had some Electric.
Gage Murray, 3:45 down, 1:15 remaining.
All right, Gage Murray. 8.531 is the pace. Got a 3.9 second lead up over Newman. Newman 1.9 up on Castillo. Jimenez another 7 seconds back. He does his best lap of the race last time by. Yeah, Bob, Williams, Cochran, Painter, Jackson. Who's watching Race Day Live today? It is Friday. Getting ready for a big weekend in Salt Lake City, Utah for the final round of the Supercross series. And if you guys didn't know, Live RC does all the timing and scoring for Supercross and Motocross as well. So they're not just RC enthusiasts and providing us with the best timing system in RC. They do a lot of other stuff besides RC cars. They do Supercross and Motocross timing. They do the Trans Am series. They do offshore boat racing. They do King of the Hammers. They do the Baja 1000 and the Baja 500. So these guys do all sorts of different style racing. I believe they started in RC. I'm not 100% about that, but I'm pretty sure they started with RC and then kind of branched out. Anybody watching on Facebook, that stream has been restarted. They only give you X amount of hours. I think it's 8 on them and 12 on YouTube. So in case anybody's wondering, I'm even going to switch over on my Kindle because we reached our allowment time on there. So just go ahead and head on back over to Live RC, and we're going to restart the broadcast over there on Facebook. Bringing you guys all the live action here. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll just take a quick 5-minute break here, handle a couple things. So, of course, you guys saw over the last few minutes. The still cam, and I was off. We piped Jimmy in and handling some things behind the scenes. And we're back here. We're bringing you all the action here from Hutto, Texas at the beautiful Thornhill Racing Circuit. Gage Murray, your Sports and Electric Truggy. 8.528. You went on 8.534. There's your A-Main Hobbies race results. 8.528. That's not bad. That is not bad. 40 Plus Nitro Buggy, my first heat of 2. We got some rippers here in this B group, our first heat of 2 for 40-plus Nitro Buggy. Zambato, Fury, Reese, Matt Sister, Dan Hand, Mark Marr, Sublet, Tradardi, Papa Tradardi. Trace, I agree. I'm a big Deegs fan. I've been watching his videos since I was a little kid. I was actually at the LA Coliseum in 1996. I was just a child. That would have made me 12 years old. And when Brian Deegan won his first 125 Pro Motocross Supercross race, it was at the LA Coliseum. He told his father he was going to do something nobody's ever seen, and that's when he ghost rode his bike. He was riding for Moto XXX and on that RM 125 back in the day, the old two-stroke. I was actually there in attendance as a child watching Brian Deegan ghost ride his bike on his first Supercross win ever. And then, of course, so naturally, I grew up with social media and watching little Hayden Deegan, you know, as a child on 65s and 80s. And then, you know, of course, all the hate he was receiving, you know, and the doubt, you know, when he moved up to the 250 class. And it took a little time in the 250 class, and now he's the winningest rider in the 250 class of all time. And guess what? 450 is coming up this summer. So we'll see if the Deegs can't stretch out their winningest all-time rider in the 250 class. Yes, yeah. If you were maybe watching, I think he did a lighter version of that, because when you're the top gun over there on the 250 class and they weren't racing for millions of dollars and their sponsorships weren't millions of dollars back in the day. They are now. So I think they said you can I don't think they wanted him to ghost ride it fully like Dad did over. Actually, Brian never crossed the finish line far with his body. He's just sent the bike over the finish line double. But I think Deegan landed the double when he got his first win and then ghost rode the bike, kind of still standing. But that was kind of a little homage to Dad, because Dad did that way back in the day, which I thought was kind of cool. But racing's come a long ways from 96 to 2023, I think, when he entered. I think it was early 2023 or 24 when he entered the 250 class. So, you know, when you're getting paid millions of dollars like nowadays, I think they were like, you know what, don't go out there and ghost ride that bike like your dad did. So he landed the double and then ghost rode the bike. That was a little homage to the old Pops right there. It was still kind of cool, but yes, that's what that was about. I actually had the Moto XXX poster in my room. It was the old RM 125 with the non-inverted forks. They were the upside-down forks on that bike, and Dad just sent that thing. I got my money on Kenny. I know it may be a long shot. Everybody says, oh, he's not as good in the high altitude or on the dry track, but come on, let's get Kenny one. He's been 10 years in the Premier class. Let's go, Kenny. I wouldn't be upset to see Honda win another championship. They haven't won one in, God, I think it was 15 years until Jet won the Supercross. It was a while. It was a little dry spell for the Honda boys, but they got back on top. And it'd be kind of cool to see Hunter do it, but I'm rooting for Kenny, and I wouldn't be disappointed if Hunter went out there and locked one in too. 1 point separation, so it doesn't matter. I mean, what do they do if there's a tiebreaker? That's the question. I think it goes to the most wins on the season. I'm not going to Google that right now. Yeah, Hayden got 8 in a row. I consider it 8 in a row, too, even though they duped him. He considers it 8 in a row, and here's a fun fact. Hayden did not give the trophy back after they pulled the win from him. He actually made AMA Supercross make Cole Davies a trophy and give that to him. He says, nah, I don't agree with that. I think that was a little bit baloney. He kept the trophy from the win. Now, in the record books, it stopped the record at 6 in a row, and then he went on to win 7 last week, or 8. Yeah, that would have been 7 and then 8 last week. So he kept the trophy. He says, screw you guys. I don't agree with it. I'm keeping your trophy. I thought that was kind of funny. Here we go. Race number 16, 40-plus Nitro Buggy, Heat 1 of 2. We're following along with the King. Let's see what the King's got here on lap 1. 41.3, a little left to be desired there. Go team old guys. Yep. I'm a unk. So Tony with Clinic RC tuned in. Yeah, I'm team unk, you know. I'm the over 40 class myself. You know, if you were 30 back in the day, you were considered washed up and old. But look at, Cooper Webb's getting up there in age, and Tomac, and Roxon, and these guys are still battling with the best in the world, and they're 32, 33 years old. I think Roxon's 32. And they're calling them old. That's not fair. That's not fair. But it is a young guy's sport. You know, it's always been that way. That's why I race RC cars. I'm dirt bikes. That's a young guy thing. Now, I still ride and stuff and go camping. Got myself a little street bike as well. Don't squid out nearly as much as I used to in my younger years. I still got some squid in me, though. That never leaves. Yeah, I think Deegan puts on a persona just like Dad did. You know, that whole Meta Militia bad boy thing. I mean, I've always had a tendency, I just kind of get people, and I think Deegan, the way he acts, is also a bit of a show, just like Dad did. I think, honestly, deep down inside, he's a pretty good young man, and if you talk to anybody in that industry, and even the owner, Bobby, the owner of Star Yamaha, he would tell you the same thing. And if you ever watch the interview they did with the owner of Star Racing Yamaha, it was a great interview. It was on, I can't remember the podcast. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Just one of the greatest interviews I've heard in a long time. Not Coach Steve. I was with the European guy. That's going to kill me. I can't remember. Yeah, you know. It sells. Being that bad boy kind of image, it sells, you know. But I think deep down inside, I think he's actually quite a good young man. We got Todd Geary. He's having some good runs here in round number 1. Saxton 2, Morrow 3. So Geary only 0.7 of a second up on Saxton. Mark Morrow 2.1 back. Zambado another 1.2 back. So I got 3.4 between my top 4 right here. Nice tight battle up here in the front. Now Morrow, my early race leader, dropping down to the 4 briefly, but back up to the 3, Sistrunk top 5. Tridardi, Grantham, Dan Henn, no Ryan Reese, and no Sumblet. Now, what happened to not so huge Hefner? Is it past 3 o'clock yet? Because that's when. Oh, yes, it is. It's 5:08. Yeah, he's probably getting tuned up in the pits. Let's see behind me. He's usually pitting back here. Let's see. Where is Ryan Reese? Yeah, it's beer o'clock for Ryan Reese at 5, so he's not worried too much about racing right now. I see Tebow and Mayfield are kind of talking about some stuff, going over some race things, maybe switching back and forth. Those two guys, man, they've been racing together for decades at this point. Yeah, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Ain't that the truth? So Saxton to the point here. Let's go, King. Come on. Come on, King. When you hit that high-speed little bumper right there on that pipe coming on the straightaway, I've seen a lot of cars flip over with this high traction. And you can see that black groove starting to thicken out there on the track as expected. We need a good run from the King here in this B group. Come on, King. Let's cheer on the King out there. Uh-oh. I'm cheering too hard. Oh, no. Robinson right there, one of the AE drivers. Oh, come on, King. That's going to be brutal. Yeah, that car looking very hard to drive right now. Not your typical King driving right now. Obviously working on the team's cars and getting all the youngsters up to pace and worried more about their program, so I don't know how much tuning he's doing to his own ride. You know, what a common theme is you would see maybe the team manager or BT or Rich. I don't think BT's racing out here. Full race mode, work mode this weekend. But sometimes, if some of the younger racers want to try something on their car, he can go and throw it on his car and then give him some feedback. I'm not sure that's the case here. I think he just took his car from the last race, slammed some new tires on it, and is just running it whatever the way it is, because that car not looking up to normal Richard King Saxton standards right there. But he's not worried about his own race results. He's just kind of breaking up the monotony of the work week out here, having a little fun racing. We're waiting on Alberto. No finish out of Reese and Sublet. No start either, for that matter. And that's a race. Saxton on an 8.5.29, man. He left a little out there on the table right there. He did have fast lap of the race, but he had a 38.4 and then a 39.7 and then a 43.0. Oof. Yeah. So some really good laps and then actually some really bad laps. And that's racing. How do you get the name Sexy Leg? That's it's actually a great question. I lost my leg in a motorcycle accident when I was 22, so naturally I have a prosthetic. And I used to do a bunch of offshore fishing out of Marina Del Rey out in Santa Monica. Used to just go out on the 3/4 day boats and spend the whole day out there fishing. And there was a Hispanic gentleman that was the deckhand out there on the boat. And I used to go out there on crutches. I didn't even have a prosthetic yet. I got a prosthetic leg, and I was walking up to the boat one day to get on at about 5 o'clock in the morning. We're going out for a day of fishing, and he saw me with the prosthetic on, and he called me Sexy Leg. And one of my buddies that I was fishing with at the time, Corey Smith, was out there with us, so it wasn't, nobody really had known that nickname yet. But he started racing RC cars and stuff and started traveling around and doing some big races and stuff with us. And he started calling me Sexy Leg at the racetrack, and then that's when it really took off. So it was from an old deckhand out on offshore fishing boat. Gave me that name, and then it kind of trickled its way over in to the RC world. And then I think more people know me as Sexy Leg over Sean Miller now. They're like, Sean Miller, I've never heard of her, but I know Sexy Leg. Great question right there, not a Fed. Yeah, some people think, maybe it's a little inappropriate. They don't really kind of know the background of that, but I have a really cool prosthetic leg, and it's got a microprocessor and a battery, and it's, I don't have a knee, so when you don't have a knee, you need now a mechanical knee, and it's really pretty futuristic looking, and I got a cool 3D printed cover on there. And I got called it at the racetrack once, and then it just kind of stuck. And that's just kind of how nicknames go. All right. Oh, boy, these guys are wrenching right here. It's getting serious in the pits. There's no goofing off. There's no naps going down. You guys are serious wrenching right now. That Nitro Buggy class, the World's class, coming up soon here. 25, 26, 27, 28. Great cam right here. Fun and games are coming to an end here, and it's about to get serious here. Well, we still got about 45 minutes until those last four. And those last four are going to be 10, so that's going to take almost an hour, if you will, by itself. So I got about a 7:30 finish time tonight, as expected. Yeah. If you ever need a good blunt object, I suppose that is an option. I'd be lying if I haven't said I thought about that before. Yeah. Trying to get back to my my chat here on Facebook. Ever since the restart, I've been I don't know if my Kindle Fire is getting a little hot from being on all day, but I'm losing my Facebook chat here. We'll stand by, guys. We'll get back in. I'm all locked in here on the YouTube, but I'm going to restart the Kindle. She's acting a little funny. All right. Oh, there we go. Now she's working again. Let's get clicked right there. We're off in race number 17. My second heat right now. TQ time to beat at a 8:5:29 for Richard Saxton. I think Drake's going to have something to say about that.
You can't hear me. Can you hear me? There you go. All right, here we go. Race number 17. Wait for everybody to come by for lap number 1.
Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. That dang Facebook feed. Let's get back to the racing action. I can dick with that later. All right, we got Adam Drake, 36.5. Reggie Tung, 38.3. Darby, 39.1. Rodriguez, 39.4 here on lap 1. Batal, 40.7. Kurt Kellum. Oh, the Drake going for a tumble there. Drake down. Multi-time national champion. I don't think he ever got himself a Worlds win. But still relevant. Still relevant in the RC game. And he was the owner of Palm Desert RC for a little while and then gave that up and took over Thunder Alley because that was closing. So I don't know if he took over Thunder Alley because that was on the bingo card. I think he did it more of a, let's keep this race around. Let's keep the racers of Southern California racing. And I know a lot of the Southern California racers really appreciated that. They went to a bunch of board meetings and had a bunch of the racers come out for that. And they saved Thunder Rally. They were going to turn it into pickleball courts out there in Noble Creek Park in, what is that, Beaumont? Yeah, I want to say Beaumont. That doesn't sound right for some reason. But yeah, they saved Thunder Rally, and now Chris Nelson owns Thunder Rally. Drake wanted to get back to the racing portion of his life, None of us are getting any younger, and he just wanted to focus back on his racing, so he was a track owner for a little while, took over Thunder Rally, dialed it up for us racers, kept it from being closed, and then now Chris Nelson with Mr. TNR Fuels. A little shout out for Big Chris. Always love hanging out with Big Chris, and now he's the owner, doing big things and club racing and stuff out there a bunch. And she's back, and Drake's back just to racing. I've seen Rhonda and Adam racing a lot more and club racing, because they're not married to the track now, and I'm fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with it. They saved the place from being turned into pickleball courts, and I appreciate that. And I let the guy and his wife focus on the racing aspect, Taking an 8.501. Oh, Chicky. Not sure what happened to Chicky, showing a 119.3 on lap number 1. So maybe a missed lap right there for Paulie. Looks like they have it fixed up. Yeah, it was just a missed lap. It happens. And Ryan Reese, he did 2 laps, and now he's out. So Saxon would go 10 for the round from that last group. There's Drake, Reggie. Only 4.7 back from Drake right here. Go, Reggie, go. Yep. Speaking of Nelson, got the very, very popular race out west, the TNR Challenge. And actually, he's got an arena race coming up next. Let's see if I can't pull that up for him. I'll give him a little plug right there. I love my guy Chris right there. Yeah, so he's got the TNR Challenge, very successful race. They had 700 plus entries, and that was honestly like a week after. Was it Silver State or Psycho? I think Dave moved his PNB race later, but I mean there was like a bunch of races crammed. Nobody expected Silver State to be in January, and then it was his race and another race, so I think he was like expecting it kind of to lay an egg, and be a dud, and all of a sudden, bang, 700 people showed up. So that's pretty wild. But that's good for him, that I think it caught him off guard a little bit. But yeah, check out Chris Nelson's page, and he's got a big arena race coming up. I'm trying to find the dates for you guys. Kind of hard when I'm up here talking with you guys and trying to follow the race. And speaking of that, I got Drake Tongue, Kurt Calum, Darby, Chicarello, top 5 more, Batal, Jimenez, Rodriguez, Ribager, Ever Lobos, my man from Guatemala. Always love having Lobos out here. And Santos Rodriguez, I want to give Santos a little shout out there. Gave me some Puerto Rican rice and beans and, I don't know, it was like a pork rib or something he brought up to the Live RC broadcast booth, man, and showing me some love up here and keeping me fed. And I appreciate that. I know my wife does too. Yeah, she knows we don't eat much. It's the racers and the program before our own health and happiness. That's why we're here, man. I can eat all next week, sleep all next week. Well, not all next week. There's a race. Just waiting on a few more here.
Chicky, you're done. 3 more.
We're just waiting on a few more to finish here, so.
And waiting on one more. Ribager still running out there. One more to finish. One more.
And there it is. There's Jan. Yeah, Arena Cross, June 19th to the 21st, 2026. So check out TNR Field, brought to you by G Racing, one of Joey's sponsors out here for the weekend. Let's check out our MA and Hobbies race results. Adam Drake, your top qualifier here, an 8.501, just missed that 9-lapper. And Reggie Tongue took a swing at the old Drakery right there, about 5 seconds back, so 4.6 to make it officially. And that's not bad, Reggie was ripping right there. Kurt Kellam in the number 3, Darby, Mike Patel in the 5. He should feel good about that with as little track time as he's had so far.
And Mike Patel, your top 5 with an 8.519. Let's get all those drivers right back out to the track to corner marshal, please. Next race.
Up next, race number 8. 50+ nitro rugby.
Oh, Adam Drake's longtime pit health and longtime friend racing with the Mugans. It's his birthday today. I want to wish him a happy birthday. So happy birthday, LeBron. 29 years old today. Now we got Michigan tuned in. We got Chris Clark. What up, Chris Clark? Tuned in on Facebook. Greetings from Belgium. Oh, man, we are worldwide right here on our broadcast. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Give us a like, give us a share, give us a subscribe. Yeah, we're worldwide out here on a Friday. Yeah, Belgium in the house, Michigan, Netherlands. Oh, yeah. Got the Techno jump cam right here. Before we get this next race going, I just want to give my heartfelt condolences to the Rendall family. SoCal Racers, we lost one of our great friends, one of our dear friends, Kenny Rendall, last week. And I just want to give him a shout out and let him know that we miss him already and we love him. And he took me to my first DNC, and I stayed in the camper all week, and we were with Cameron Neff, and just... I mean, Kenny Rendall has just been a huge staple. He used to work for Jimmy in the JBRL back at home many years. He's worked in the shop down at Hot Rod Hobbies. And to Kenny and the Rendall family, we're going to miss you, brother. I miss having our great conversations. I just talked to him for a couple hours on Sunday 3 weeks ago, right before he passed away. I talked to him on Sunday for 2 hours. We had the best conversation and talked about racing. And he told me how cool that was as I was working for Live RC and on the broadcast and everything, and how proud he was. And we just had the best conversation and laughed, and then 3 days later he was gone. So Kenny Rendall, love you, brother, and we miss you dearly. Nitro racing won't be the same back out west without you, and I just wanted to show you and your family some love. So my deepest condolences out to the Rendall family, and I'm going to miss our great conversations. And he taught me everything pretty much I know about tuning nitro cars and getting me into A-scale and stuff. And we love you, brother, and you will be missed dearly. Robert Tapley Miller tuned in. That is my twin brother. What's up, Robert? Yeah, doggy. Now we're partying here on the Live RC broadcast. The twin bro is tuned in. Speaking of people that I miss, man, I really miss having my brother working at these events with us and stuff. But he's got a young boy and a big family out there, and I'm super proud of him and the father he's become and the man he's become. And just I hope I can be half the dad he has been to him and his family over the last few years. He kind of worked with us for many, many, many years, and then, realized the kids are growing up, and I'd like to not work 2 jobs and be away from the family so much. And I commend him on that. What a great father he is. And love you, Robert, and I miss you having you out these races, but proud of you for the dad you are, and taking care of Addiston and Lucas and the whole family. And that's just awesome, dude. Glad you tuned in to say hi. Yeah, man, we were the traveling band right there. Let's get back to the action here. We just started here, race number 18, 50-plus Nitro Buggy, heat 1 of 2. Oh, man, that's so cool. The twin bros in online. Not a lot of people online kind of know my backstory, but I am an identical twin. He is 8 minutes older. I was talking about him a couple hours ago on the track when I had the Tradardi brothers out there on the racetrack, and how that's the only battle that matters, whether it's for first or second or 7th and 8th. The brotherly rivalry continues, and I always enjoyed battling with my twin brother. Enjoying those battles. I don't care where we were on the track or who was leading it, as long as I was beating the twin, man. I say that jokingly, of course. But yeah, that rivalry went all the way back many years. That was not just in RC, no matter what we did, whether it was sports or wrestling. I think it's good. It was a good, healthy rivalry. We never took it too out of context. But hey, yeah, you got to battle with the bro, We got Wally Builds tuned in on Facebook. What's up, Nick Watlett? Nick Watlett doing big things as always. I think he's traveling on the road right now. He's going to be up in Utah with the Team Moto Whips and Justin Meyerson and the Moto Whips team. So when Wally's not doing all the social media stuff and taking photos of the Moto Whips Supercross team, he's out at the races and racing the mini Supercross with the RC cars. So I want to give a quick shout out to Wally and everything he's done for me and my brother, and he's always been just the most stand-up dude to the Miller boys, and I've always really appreciated that. My brother had a really bad accident and broke his neck quite a few years ago, and my brother got an e-buggy, and Wally said, give me that thing, I'm going to build it for you and get him back racing and stuff, and I always just thought that was the coolest thing. So thanks, Wally, man. I hope you guys, wish you guys the most continued success in the Supercross and your Team Moto Whips, and good luck at the finals this weekend in Utah. Travis Corey, Puddles in the house, y'all. Dude, I got all the homies online right now. I'm going to have to call a little racing action since that's my job, but I'm having it, dude. It's a homie party right now up on Facebook. You got Nick LaFave out front, Will Allen 2, Capstan, my top 3. About a 5 second lead over Allen, and then Cap's only 1.4 back from Will. And you got Wilson 4, Cistern 5, Paul Scholes, one of my boys out here in Texas rocking that Mugen in the 6, and Phil Saunders, and no James out there, no laps. Inching closer to that Worlds class, we got 20 of the top 25 drivers, and we got over 50 entries for that class, or right around 50 for the Worlds warm-up out here. So yes, it is the 13th annual Lonestar Challenge here in Hutto, Texas, the 13th year of the Lonestar, but it's also doubling up since this is your host track for the Worlds coming up. I believe that is September 26th through October 3rd. So I hope you guys all tune into Live RC and check out the Worlds coming up later this year. So 20 of the top 25. Now, I was expecting a bunch of pros, especially the Europeans and everybody traveling from overseas. If you would have told me 20 of the top 25 would be here, I would have been like, yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to get a bunch, but 20 of the top 25? No. We hit the lotto, and it's like a mini Worlds out here right now this weekend. So get strapped in, guys. We're getting ready to rock and roll here with 50-plus nitro buggy, and then we're going to have some sportsman and intermediate, and then we're going to have 4 10-minute heats at the end of this round. So 25, 26, and 27, 28. Those will be my Worlds warm-up classes, and every heat that pops up, it's just like you're blown away with the amount of talent in each heat. So strap in, guys. It's going to be fun. Yeah, Wally, thank that, dude. Love you too, man. About to take off, so he's on his way out to see the Moto Whips crew. That's so cool. I actually went to Anaheim too this year, and I was taking my usual gander through the pits, and I saw little Mason Westergaard running around, and I saw just a bunch of my local RC racers that you would see out at the track, and then, of course, I saw the beautiful Moto Whip setup that Justin and his crew always puts together. One of the cleanest pits you will see out there at Supercross. And there was Wally, man, getting it done. I interrupted his lunch, but he still took the time to come over and take some pictures and say what's up. I thought that was really cool, so good luck, boys.
Time has expired on the master clock. Everyone keep on racing until your name is called.
Yeah, RC Victory Lane saying, Wallet is top tier people. Well said, RC Victory Lane. Well said. That guy has about 7 different jobs too, and he's just happy as a clam and just out there every weekend. He might be taking some tests, I don't know how he has that energy. Running out of time here in this one, guys. Race number 18 wrapping up our first heat of 50-plus nitro buggy.
Still got 3 more, maybe 2 more with that flame out. Not sure who the pink buggy belongs to, but waiting for Will, Paul, and Ken. 3 more to finish. Marshals, hold your spots.
Oh, man, the marshals were already leaving. Not this guy. This marshal he's in for the long haul. I like that. Yeah, pull up a seat and wait for every car to finish. What do we got going on right here? Some marshals are leaving. The other guy looks like he was sitting on the couch watching TV at home with a cold beer, and then we had another guy walking across the straightaway when the race wasn't finished yet. That was a bit wild, and I got no finish out of Will. That might have been Will hitting the Kyosho wall back there, and that sucks because he was my race leader. Looks like he's still going to hang on to that. I don't have an official finish out of him. Doesn't look like it. It's showing red on that last lap. Not exactly sure. On his best lap of the race, though. He did? Oh, there it is. He was on an 8, and it's showing 7 now. So as soon as Jimmy finished the race up there, it showed the 7. So it's showing 8 on the screen, but it's 7. Yeah, there it is. Will Allen, 7.456 with the DNF. Nick Lefebvre going to go 2. Sistrunk 3. Paul Scholes 4. Caps at 5. Saunders 6. Loss at 7. Where can I find photos from the Roar 1A Scale Field Nationals from 2025 from Live RC? I know you had people, but can't find them. Stand by. I will get that information.
So that's unofficial. So I heard Will might have jumped off of the double. I thought he was well past the line, but I'll double check that. All right, so turn marshals. We should have Sistrunk at the 1, Lefebvre at the 2, Will Allen 3. I need a volunteer 4 unless James is here. Scholes at the 5, Captain 6, Lawson 7, Sanders 8, and then 9, 10, 11, 12. So this is where we have to wait for marshal help. So I need 5 marshals on the track before we can move it in.
I did a little research. Scott on the Facebook asking where he could find. No, that was Mitchell Pavel. asking where he could find some Roar 1A Scale Nationals from 2025 pictures and stuff. Now, mostly that would be on live or on Facebook. So my first place to go look is I would scroll through Facebook and see. They usually post a bunch on there. If it's not on there, then they usually just may not be there anymore, and they just have it internally in the live RC land somewhere. But that's where I would start first if you can't find them on there, and then maybe ask ChatGPT. I've been stuck in the Stone Ages. I'm 42, and I'm a little reluctant to use the AI and everything. But I've been using ChatGPT the last few days, man. I won't lie, it's kind of cool. It's actually a great tool when you're working. If you need to learn something, or you can take something on your arm, you can take a picture of it, and it'll be like a doctor and pull it up and tell you if you should be worried about it or not. I mean, it's just I've pushed back hard enough on the ChatGPT stuff, but I'm all 5 toes in right now. Greetings from down under. We got Australia checking in. Can you confirm that non-FMAR classes are free to tire sauce this week? Yeah, I can confirm that. I haven't heard anything about it. I'm not even sure there's a restriction on the pro class this weekend. I would assume there is. I'll have to find Joey. He's down there. He's handling business and registration right now. Well, I want to get that confirmed. I had a couple questions to ask the track crew about whether they treat the track or not on my break. It's supposed to be a 30-minute break. I got about a 15-minute break to eat some tacos and talk to Jason Glass, the track head honcho down here, and operator. But that is another great question. I've been meaning to ask about the tire sauce because I'm curious myself. Somebody asked that a little bit earlier. I mean, if I'm getting ready for the world and you're not allowed to tire sauce, then I would not be running any. Obviously, every racer on the planet is looking for a 10 or 2 somewhere, and if that's going to give it to them, I don't see why they wouldn't. Let me ask Ronnie Rifkin. He's walking by. All right, so I just yelled at Ronnie as he was walking by, Ronnie Rifkin, Spencer's dad, and said, "Hey, dude, is there a rule on tire sauce out here this weekend?" And he said, not that he knows it, because everybody's pretty much saucing. The Worlds, I'm assuming it's going to be a little different. It may be a no tire sauce on the premise. You might have to do it at your hotel or across the street. I'm going to have to get the final word on that, but people are saucing out here this weekend, from my understanding. I don't see any tire sauce burnouts like you would see in 10 scale when you drop the car on the track and everybody comes up with the soaking wet tires and leaves a little tire sauce burnout. I don't see any of those out here. But from my understanding, they are saucing out here this weekend. Yeah, from my understanding also, there is no tire sauce at the Worlds. So that's what I'm under the assumption. I think no matter what you say or do, they make tire sauces and stuff nowadays with... Oh, we got Jason Glass right here, the track head honcho. I'll ask him.
Renato Trinardi in the 6 and Ever Lobos in the 7. No start out of Bogey Gibbons. We're not sure if Bogey's here. If he's not, now we need even more help after this one.
It's official. I did it. So sauce is allowed for all classes this weekend except for Pro Nitro Bug, the World's class. So some of the intermediates and stuff out here, and I believe even some of the electric pro guys, they're allowing to do. But for the Pro Nitro Worlds class this weekend here at the warm-ups, there is a rule for no tire sauce. So they are kind of sniffing around and just making sure they're not. Whether everybody's following the rules or not is to be determined. Sam, our head engineer here for Live RC, is asking, what's the advantage of tire sauce? It's an additive you would add to your tires to create a little bit of extra stickiness, create a little extra traction, and then depending on what you use, like PB Blaster and stuff, it's real common in 10 scale clay racing. You would add tire sauce, and PB Blaster and a few other brands would soften the rubber a little bit, break up the molecules a little bit, and create a little more traction. Good new tires, you want to break them in and burn them in and sauce them up, burn them in, sand them, create a little extra traction. But it's just a little traction additive, if you will. My bad. Yeah, in 10 scale it's very common, and then obviously A scale when you're racing on a clay track like this. Yeah, no sauce, but running with sauce this weekend on the track will make the testing for Worlds unreliable. I couldn't agree more. I actually said that a little earlier. Thank you, Tony Schumacher, for the comment. Yeah, if you're not going to be able to use it at Worlds, why use it this weekend? I mean, this weekend, yes, it's the Worlds warm-up and it's the Lonestar Challenge, but compared to a World Championship, it doesn't compare. So why set your car up in all your data, for something when you're saucing, and then come here and not be able to sauce and have a little bit different or less traction? So I agree with Tony. I got Mike Patel out front. Yes, Mike. Yes. This is what I've been waiting for. One practice run yesterday. He's had a seating round underneath his belt, and I knew it'd only be a matter of time before Mike Patel finds his way out front. Oh, the camera curse. Camera cursed him. Dang it. Golly. It's a real thing, the camera curse. More in the number 2. He's only a half second back here, so Patel, usually it's the race director's curse or the announcer's curse, and right now it's the broadcaster's curse. He's like, hell yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm out front right now, and no. Mara in the number 2, Jimenez 3, Trinardi 4, Mark Robinson 5, Rushing 6, Lobos 7. Lobos all the way from Guatemala. And Bogey Gibbons not in this one. Come on, Bogue.
All right, Mark Robinson, you're the first one done.
Things winding down here in this one. Oh, what happened to Patel? That was such a rough lap down to the 3 spot. Oh, he's going to be kicking himself after that one. Only missed second by 1.1. We're still waiting on Trinardi here. Here's Papa Trinardi.
One more to finish, Trinardi. There we go. All right, so it's going to be Mark Morrow, your winner. 8 laps and a 5:22. That's a new TQ time. Gilbert Jimenez second with an 8:5:26. Mike Patel third with an 8:5:28. Trinardi with an 8:5:30. All those 8 lappers beating the old TQ time. Nick LeFave, your TQ currently, or previous 7:5:08.
Oh, top line RC back. He's done running errands and getting some laps. Oh, man, that sounds rough. Had to go drive his RC car a little bit. Bummer. Hey, Main Hobbies race results up on the screen here for you guys. Mark Morrow. I believe you're rocking the S-Works out there for Mark.
So Mike Patel with the 1-2.
Yeah, repair and rip. That's usual in our hobby. All right, race 20, Sports and Nitro Buggy. We got little background tunes going on. Woo. Here's our grid lineup here, brought to you by A-Main Hobbies. Oh, looks like a little homie help right there. Say, hey, man, you got this part right here? Digging in the box for the boys right there. That's what RC is about. Is that the part you need? Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I owe you big time, dude. You owe me a cold beer. Yeah, these guys are knee deep in race talk. We're dead in the water, and poor Jimmy up there begging for turn marshals. This is usually when I would run out there and go fill up a spot, but we can always put Sam on the mic, and I can go out there and volunteer. Sam says, tag me in. He's coming off the top rope. He'll do it. Look, here comes Fee Long, dude. That a boy. What a good kid. Fee Long coming out. Jared Tebow running out here. Dang, this is the all-star volunteers right here.
And there's Jared Tebow, JTB.
Tebow and Felong, Boomer Wheeler jumping out there. Looks like Mark Robinson jumping out there. Oh, man, these guys are awesome. Keeping the program going. Like I said, it doesn't just help out the race director or the racers on the stand. It helps out every single person here in the facility. We're all going home 3 minutes earlier tonight because of these guys. Thank you very much. Oh, we're still waiting on one more. I thought we had it done. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Come on, there's 300 entries out here. We can't get one more marshal out there? There's about 5 guys standing in pit lane. They're like, hell no, I'm not going out there. There it is. It's done. Roll them out. Check them in. Here we go. Here, Jimmy giving the volunteers some love out there, as they should, as he should. Volunteering is just a part of RC cars. It's just the way it goes, and you'll never go to a single race on the planet where there's not going to be a little time for a volunteer or two. A little shout out to our sponsors here while these guys are getting checked in. A-Main Hobbies, Techno, One-Up Racing, and J Concepts.
All right, got a Daniel Cervantes transponder popping up. No Daniel Cervantes in this race. Daniel, if you're up there, you're in the next race. You're in the next race, Daniel. Remember, new heats for this round.
We got a little miscommunication going on. One of the racers thought this was his race, but just like I was surprised to see 28 heats in our round of qualifying here, our first round. We had 27 heats, and so one of the drivers in the wrong race here. He's coming up in the next one. That's why they pay Jimmy the big bucks. Oh boy, I got one upside down on the front straight.
1 minute, drivers, 1 minute.
right, everybody checked in except for Abram, it looks like. Who goes live in 30 seconds?
All right, 30 seconds, guys. Dick Fuel, Abram Obi, not checked in. Less than 5. Luther's live.
All right, here we go. First heat of 2, Sportsman Nitro Buggy.
All right, race number 20 coming up. Race 21, our second and final heat of Sportsman coming up after this one.
All right, these guys coming around to log lap number 1. Rolling along with our current race leader right here. We're still waiting on about 6 more to complete their first official lap, but according to timing and scoring, that's our leader at the moment.
$130 down, $330 left to go.
Ryan Daze tuned in on Facebook. What up, Daze? Tivo got a car right between the legs. I think it was my race leader, too. It was Vasquez. So Noah Hinton going to lead us around here. Bunting in the number 2. Oh, Jonathan Bunting takes over that race lead. Vasquez, Hinton, Pitt, Allen, Stallings, Dent, Edward, Delgado, Castillo, Williams, and Abram Yu. So Bunting, blue and yellow, coming down the front straight. Oh, a rough one right there. A 52-1. So he does his best lap of the race 2 laps ago and then backs it up with his worst lap of the race. There's going to be Vasquez back out front now. Follow along with him. Vasquez on the 7.512 pace. Hinton only 1.4 back. Bunting 2.9 back from him in third. Dent 3.7 back and fourth. And then the closest battle on the track, that's for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Dent, Pitt, and Allen. Fast lap of the race belongs to Bunting. 42.4. Now I only got 1.8 between my top 3, so here comes Vasquez. That's your leader. Let's see what happened to Bunting and Hinton. They should be coming around here shortly. So they were 1.8 between my top 3. Now it's 6.7, so Bunting and Hinton both with a long lap last time by. 30 seconds to go.
Drivers, 15 seconds.
Things winding down here in race number 20. We're going to race number 28 tonight, and that'll be a wrap. So, about an hour and a half left in the program. The final 4 races are 10-minute qualies. I got 4 of those. And I got 4 5-minute qualies. So that's gonna average out to about a 7:30 stop time. We're waiting on Pitt Stallings and Nate Edwards. So we're still racing.
So Brandon and Quinn, 2 more to finish, 2 more. Hold your spots, Marshall. Next race, hold tight. Still racing. There's Brandon, and I'm hoping this white buggy is Quentin.
We're still waiting on Stallings and Edwards, so we got one out there. I'm assuming this is Clinton right here. Oh.
Now we're putting all this pressure on you, Quentin. Sorry.
Jimmy cracking up right there. He's putting all the pressure on Clinton right there. You got a little shaky, you know. You ever get the feeling people are watching you? I think that's how Clinton was feeling there on that last one. You'll see your finishing results here, and our A-main race results popping up here any second. Oh yeah, there she is. Second heat, Reed Saunders, Lobos, Jan, Murray, Rushing, Cervantes, Jimenez, Newman, Moore, Murray, Lawson, and Peterkin. Gage and Ryan. Oh, family rivalry here. A couple Murrays. Oh, there's Ryan Reese. I knew he was here. He's just he's actually helping out Bunting with the wheelchair right there, getting him back over to his pit. That's a good man right there. A main race result, grid lineup. Somebody can jump out there for Bunting. He's one of our racers in the wheelchair. So if he could do it, he'd jump out there. But when you're in a wheelchair, you're in a wheelchair, man. You need a little love from the boys. And volunteer jumping out there for him. So thank you, sir, for jumping out there and helping us out. I'm sure he'd love nothing more than to go out there and turn marshal. But unfortunately, that's just not the case sometimes. What the heck is that? Tony cheering on Reed. I like it. Tony's been tuned in, cheering on the boys all day. That's AJ's father right there, Tony Schumacher. At the RC compound out there. Right on the property, dude. Got a beautiful facility out there in Arizona. Where is that? Peoria, or I'm not sure exactly what part of Arizona that is. I'm sure he can fill me in. Okay, we're live here. Sportsman Nitro Buggy, our second heat, the A group. Let's do this. Reed been a fan favorite here in the chat today. I like it. Yeah, Maricopa, that sounds right. Maricopa, Arizona. The Nitro Compound. They hold some pretty big events up out there, too. Always have the coolest layouts out there. Yeah, they got a great group of racers out there. That come out with a lot of work running a track, especially that one that size. Now we got Lobos, the Guatemalan, leading us around. Cervantes in the 2, Moore 3. Reed Saunders up in the top 3. Top 4 separated, top 5 separated by 1.9. Now the top 8 by 0.8 of a second here. Well, we got a banger here, boys.
Now we got 3 heats of intermediate coming up.
See the TZO boys hyping each other up out there. Fernandez trying to get Ramos back in the game right here. He's looking a little tuned up out there. Having a few adult beverages, it looks like. TZO boys always having fun at the RC races. Those guys, fan favorites out here, always got a real big pits and a big crew over there, and they like to go out there, shake it up a little bit after the races, and even during the races for that matter. And TZO, man, one of the newer. They've been around for quite a few years now, but they're one of the newer tire brands out there, and they've really made a name for themselves. Contracted some of the top drivers out here in the country, and they got a huge following out west because, of course, naturally that's where their product is from. TZO doing big things out there. Same thing with another West Coast brand, ProMotion, newer tire as well. You know, of course, you have Proline J Concepts, a.k.a. been around for a long time, but there's some newer brands coming out there, and they're making a splash in this RC industry. I like it. The more the merrier. Saunders to the point here. The crowd online going to go wild here. On an 8-lap, top 2 on an 8-lap run. Got a 1.7 lead up over Jan. Ever Lobos down to 3, another 0.8 back. So I got 2.8 between my top 3. Murray in the 4, Rushing 5, Cervantes 6, Peterkin 7, Jimenez 8, Lawson 9, Moore 10, Gage in the 11, and Newman 12.
It's just a matter of who's going to get that TQ. Right now, Saunders by 2 seconds over Riviger.
Yeah, a couple of large races back in Arizona. The U.S. Open over at Adobe, that's Tim Lime's race. And then the FTC is over at the TNC, the Nitro compound at the Schumacher facility. Oh, that looks broke. Is it broke? I don't know. Hopefully that's not my leader here. That should be. Let's try and find it. My leader should be coming across the line right here. There's Reed, all white buggy, white wheels, white wing, working to the right side. We're on it. And follow along with our race leader. A little double single for him. Nice, smart driving right there. I like that. Sportsman, it's not about hot lap. It's about consistency and not crashing. Intermediate, you got to not crash and be fast. And then pro, you have a single crash, your race is over. Reed going with the all white look. As much as that young man races, I mean, he must just go through bodies like crazy. So Dad said, we're going to do the old Stormtrooper body this weekend. That'll get her done. Saunders done, your top qualifier, 8.534 here in round one. Congratulations to that young man. That's a race. Saunders. Ribager. I hope I'm saying that right. I know I might be butchering some of these names out here. I'll take a swing at him, though. I'll just have to walk up to him at some point today. Should be our A-Main Hobbies race results up here. Saunders, Jan, Murray, Lobos, and Jimenez. Oh, Jimenez on a 7.5 flat, 0.7. That was Lobos. Nothing worse than a 7.5 flat, because when you get that close to an 8-lapper, you want it. 7 will be good. It's still a good top 5 run. I'm always wanting that 8 if I get that dang close. In the 7.5 flat.
Newman to the 8, Moore to the 9, Murray to the 10, Lawson to the 11, and Peterkin to the 12 chair.
Getting ready for our first heat of 3, intermediate nitro buggy. Not sure what we're waiting on. Marshals are out there. They're looking as confused as I am. Sounds like there's a little correction going on from that last race. You can hear the computer.
All right, stand by, guys. Just fixing one time here.
Yep. Jimmy just made it official. He said he's fixing a time real quick. Somebody may have a missing lap. And at a large race like this, if you have a missing lap, whatever happens, you may have jumped through the Kyosho doubles and missed the line, or your transponder just hit. One lap we can fix. Now, if your transponder stops working, you're on your own. There's not much we can do about that. But we can fix a lap here or there. Try and give you guys a little love. It happens. You can see everybody's hits. Everybody reading nice and high on their transponder read. So, they wiggle loose sometimes. They get a little dirt in them. Or you could have just jumped and missed the loop, took a hard hit. Transponders are just like anything else in electronic, and they are finicky, and We beat them up pretty good in these RC cars, so don't come up and yell at the race director, you know. Sometimes it's just on your equipment, and other times it's just a random mislap, and we'll fix it up for you, and we'll go racing with the next one. We're not going to fret over a lap. Inching our way closer to these World's Pro Buggy classes. Got 3 heats of intermediate, and then there'll be 4 10-minute qualifiers here for the World's class in. Talked to Jason. No tire sauce allowed for that class, but the other classes, from my understanding, they're allowed to. I think they got to be dry when they come out here, otherwise you'd see the tire sauce peel out. 1 minute to go, so you'll see these guys coming in, grabbing a little fuel. Here we go. Loop is live. Who's going to be the first one on the clock? It's Boomer. Getting the whole shot here. And we are following along here with Wheeler. Let's see, 39.5. Okay. All right. I'll take it. Could have been a little better. Could have been a lot worse. I'm expecting like maybe 37s, 38s, and 39s out of these guys. That is not the way you want to start your first lap. But no going back for those two. Alex Gwynn leading us around. Wheeler in the number 2. He's going to come by for lap number 2. He comes out 39.5, 39.5. So nice and consistent. Best lap on the first laps was a 38.7. So, like I said, these guys are going to be 38s and 39s. There might be a burner 37 in there. We'll see. We will see. Oh. Oh, that one right up. So Alex Gwynn should be coming up across the line here. Oh, and he drops down to 3rd. So Wheeler going to steal that lead back. No. He's going to have a 40.3. So now it's Zach Burnham. Zach should be coming up through this Kyosho double section pretty soon. Let's see if we can see Burnham here. Should be right here, possibly, this orange and white car. Yes, that was him, but he has a long lap too. So Wheeler, Gwynn, and Burnham all with a long lap the last time by. 41 Burnham, 40.9 Gwynn, 40.3. I got a 1/10 of a second between Wheeler and Gwynn. That's my top 2. Burnham 1.7 back. Kurt and the number 4. Sean, top 5. Evans, Smith, Pitt, Rogers, Ryan W. and Bosworth.
Coming up next, race 23, our second of 3 heats of intermediate.
Yeah, man, these guys swapping that lead position back. Glenn Wheeler and Burnham have all led laps here on this one. We're following along here with Alex. Ooh! Saved it. Oh, send in that triple section. I like it. Man, he's driving on the edge right here. But he's out front, so who cares? Send it. Seven-second lead now for Burnham. What happened to Wheeler? Oh, he does. He has his 44.1 and then a 39.0. So his worst lap of the race followed by his best. Yep, hold that car high. Hold that car high. A little flame out coming into pit lane, but they're on it. 4:30 down, 30 seconds to go. The car looking a little soft. Wow, Gwen stretching it out here. 8.512, top 4 on an 8-lap pace. Jeremy Hayes tuning in. Uncle Sean Everlay says hi. What's up, Everlay? That's Jeremy Hayes' daughter. I've known her since she was in diapers being pushed around at the track. And now she's walking around and she's got her dog Marshall hanging out all the time. Pretty much known her whole life. That's cool. Everlay saying hi to Uncle Sean. Love it. Waiting on a few more here. Waiting on Evans, and looks like Pitt was the flame out there. So all drivers are done. I don't know what these guys are doing, taking an extra lap. I guess if you don't hear your name or you're not sure, we'll be the first ones to tell you. Just keep going. If you cross the line with 2 or 3 cars and you're not sure if you heard your name, just keep going and we'll let you know. But that's the safe thing to do. Every once in a blue moon, I'm sure some racers can relate with our main hobbies race results. Nothing worse than when you're on a good run and you cross the lap with 2 or 3 guys and you're pretty sure you heard your name, so you turn it around and pull it up in the pit lane, and you were still on the clock. So in that case, just keep going. The race director will let you know if you're not sure if you're done or not.
Yeah, is that the 4th? Coach, you're at the 4th. Kurt.
Alright, there's our MMA Hobbies grid lineup. Reed Saunders, Dana Eichenberger, SoCal native right there. The Eichenberger family have been racing a long time out in Southern California. Her older brother Jonathan been moving around a bunch. I don't know where he's at now. Utah. He was in Utah for a while, and then he was in Texas, and then he was in Idaho or Washington now. I think he's in Idaho now. Eichenberger and his dad, longtime Avon Eichenberger Jr. So Eichenberger's a racing family, man. Calvin Bruce, Sistron, Rebus, Keanu, Nick Hernandez, Mr. TZO, the owner of TZO Tires out here, debuting a brand new tire here for the world. I think the TZO 100, if I'm not mistaken. The Wild, Derek Tarrant, Slappy, Alex Ortega, and Platt. Bill's got Luke Bill's Ivan 45. This goes live in 20, so we're getting ready to go here. Okay, here we go. Second heat of 3. Give these guys a second to get situated here. Connor coming out 40.2, Eichenberger 41 flat. Still waiting on about half the field to come around and click off their official first lap.
Watch it before the step up, before the step up. All right, final intermediate nitro buggy race coming up next of the day. Also, race 24, make sure you're ready. You'll be marshaling race 1 tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Check this out. Miss Deanna Eichenberger eating us around. She's rocking the Techno. Let's find her. She should be right here in the center section of the track. Pink, white, and blue car coming up into the 4-pack. And up over in the big doubles right in front of the driver's stand. Right, race leader. Here we go. Getting some live RC airtime. Hey, man, you want to get that live RC airtime? You better get out front. Exactly what Miss Deanna Eichenberger do. She's boyfriend of camera curse. Yep, Scotty Ernst is right. It's a real thing, isn't it? Boyfriend of Spencer Heckert. Her boyfriend is. Not the boyfriend of. Rocking the Pro Motion tires. She actually works for Pro Motion tires as well. That's her full-time gig. Pro Motion working on a track at their facility right now. So all the ProMotion tires out, racers out west are gonna get some free track time. A little R&D and development out there. That's kind of sweet. Ooh. Yeah, she's still leading this one around, even with a little bit of a mistake right there. She's got a 4-second lead, or just under 4 seconds. Bruce in the 2, DeWild, the sister in 4. She really needs to keep it shiny side up here for the final 2 minutes. She wants to make that A main. So far, so good. One little mistake is okay in intermediate. You can have a little mistake. You got to rip the rest of it. But every class but the world's class, we're taking 13 straight to the main event here through qualifying, plus 2 bump ups. Anna from Menifee, California. She got still hanging on to that 3.4 second lead here. Our sponsors include A-Main, ProTech RC, Techno, High-Tech, Flashpoint, ProMotion, the Drake, the Dirt, and LFR JT. Man, she's been racking up. That's what happens when you're the fastest young ladies in the country of RC racing. You're going to rack up some nice sponsors, and she has. Making those sponsors proud out here, out front here in round number 1 of qualifying intermediate nitro buggy. We still got one more heat to go. Oh, she's got chaos in front of her. Oh, man. Woo! Little cold trickle right there. She didn't know whether to go high or low, so she just went right through the smoke plume. Made it through unscathed. Stretching it out now to 4.2. 8.526, so nice little run. Well, she had that one little bobble, but a pretty solid run here. It's like her package working together here in round 1 of qualifying. Yeah. Got it dialed up here for round 1. Yeah, Reed Saunders, the only one done. We got Rebus still 2, Bruce 3, Hernandez, Reed. Top 5 here. Wild Black, Keanu, Sistrunk, Ortega, and Derek Turok. Eichenberger does her best lap of the race on the last lap. 39.4. 8.523. We'll see how that stacks up with the A group coming up next. That one was for the ladies out there. Eichenberger throwing down a heat win at the Lonestar Challenge. Sure, that feels good. That's a race. 12-second lead at the end of that one. I think she'll still be upset about that one little crash, because she really could have put a solid run in there and a bid for the A main here in round 1. But 8.523, not bad, not bad. You can see our A main hobbies race results. Connor going to go in at number 2 spot. Hernandez, Mr. TZO, going to go top 3. Top 4 go 8 laps right here. Yeah, John Callie's rooting on Deanna. Yeah, Colorado in the house. There's our grid lineup. The RC Victory Lane, so Indiana has come close to a big win. Number 2 at the international level. Yeah. Yeah, she rips. I've been racing with her and her family for a long time. Probably almost 10 years. Oh, somebody cutting the track. Shame, shame. I'm not going to call anybody out here. But let's go all the way around. Just like everybody else. There's always somebody that does not get out front early. You want to cut the track and get out front. Oh, and they just lawn darted over the backside triple. Well, maybe the RC gods saying shame, shame as well. No check from Clay Grantham. He's in seating. That car that cut the track is full squid mode right now. "45 seconds, these guys cycling in for fuel when they get this one going. I'm not sure what the temperatures are, and I'm not from this neck of the woods, so maybe if somebody local out here watching, what are the temperatures like in September compared to like what they are out here this weekend? I'm assuming it's still pretty warm out here in Texas in September.
All right, less than 5.
Very hot, I'm being told from our local meteorologist. I was hoping maybe by September it cooled down, but that's probably not till the October-ish time. So yeah, September pretty warm out here. And May can be pretty warm out here as well, but we're on a pretty cool weekend out here. Gonna get a little bit toasty the next few days. Almost 90 degrees the next 2 days. And you add in the humidity, it's gonna be pretty warm. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me to see this one upside down. That was our squid alert on the opening laps. Cut the track a couple times, jumped into the techno banners over here on the right side. Hey man, sometimes you get a little excited when your race is up. Top Line RC says about the same, 70s or 80s. Could be 100. Could be 100, could be 119. So it's not a Fed. No, I'm getting some mixed results online, so I'm going to say a little bit of everything. Could be nice, it could be hot as heck, from my understanding from the replies online. Zambato leading us around, the number 11 car. What a good run right here, seated 11th. So the last one to make it into the A group here. They're leading us around here. And then going to go from first to 11th. Maybe he wasn't on the clock yet, or maybe he was still working on his first lap. Because now it's Tito. This looks a little more normal. Cecina, Martin in the 2. About 4/1000ths of a second back. 2 minutes into this race, 3 to go. And we got a battle out front. Listen to this. My top 6 separated by 1.3 seconds. That's Cody, Cecina, Martin, Darby, Ciccarello, Rodriguez, and Ramos. 1.4 seconds between my top 7. So this should be a good one right here. About halfway through the race. 2:30 down. 2:30 to go. Never trust the Fed. So we've had a few different leaders out here. Adrian Ramos working his way up the ladder out here. Oh, I just said Ramos up to the top 4, and he's walking off the stand. I can see him coming down right now. Dang it. That was the run he was waiting to get there. He's 3 minutes in. He's in the top 5. He was less than 2 seconds out of the race lead. It's kind of the run that he was imagining putting together right there, and then it just crumbled right in front of his very eyes. That's a shame. One of the TGO boys. Dang it. So Robbie Darby now out front. Man, nobody wants to win this one. Or it's just that close out front. Less than a second, just over a half second between my top 3. So Granger, Rodriguez still 2 and 3. Got a shot at about a half second back from Robbie Darby. He has a rough lap. So Cody going to take over that race lead now. And now Rodriguez is going to take it over. So Rodriguez, I believe that green buggy going up over on the right side triple, and Cody was right in front of him as they came down the front straightaway here. So it might be first and second running here together. Still 8/10 between my top 3. Martin another 7/10 back. Oh, that's going to be a photo finish here, guys. 7/10 between Granger, Rodriguez, Darby, and Martin. Oh, Martin a 42.8 last time by, so that's going to drop him out of the race here for the TQ in round 1. Alex Gwynn from the last heat would go... Alex Gwynn actually I think was from the first heat. Go top 4 for the round. And Deanna Eichenberger, the winner of the last heat, go top 8 for the round. Nice. Boomer Wheeler would be 10 for the round. Well, they're taking a swing at those A-mains. Chicky down with the top 5. Darby, you're done in 3rd. I'm waiting on 3 more, but it's going to go to Cody Granger by 4/10 of a second over Rodriguez. And then Darby going to go 3rd, another 1.3 back. So 1.7 between my top 3, and that'll be your top 3 for the round. Alex Gwynn, a good run from the lower groups. Going to go 4. Martin 4 officially here for this heat. Ciccarello, Tito. We got no finish from Wade. It's not totally surprising. And it's going to be Alberto, Tyler, Clay, and Ramos. Top 10 for the round, and it's gone. I can just look online. I like to give you guys the full running order, and then give you the top 10 for the round, kind of since that's the last of the 3 heats. Yeah, Granger will be your TQ in round 1. Rodriguez, Darby, Gwynn, Martin, Ciccarello, Cecina, Eichenberger, 8, Wheeler, 9, and Alberto. That's my top 10 here. Very medium Nitro Buggy, Q1. All right, we're World's Nitro Buggy from here on out. D qualifier rolling them out.
Once again, warning for
There's our Techno RC jump cam.
Once again, all cars start from the staging area.
10-minute qualifiers for the next 4 races.
All right, everybody's checked in. We got 1 minute, 15 seconds. Drivers 1:15. Flame out on the white buggy. That might be Nate Sutherland. 45 seconds, drivers. 45 seconds. Get fuel if you need it. I guess Tebo's the runner today in this race. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds.
Man, that's about the second or third flameout I've seen. Oh, maybe a little mechanical failure going on. Tebow getting a workout, getting these guys back to pit lane.
15 seconds, 15. Less than 5. Loop is live.
Okay. Our dequalifying group here. 10-minute affair.
As we take a break here, we got the World's Nitro Buggy Heat 1 underway. Guys are clicking through. Boards are starting to post on the board with Virgin coming across first. Miguel in that 2 slot. Alex Richards the 3rd spot to click. Trevor Owen's now picks over the top spot with a 38.6. Donato Trinardi with a 37.3, the number 1 spot.
Nobody wants to see that.
Jimmy Fishback now on that number 2.
Okay, Chidardi, Fishback, the fave, Olin, Cecina on top 5. Tung, Villalobos, Richards. Sutherland with a ripper here, 36.6. Yeah, look at him rip at that nitro buggy. Yeah, the kid's just a wheeler. Like we're live with Trevor Owens. Representing the 818 West Hills, California in the house, y'all. Team Associated J Concepts driver Reedy, Draken, and VRP. So Sutherland, 36.6, 37.2. He should be working over on the right side of that track now. There's the old white buggy. Yeah, we're going to get some laps here with Sutherland. Oh, man. Camera curves get you every time. I'm like batting 1,000 right now. So when I say, let's go to this driver, we get on them, and then over they go. Maybe that's not me. I'm going to get a better idea. I heard the leader. Yeah, now it's going to be Austin Jeffries out front, so he's working that right side of the track. I think he's right there with Nate. That's why I didn't hear the phone. Now, him and Nate should be pretty close together, and then Reggie Tung not too far behind them, but it's Jeffries, Fishback, Tridardi, top 3, Owens 4, Sutherland 5, Reggie in the 6, Ethan Tito, Miguel, Alex Jake, and Wyatt Wilson out of this one. He was probably that one that had some drivetrain issues as Tebow brought a car in right before we got going on this race. And I'm assuming that was Wyatt. So now Jimmy Fishback, the fourth. This is a racing family, man. Dad races speedway bikes, and Jimmy's a motocross racer, and RC cars, and they got like boats. Typical Southern California racing family right there.
Jimmy Fishback, your leader. Onto the back left corner. Coming to the loop for the doubles.
Fishback should be coming across the line. Yeah, he's going to have a long lap. So back to Jeffries now. They're separated by 2.7. And Trudardi, another 4/10 back. So I got 3.2 here between my top three. So we're following along with Trudardi. And Jeffries now down at the end of the straightaway. Kind of hard to follow along. When every single lap comes by, we got a different race leader. So we're just going to kind of stick with one here. Looks like we're with Jeffries now. Let's see who's going to lead it this time by. Now, he has a 1.9 second lead. I mean, I know the triple seems faster. I'm sure on paper it is, but it is a tricky section. There's not much to land on because it's technically built up to be a double-double section. Of course, we're always going to find a quicker way and try and do it different. During a 10-minute run in the pro class, I think if everybody else is doing it, you feel like you have to also. The one time you crash on it, it's no longer faster. So these guys are pros. I'll let them decide what the best fit is for them. Jeffries on the 17 time, 10:35, stretching it out to a 6-second lead now. Only one on a 17 lap pace here. Just under 4 minutes left here in this one. $36.8. Fast lap for Jeffries. Fishback with the fast lap of the race, 36.6.
Big showing for the World Nitro Buggy class is to be expected here at the Lonestar Nitro Challenge. Donato now moves to the field after a Fishback gets some fuel. Sutherland moves forward now. Miguel.
Yeah, pretty decent run here for Austin. I mean, the best thing you can do is go out and win, even if you're in the D-qualifier. That's the only thing you can do at that point. Yeah, well, I just got to go out and win this thing. The cards lie where they be. That's our A qualifier out there for our turn marshals. So actually the A qualifier has to come out race 28, and they're turn marshaling all the pros. So the pros are only getting pro turn marshals here in the world class. Race number 24 actually had to go out and turn marshal race number 1. But here in our 4 heats right here, our last heat, the A qualifier group, came out and turn marshaled our first heat of the 4 for the World's Nitro Buggy class.
Austin Jeffries still leading the way. Donato still holding on to that too. Jimmy Fishback
Looks like losing a little forward bite on that thing. Not quite sure if maybe he's having a mechanical failure or something. The car just seems off the pace all of a sudden. Yeah, see, now he's been tripling that section the entire race. And then he just doubled it. So I got a feeling that our race leader has a little issue going on just from watching RC cars go around the track so many years. Yeah, he's going to bring it in with a minute to go. I thought so. Or maybe he just went for 9. Maybe he was conserving fuel. Has he been out there for 9 minutes? I think he has. Yeah, it looks good now. I think he was conserving fuel. Oh, that's awesome. I thought he had an issue. He went out there and went 9 minutes. I don't know what the advantage of that would be, maybe to get out front, get some clean air. I don't know. We got a 9-second lead here. It's going to be a little less than after the pit, but oof, got so lucky. The old rebound slap off the rear wing. But I watched him. I mean, might as well come in at 8. Oh, no. Might as well come in at like 7.5 or 8, and you can drive around full punch. But to go slow for that last lap, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's the pro driver. I'll let him decide what his strategy is. But that looked a little funky to me, how he had to back off and then just kind of roll around for a lap and serve. I don't know if he forgot to come in or they never called him in, or I don't know. So he lost the race lead because of all that. A late pit stop and then rolling around for a half lap at kind of mediocre speed, and then got tangled with the car, turned around on the front straightaway. So that's going to put Donato Trinardi back out front. Donato should be coming across the line here any second. That orange and yellow car right here coming onto the straightaway. And he's going to steal that heat win here. 16-10-10. Jeffries went on 17-lap pace pretty much the whole race until his pit stop. Interesting. Let's start going to steal it by 1.6 here at the end. Jeffrey's going to go 2, Nate Sutherland 3, Fishback 4, Trevor Owens 5 in the Associated, Ethan LaFavre Track Builder 6, Villalobos 7, Reggie 8, Dillinger in the 9, Richards 10, Cecina in the 11, and Watson no star. Wyatt Wilson no star.
For filling in, so I get a few little breaks here and there. So it's Donato Trinardi, your winner of that one, 16 and a 10-10. Jeffrey second, 16-10-12. Sutherland third with a 16-10-20. Fishback gets the 4 at a 16-10-20. And Olins with a 16-10-39. Need all those drivers right back out to the track to corner, Marshall. And I'll read them off. Wyatt Wilson, if you're here, I'll need you back out. Is that Wyatt? Oh, he's already out there. Thank you. I'll read them off right now. Give me 1 second.
All right, our C qualifier here. CRA Main Hobbies grid lineup pop up here on cue.
Villalobos to the 10, Tito Cesena to the 11, and Alex Richards to the 12.
Here's big Nate Sutherland right there. Good to see him getting some 8 scale out there. I like it. There's our staging grid. Get a good nice shot. And the driver stand in pit lane. Great shot from our Techno RC jump cam. Incoming.
Everybody's checked in. This is our C qualifier. 1 minute 15 seconds remaining.
Okay, here we go. Our C qualifier out there. We got some heavy hitters down here too, swinging for the fences in the C qualifier. That's Savoya, Figueredo, DC, Patel, Fenster, Bruce, Contreras, Robinson, Jung, Pavitas, Hooks, Tridardi Jr. All right, coming around for lap number one. We're riding along here with Renault Savoya.
Waiting for everybody to come by for lap number one. We'll give you the running order.
I believe the driver out of France here. Rocking that Kyosho on Matrix tires. Got the Pico engine ripping. RC Victory Lane tuning in saying 8 is probably running that rumored Schumacher A-scale prototype. Now I know they've been running the E-Buggy, but could he be in the Schumacher Nitro Buggy? I just picked up myself a 10 scale Cat PB. That thing is a rocket ship. 10 scale 4-wheel drive. Love that thing. All right, Jermaine Robinson, the birthday boy. 35.9 with a 36.8. Still in Caldwell 2, Jung 3, Hooks, Figueredo, my top 5, Fenster 6, Junior 7, Bruce 8, Fetus 9. Savoya down to the 10. Oh, 40.3 on lap 2 for Savoya. That one's going to sting a bit. Battier, 40.4 and 46.5. Looks like Fenster. The battle having a rough race, but Fenster off the track here, so that's racing. Well, Colombia tuned in. Medellin, Colombia, in the house watching some of the finest racers in all over the world out here at the beautiful Thornhill Racing Circuit in Hutto, Texas. This is the 13th annual Lonestar Challenge, and it's also doubled up as the World's Warmup. So we're getting the 2-for-1 here. Follow along with Jermaine, the associated driver. Out here with his dad, Mark. I know Mom's watching back at home on Live RC. Yeah, I'm rocking the Team Associated, strapped up on J Concepts tires. Rocking the MKS servos. One Army, a little shout out to the One Army boys, the Bartlett family. Miss you guys, love y'all. Ultimate, Reedy, Southern California from Lake Forest, California. He's been rocking that red wing for a couple of years now. As soon as J Concepts came out with it, fit his paint scheme, and he's been rocking it ever since. That's like his thing out west. When you see that pink wing ripping, flow red, you might want to call it. You know that's Jermaine getting it done. Right now, top 6 on a 17-lap run. Your leader in for fuel. There's Mark, a little grab and stab. Nice, quick pit stop right there. Good job for Team Robinson. Dylan Caldwell 1.6 back, and then Contreras Jr. in the Mugen, another 9/10 back. And then Hooks, I believe, rocking the X-Rays now. 6/10 back. Jung, another 3/10 back from them. I got 3.6 between my top 5. All eyes here on Robinson, though. Yeah, so Batal having some issues here in our first round of qualifying. Not much of a breeze out here right now, so it's starting to get a little smoky in here, as you guys can see on camera. Dylan Caldwell, the local boy, taking over the race lead. Trying to find Dylan. Well, should be coming across the line here any second. 43-second lap. Last time by. I was still cheering him on there for the lap that he led, but right back down to the 2 spot. So now Robinson back out front here at 6:30 down, 3:30 to go. 1.6 second lead up over Caldwell and Yao Figueiredo. Not too far back here. He's about another 1 second back, so 1.5 now between my top 3. Got the Portugal driver. The Techno, I believe, rocking the 6 Mick tires. I think I'm saying that right. We're following along here with Yao up to the number 2 spot. So a rough lap, a 43.8, a 36.1, and a 39.2 for Robinson. So Caldwell back out front by a second here. Very excellent painter out of Houston, Texas here.
All right, so we got 4 17-lappers working here. Jermaine, Dylan, Yao, and Tyler Hooks all on 17-lap runs.
And Robinson back to the point here. 35.5 and then a 35.6. So Robinson finding that groove again. You can see that black groove. I guess I'm going to say groove twice in that sentence. starting to form real nice now. Getting that black, they're getting real thick. Pro circuit for Figueiredo. Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure. I think he used to run that. It says Nick, but now on the pro circuit here. Appreciate that, Frog. Frog Mugen OS. Battle for second is hot. Yeah, that's the closest battle on the racetrack. Figueiredo and Caldwell. Just over a half second right here. And they're actually right together on the track. They should be coming up to the straightaway right here. Maybe we can fall back to them. Now at the end of the straightaway now. That's Figueiredo and Caldwell. Of course, we're IFMAR racing, but less than a second between them. Now, so there's Figueiredo and there's Caldwell right in front of him. 1 minute to go. 4-second lead now, but the closest battle on the track would be Figueiredo and Caldwell. And then the second closest, actually, 7th and 8th, Braden Bruce and Renault Savoya. We're going to watch this battle here for the 2 spot. We'll get some live RC time for these guys. Caldwell in the S-Works. That Red's power. 15 seconds to go, so things winding down here. Our B qualifier. The World Nitro Buggy have them ready. And that's been noted in my little information book right there. Figueiredo on the pro circuits. Oh, second and third. And they're still racing out there. Jermaine going to get by for 17. The top 6 now on a 17-lap pace. Now put Donato Trardi 8 for the round with 2 more heats to go. Yeah, having a nice little runner here for the 20-year-old. It is. It's official. Jermaine Robinson. Yeah, a little heat win out here. Figueiredo. Pavitas going to crawl up to the top 3. Caldwell 4. We're still waiting on Frankie, Tyler, Fenster, and Patel. I think Yao is done already. So we're just waiting on Frankie, and that's a wait. Robinson on that 7:10.26. Figueiredo 7:10.29. Pavitas 17:10.33. Caldwell 17:10.35. And Contreras Jr. my top 5. The 17:10.36. Here's our AMA and Hobby race results for you.
All right, so Figueiredo will head out to the 1 chair. Battier, I need you back out there to the 2 chair. Fenster back out there to the 3 chair. Frankie Jr. to the 4 chair. Robinson to the 5 chair. Jung to the 6 chair. Pavitas to the 7. Tyler Hooks to the 8. Chinardi Jr. to the 9. Savoya to the 10. Braden Bruce to the 11. And Dylan Caldwell to the 12.
Look at Caldwell. Got all the locals pumped up right there. Caldwell literally getting like a standing ovation out there, you know. And they're like, "Hey, dude, you're sending it, bro." And he's like, "Yeah, I know. I felt good." DC, a fan favorite out here, and he's already texting the girlfriend. He's like, "Babe, did you see that? I was ripping." He's sitting right below our broadcast booth. That's awesome, man. Have some fun with your RC cars. That's what DC's doing.
Missing the 6 in the middle. Jung should be at the 6. And Ryan at the 7. There we go. There's Villalobos. All right, we're good. Let's go ahead and roll them out. Here we go. Roll them out. Here we go. 2-minute warm-up starts right now.
Look at this lineup we have here in our B qualifier. Boots, Finn, Ogden, Mayfield, Noah, Wiggins, Kokikato, Cavallari, Chase Lemieux, Bodo Clement, Setzer, Hecker, Adam Drake. You guys going live in 1:15.
Qualifier, final race of the day. Coming up next, final race of the day. Coming up next. 45 seconds. Get fuel if you need it. 45 seconds. Driver,
30 seconds till we go live. These guys coming in, topping off.
15 seconds. Less than 5. Loop is live. Loop is live.
Give these guys a second. Get a lap underneath their belt. We got a full running order here. And a couple of the fast young Frenchmen out here, Boda and Noah Ben Muhammad. I'm following along with the Wizard. And Wiggins out front here.
All right, everybody coming by for lap number 1.
This Dakota Fenn leading us around here.
Half the field's by for lap 1. The other half we're still waiting on.
Mayfield up to the 2, Chase Lemieux 3, Wiggins down to the 4. Setzer, Heckert, Cavallari, Kato, Ogden, Drake. Noah, Clement up there. Everybody's switching around here. We're still early in this race. 1:30 down, 8:30 to go. Dakota Fenn going to have a long lap right here. That's going to put Boots back out front. Ray Boots racing out of the United Kingdom with the S-Works. Got 0.6 of a second up on Ryan Mayfield. So Boots, the all red car, some white trim. Now Chase Lemieux going to take over the race lead. So everybody's swapping around. Check this out. I got 2 seconds between my top 7. A qualifier coming up next. Here's Lemieux down the front straightaway. And Boots takes it back over. So every time we switch to the race leader, we have a new race leader the next time by. So we're doing our best out here. But these guys really swapping around for that race lead. Lucas killing it up there on the cam. Following right along. Ain't no thing for him. So Boots 0.7 up on Wiggins. Setzer 3, Fenn down to the 4. And Muhammad briefly up into the top 5s, falls back to the 6 here. Muhammad here, young driver out of France, rocking the Sparko. Boots on a 17, 10, 11, top 7. All going faster than Jermaine's TQ time from the C qualifier. The Bootsy, they call him. Only a 1/10 of a second up on Fenn now. Wow. 37.5 going to drop Boots from 1st to 5th right now. And DP leading us around the Phenom. And Cole Ogden only a second back here. Oh, now little hang up on the pipe right there. It's going to allow Ogden, he has a good lap here, to get real close to that heat win. We are just about the halfway point. About 5:15 left on the master clock. And Dakota should be coming around here. Ogden last time by 35.4. Dakota 36.0. And now a half second behind Fenn for the race lead. Lemieux up to the 3. Muhammad 4. Boots 5. Bodo Clement 6. Heckert 7. Cavalier 8. Wiggins down to the 9. Drake, Setzer, Mayfield, and Kato. So Wiggins and Mayfield, who are up front early, falling down the ladder here a little bit. Now Mayfield had a 43-second lap 3 laps ago. That'll do it. 35.8 for Fenn. Lemieux last time by 35.9. Let's see what Cole's got here. Cole coming across the line right now. And he's coming in for fuel. So 6 down, 4 to go. 6 down, 4 to go. I do not see a pit stop lap. Maybe. Let's see a 39.7. Yeah, a 39.2 here for Fenn. So I believe Fenn may have came in for fuel as well. Gonna put Cole Ogden out front here. Let's see, he came in for fuel, so that's going to shake things up. I'll give you a full running order here in just a second as pit stops are cycling through. Man, Boots. There's my early race leader all the way down to the 11. The X-Ray driver. .6 second lead up over Fenn. Fenn does have hot lap of the race of a 34.9. .730 down, 2:30 to go. Chase coming by for lap number 12. We're scheduled for 17, so about 5 more laps in the books. He had a pretty good run in the e-buggy. And whatever he found is really working on those cars. He's trying to take the heat win in here in our B qualifier. Trying to set the TQ time to beat with one more heat to go. And about 3 seconds back now. You got the late race lead. You don't want to give it back. Nine down, one to go. Ogden back up to the 2 spot. Wiggins, man, from way back down there. Out of the basement up to a top 3. Fenn 4, Mohammed 5, Setzer 6. Bodo Clement 7, Boots 8, Mayfield 9, Heckard 10, Drake 11, Kato 12. Cavallari rounding out my field here. Everybody's starting to gather around as the A qualifier getting ready to rip here. Just about 30 seconds to go here in this one.
All right, running out of time, guys. 15 seconds to go. It's a 3.5 second lead for Lemieux.
Lemieux up to a 3.5 second lead now. In control of his own destiny.
Time is expired on the master clock. Everybody keep on racing until your name is called.
Ogden with the best lap of the race, and that was the fastest lap of the race. That was the second 34-second lap of the race, so Fenn 34.9, and now Ogden 34.8. Only 2 seconds back here. Ogden strapping it up, knowing that the race is winding down.
Wiggins, the first one done. Cato done. Dakota Fenster done.
Oh no. Lemieux shorts that double. And he's on his last lap, and Ogden gonna steal a heat win on the last lap. Ogden was sending it, but a 39.4 for Lemieux. Man, so Ogden a 34.8 and a 35.2. Lemieux a 36.2 and a 39.4. So maybe the nerves getting to Lemieux a little bit here on the last 2 laps, as he was pretty much ripping 35s all the way across the board until those last 2 laps. Wiggins going to go 3. Setzer, Fenn, Mohammed Noah, Mayfield, Boots, Hector, and Bodo Clement, my top 10. All right, last race of the day, starting to get up on the driver's stand. That's the place to beat. 17, 10, 13. The People's Champ getting it done here in that B qualifier. Lemieux had pretty much had that one wrapped up in a bag. But, man, he had 2 more jumps and 1 turn to go. Yeah, nonetheless, still a great run. Good to know there. He had some pace with some of the fastest drivers in the world. So that's got to feel good. Left a little out there, unfortunately. Still a good run nonetheless. And the crowd gathering here with the 8 qualifier, rolling them out, checking them in. He was your top seed in both E-Buggy and Nitro Buggy, and it goes out there. TQ's round 1 of E-Buggy. Can he back it up here? Seconds before we get this going. Phelan, Fuller, Ongaro, Wilson, JCC, Tebow, Ronafalk, Polito, Ruffalo, Van Dalen, Rivkin, Rose, and Lime. Here we go. All 13 drivers on the clock here. $35.1, Ronafal, Polito 35.4, Rose 35.1, Canos 35.5, Lime 35.7, Rivkin 35.7, Mason Fuller 35.4, Barufalo 39.7, Van Dalen 39, and Feedlong 34.4. So I believe that was his opening lap. Pro E-Buggy as well in that Q1. So Feelong working into the back step up here. Oh, he's got a pile up in front of him. Looks like he made it by here. Another 4-pack for the first time here. 34.4. The only driver to go 34 seconds. Sub 35 here on lap 1. He's right behind this big pack right here. He's right there with Barufalo. And Ongaro to the point here, 34.7. So Ongaro about 3 cars in front of Fee. Yellow, white, and blue up over the front doubles. They're separated by 0.3 of a second. So you can see Ongaro taking that 180 and then Fee, a big mistake right there. So Ongaro now working the right side triple. There's my new race leader and stretching it out to 2.1. Oh, I thought he was going over. He saved it. There's a tricky little step up right there. You're hitting it kind of sideways because of the chicane before and after. But not a real shock to see the 3-time defending world champion leading us around here. Look at Polito now up to that number 2 spot. JCC in the 3, Fuller 4, Ronafalk 5, and that one little rollover wasn't even a marshal out of Fee. It was just a semi-long lap at 37.7, going to go from 1st to 6th, and it's going to be Rose, Wilson, Rivkin, Lime, Van Dalen, Barufalo, and Tebow. 3 down, just under 7 to go. Stretching down to 2.6. So if he's got some time to get back up in this, he's only 3.2 back from the race leader. He's going to have to strap it up, though. So Angara with the 3-second lead. Then 2nd through 7th. About 2.5 seconds. 3 seconds between them. Angara finding his way out front here, and he doesn't like to share. He's not giving it back. 34.9 last time by. 34.9. 35.3. 34.7. 34.7. Trying to be the only 18-lap run. And that would put Ogden and Lemieux 7 and 8 for the round. Good run for Ogden and Lemieux in that B qualifier. Coming up to the halfway point. Five down, 5 to go. 4.2 now, the difference. Polito having a nice run here. Looks like leader in for fuel and out. He's not trying to do anything too crazy. Just got the lead, got a nice little gap between them. Good quick pit stop right there. So I got an Associated leading us around, and then an S-Works running second and third. Juan Carlos Canas. 34.8 last time by. That's his fast lap of the race. Oh, no, Angara, 41.4. Oh, no, that wasn't a rough lap. That was his pit stop lap. Yeah. I was thinking that was a rough lap. Nope, that was his pit stop lap. And Polito going to take over that race lead here. Oh, but now JCC. This guy's swapping that lead back and forth. So the red, white, and blue car working on that right side of the track. My new race leader by 1.1. We're coming up on 7 down, 3 to go. I do not see a pit lap for first or second place right here. Not yet, at least. I know Angara, we all saw him come in for fuel. Looks like we're riding along with Polito and the S-Works. So Angara, yep. Yeah, 40.4 Carlos, 40.3, so those were our pit stop laps for Carlos and Polito. And now B. Rose climbing up the ladder. Only 5 seconds off the race lead, but Angaro now, after the pit stops have cycled through, back to a 4.1 second lead. Yep, Rose is pitted, so he's got fuel on board. Ogden sitting third for the round if it were to finish right now. My goodness. Cole and he's getting some help from Mugen, but I think he's full privateer at this point. So Angaro, Canas, Rose, Polito. win my top 5. Rivkin, 6. Fuller, 7. Lime, 8. Wilson, Van Dalen, Tebow, Barufalo, and Ronafalk. Showing Ronafalk off the track. I could have sworn I seen him still out there putting out laps, so maybe transponder issue of some sort. I could have sworn I just saw him behind Davide a couple laps ago, but may have just brought it in. I'm only showing 11 laps out there. So Canas now 3.3 back, making up a little bit of time along Garo, but I think it's too little too late. It's going to take a huge mistake out of Davide. Yeah, Ronafalk back out there. I thought I saw him back out there, but he had a 146 off the track, so long lap Ronafalk for him. So a couple of the top drivers here in this class having some rough luck here in round 1. .45 seconds to go, down to 2.9 now for Ongaro. Canas trying to strap it up here and then beat Rose another 2 seconds back. So Rose and Polito running 3rd and 4th overall, and then Ogden top 5 for the round. Now put Felong, he went down to 9th place at one time, back up to a top 5 and into the number 4 spot now. Little mistake right there, but Ongaro back up to 3.6, the difference here. 15 seconds to go. So 17:10.04 was the pace Ongaro was on the 18-lapper until the pit stop, of course. Always going to put your pace back just slightly. Polito is done, showing a half second up on B Rose. So B Rose needs a real good lap here on the last one to go finish top 3. It's all been Davide Ongaro. 35.4 last time by. Let's see what he's going to finish up here with. There it is, Ongaro on a 17:10.04. Still waiting on one more. So the Italian driver with the team associated on Matrix Tire going to be your top qualifier here for World Nitro Buggy here in round number 1. Canas on a 17:10.08. Rose going to go top 3. Good run for B Rose, 17:10.09. Polito going to go 17:10.09 as well. So that was close, real close right there. I mean, we're talking hundredths of a second. Feel on my top 5, Fuller in the 6, Rivkin 7, Lime 8, Van Dalen 9, and Tebow in the 10. That's fine with me. All right, guys. 9 a.m. start tomorrow with round number 2. Appreciate you guys all for tuning in. I hope you guys have a great night. This is Sean Sexy Leg Miller for Live RC. Checking out for the night. Have a great night, guys. Be safe, and we'll see you guys bright and early in the morning here from Hutto, Texas. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. We'll see you later.